Well, it helps when intros play like they're supposed to. Welcome to episode number 47 of the Dragon's Den podcast here on the channel. I don't know what happened there. We're just cut right
I
there.
don't either. Yeah,
I
I've
was
seen
like,
it.
because I didn't hit, like, there's an option to hit pause. I was like, didn't hit that. So,
I
anyway,
today.
hopefully
Hey,
that's
it's
just
been,
pause.
dude, the week we've been going through here, I'm not surprised. You know what I
No.
mean?
That
Like
intro
severe
is-
thunderstorms on Sunday, severe thunderstorms on Wednesday, flash
Yeah.
flooding on Friday night. So it's like, I don't know what the sun looks like at
I
this
have
point.
seen enough fucking rain. I'm over it.
Yeah.
I am truly over it. Like,
Yeah, we can
I
go
told you.
swimming.
coming into town,
Mhm.
good luck. And then, like, you know that little Mexican spot down the street?
Yeah.
So when you go down there, the side road, like right before you get there, flooded. We went there to get something to eat. So like we come back home, and brother, there was this big truck, like lifted, goes to turn down the road, stops, pulls out and turns around. He's like, I'm not doing it. Because there's a lake right across the street from there. And that lake just overfilled. So it's all over there. And I was just like, nah, I'm over it. I'm over it.
Not today. Not today.
No.
And normally, like, flooding don't normally bother me. I mean, where I'm at, it's usually not a big deal. But we've been getting a lot of rain, though. It's like just pouring the whole time, too.
Big dog. Miranda sent me a video. You know that park we went to with the kids out in Linton?
Yeah.
There's somebody outside in a fucking kayak.
Man, really? That bad, huh?
I said, no.
I know Ellisville's that bad.
Oof.
Yeah, it's crazy work out here, boy.
Mhm.
I'm glad we live up. You know what I'm saying?
Right. We lived out by the lake or something.
Ooh.
I can't imagine what that'd be like, Of course, those things,
Lake
rise
was
and
big,
fall
yeah.
anyway.
But we were hydroplaning halfway home this morning and shit, like, because it was pouring down rain. It rained all fucking night. Like, I backed up. I was throwing trash out, to the compactor. And, like, it was like every time I opened the door, it was just, I was like, this is just dumb.
Like, enough of that stuff.
Yeah, I'm over it.
For sure. Yeah, I'm just tired of, like, most of, like, Sunday night and most of Wednesday night was looking at the radar. All right, where's the severe, is the tornado heading here? Or do I got, keep an eye out for all these things that are popping up all over the state. It's like, I'm tired of that. This stuff is like an Oklahoma, or out west type thing.
Indianapolis got fucking ran through.
Yeah, Carmel and Brownsburg, especially. Good, looked like a good solid F2, F3 was on the ground. And
so,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No,
so
go ahead.
The first storm, not this one, not this round that just came through, the first one.
Yeah.
We're watching it on was watching this Storm Chaser channel on YouTube. It's a weather, it's not like these guys, this is, what their channel is all about. They're storm chasers, but they're also meteorologists, but they're not like, they don't work for a news. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They don't work for a news. So they're out, and I can't remember, but it's on the way to Indy. It's one of the states. It's close. I can't remember which one it was, though. But we watched, because they were there. We watched what they call a wedge tornado. This thing was fucking massive. It was an F3. We watched it come down, hit, and we watched it tear through this town, dude. And I mean, it was
that one that was going around with Arkansas.
Yeah.
That was insane, going across the highways and stuff. That thing,
it obliterated a town.
Yeah, that's why I'm always on the phone or on when it's supposed to be in the area. I'm always like, all right, I want to be if I'm not at work. That is, if at work I don't feel as jittery about it, because I feel like there's a bunch of people around. They got people watching the radar for us to give us warnings if something were to happen. So, but at home, I'm a different story.
Me and you were communicating that night, the tornado that you told,
Yeah, there was one that was literally rotating above where Brandon and Miranda live.
I appreciate you looking out for us on that.
Yeah. Well, I knew you were supposed to go to work soon anyway. I don't know if you were on the road.
Yeah, no, I was already at work. Like, I was already at work. So, like, I'm already, you got to think about, like, me and Aaron, our families are out here.
Yeah, and Aaron, not
half
too
hour
far from
away.
your house. So yeah,
we're a half hour away, right? I can't get back here. So, like, my nerves are already on edge because I'm not there to protect them. Like, I'm not gonna protect them from a fucking tornado.
Yeah, there ain't much you could do, but you want to feel like you're there to help, right? Yeah.
And Jackson's upset. He's freaking out. Obviously, why wouldn't he? You know what I
mean?
Like,
I was terrified of storms. I still kind of terrified of him.
all credit to my wife and my mother-in-law who held it down, and Anaya, because Anaya was a trooper. She jumps up. She was asleep. She was dead ass. The sirens start going off. So Miranda gets into action, and like at this point, it's like 11, 12 o'clock at night. You know what I'm saying? We're texting and shit. Like I'm texting you, I'm texting her, and dude, Anaya jumps up. They get the dogs. So they have to put the harness on the dogs because like you just can't let the dogs outside because they'll just run around. So she had to go get the harnesses, get the dogs, and then the cat, obviously. But we don't have a cat carrier, so she had to take the cat, and the only thing she could think of was to put him in a book bag. He was not okay with this arrangement whatsoever.
What are you doing, human?
None of you guys don't know. None of the audience knows Oscar, but you guys know Oscar.
You know cats, though.
And he was like, yo, not a fan of this at all.
Got to get him a cat carrier.
She said she was fighting with him to get him in there, but she got him in there, and then she got everybody downstairs into the basement. This is the one time I am so glad that we got a house with a basement. That was one of the things that I said.
That's the one thing I wish I did have.
When we moved, I said, whatever we're doing, we're getting a basement. Loki, how you doing? But she got him down there. So for me, that was like a peace of mind for myself. But then we're at work. Then that other siren goes off, and I'm like, yo, fam, you hear? I text you like, hey, big dog, you hear this?
Yeah.
But in the building, the siren never went off, right? So
yeah, and that's because I told you that the tornado started to happen in the city was because the bottom southeast corner of the county was under tornado warning, but where the work building is, it wasn't. That's why the work siren did not go off.
No, it did go off. Like right after I text you, I was like, yo, fam, like I'd be like, why? Outside, but then it goes off. So now we have to follow protocol. So we go, you know, to the.
I mean, I get why it did because obviously it's in the county, but it was nowhere in danger. But yeah.
But then the damn thing goes off for like 10 minutes. Like it kept going off for like 10 minutes. Long after the sirens outside stopped. So then it finally stops, but we never got the all clear. And you know how the fucking
if you don't get the all clear at work, they don't want you to go back to work. Yeah.
It's literally 6 of us. We're sitting inside the bathroom.
Like we ever go to get the all clear?
So I'm thinking in my head, okay, security's gonna come down. No, they weren't even fucking there. So
how long did you have to sit there?
We were in the bathroom for 20 minutes. I ended up texting Grow, because I know he was up at the big house.
Yeah,
so I text Grow, and I'm like, hey fam, did you guys get the all clear? He texted me back like 2 minutes later. He was like, yeah. And then right as he said, yeah, then the all clear comes through.
Oh. They're like, oh, we forgot about y'all in the warehouse. Like, I didn't know there's anybody there.
This bitch, like,
yeah. Yeah, we're like the redheaded stepchildren of the family.
It was like, wow. It was wild.
It is. I mean, we're kind of often forgotten down there.
Yeah. And I didn't know how close we were until you told me, like, oh, it's down here or whatever. So I'm like, okay, cool. But that one note that you talked about, that was like right over my, like, yeah, that's just crazy work. So like, you got to think about it. Like my adrenaline's already pumping because of that situation. And then the siren goes off where we are. And I'm like, all right, so we're just going to get like, this is what it is. Cause I mind you, I just seen multiple tornadoes earlier before I left the house from the broadcast we were watching, devastate places. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and I'm like,
in your head going, oh, here it comes.
Yeah. So like, I'm already, you know what I'm saying, on edge of this and the third. I hate this time of the year.
Yeah, shoot, we've been getting tornadoes a little bit in the winter, even occasionally. Obviously, spring is the worst, which has always been the case. But
yeah, but like I hate this time of the year.
It just stinks the way it has to go with the weather patterns and stuff. But yeah, spring has always been like it just stinks. But yeah, once you get through that, summer's then it gets too hot. I don't like that either.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll complain about that too. Because when it gets hot out,
I got sweat in places I don't like.
We were talking about this at work too, and I was like, you know what? I was like, I love like my house. I love where I'm at. I love the space that I have. You know what I'm saying? I love the yardage that I got. You know what I mean? But I have no trees in my yard.
That way, it's good. You can't fall in your house that way.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That means I have no natural shade too.
True,
you know
too.
That.
Yeah.
So like, when we're outside and we're all just hanging out, if we're not in like the garage isn't a safe haven because it's hot as shit in there.
Put like a canopy or something from extending from the garage.
Listen, we've already discussed what we're gonna do. We got some plans in motion, and
that'd be cool.
We're gonna change a lot of the layout of the backyard itself.
Right,
the fenced in area. That's going to be one big ass patio when we're done.
Hey, for those who have been missing, Miranda, she's making an appearance on tonight's show. Good to see you.
I'm
Back, don't give a shit about it.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
Good. We're just bitching about the weather.
Yeah.
But we got some
I'm
plans.
over it.
We
Stupid
got some
fucking
plans
weather.
to change.
That's why I had to go to work
backyard.
today.
Oh no. How'd that work? Like what makes
You're
makes
talking
the weather
about
make-
my backyard?
Well, no, go ahead.
Oh, kind of.
He was asking you about work.
I was just wondering how weather made you go to work. Like, how's that work?
Why am I cutting out?
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, her video is a little choppy.
I'll send you the video. Cheyenne couldn't get out.
Yeah, the person who was supposed to go to work couldn't get out.
Oh, I got you.
Where
I
she
guess at least the one to cover. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's I'd be like, man,
She was not
on
happy
Saturday and
about it.
everything, you know.
Well, fun fact: I have put my notice in. I'm done. I didn't want to manage people again. I did, and I regret it. So I'm done.
Yeah, it's
Soon as
definitely
he
far
can
less
get
stressful
somebody
not
in
to
there.
deal that for sure.
Mhm.
Management,
Yeah.
I don't think I'd want it. I know in some cases it pays more, but it ain't worth the stress for certain.
No, but we
Yeah,
got plans for the
it's not.
backyard though. We're gonna change some stuff around.
Not for this one, anyway.
And the house too, because now she wants to knock out a wall. So
Nice. Hey, can I work the sledge?
what when we decide to
No,
Yeah. Or I'll just run through it like
the first
the-
one is going to be the hole in the floor.
do it? Yeah, we were putting a hole in the floor.
sledge
She wants
work.
access to the basement from the inside of the house.
So I
we're
can
gonna
run through the
put-
wall like the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that
man.
is
I'll put
number
on a
one
big red
priority
t-shirt.
at this moment.
Be like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, you know that's coming.
All right.
But it's gonna be a
So
half counter. We're gonna do like a half
Mhm.
counter. The wall closest to the kitchen,
Mhm.
backside wall. That's gonna be half. It's gonna be like a half wall. Return
Okay.
to like a little bar situation.
Okay, nice,
And
nice.
but then we're gonna have
Consensus.
access.
But it's also going to have access to the basement through
Yeah,
there.
we're also gonna have access to the basement
Yeah.
from over there.
Oh,
So
yeah, you kind of got to go outside to get to the basement at the moment, a
Yeah.
little bit, don't you?
Yeah.
Under the porch, I think.
yep.
Yeah, I can see why you want to do that now, especially
Mhm.
after this week.
That's why I'm up here tonight. Yeah.
hmm
Nice. Well, good. We're
So-
just glad to have you back. I know everybody was like, "Where's she been?" So,
Yeah.
or at least one person was. Mike's not here tonight to enjoy it. I told him I was like, "She's going to miss you." So
Oh.
he's like, "Well, let everybody know that." He says, "I guess he's
Yeah,
having
where's he
internet
at?
issues, and he said he had a bit of a rough day, so he didn't really elaborate. But he said he'd probably be back next week. So, but that's probably why he's not here tonight. So, but maybe we'll have our other normal listener, Slara.
Well, I sent that video.
Yeah, she sent you that video, so you can see it.
I sent a very short video of the road out there.
onto Facebook, or
And I saw Ellisville was flooding too.
Would
Yeah,
you
I
send it
can't
to him?
get through.
Oh,
I
it's
sent it.
Facebook, yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Somewhere. I can pull it up. All right. So this is
It's only 2
apparently.
seconds long or 3 seconds.
Oh wow. There we go.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, not good. I don't know where that's at, but it's definitely it's all over the road for sure.
And it's deep. Like you see
That
those
is
trees?
around Salisbury.
Mm.
definitely not good
Yeah.
right now in the southern
No, it's
Indiana
not.
world
It's not.
for certain.
And then it's supposed to be fucking cold as shit Monday.
Mhm.
I'm
Oh
like,
yeah, it's like winter's like not yet.
Possibly
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
yeah. What was that line from Braun Strowman? I'm not finished with you yet. That's what Winter said.
I'm not finished with you.
It's gonna be
Winter's one big ugly SOB. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm over it. I'm ready
Just
for warm weather.
you
Hmm?
one time.
Yeah.
Are you still bad mouthing your cat?
Oh my god.
That poor cat. I guess he's been getting into some trouble. The cat has been. So don't mind Matt as we'll move on a little bit here. But yeah, so good to have you everybody here. Like I said, shoot, I even botched the intro of Miranda, so don't film it. There's like a
Yeah,
couple
it was
seconds
the
there where
whole
it just
thing
showed our
going.
faces randomly. I'm like, I did. I don't know what happened. So anyway, hopefully that faux pas will be the only one we have this evening. Yeah, but in case you don't know, my name's Eric Hopkins.
It probably
Joe.
won't be.
Probably not. That's usually not the way we roll around here. We got Matthew in the top right, Miranda and Brandon on the bottom, and Aaron will probably show up here before the night's out. So thank you guys for watching us as you do, hopefully every single week here. Our subscribers have actually got up a little bit on YouTube and Rumble, so slowly but surely we're working our way up. So it's kind of nice just to get a little few extra people to watch and stuff. We got 27 people watching right now. Thank you so much for doing so. And if you haven't yet, please click the like and subscribe, and don't forget to comment too if you want to take part in the show as well. So, but we got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight, and of course. Matt there with a little Oscar.
That's not Oscar.
I'm sorry. Jasper. Oscar's Miranda and Brandon's cat.
First of all, this cat is the best.
You just yelled at it 20 minutes ago.
Anyway, but we got a lot.
He tried to fight the cat 5 minutes ago. Nice.
Yeah. He's like throwing paws. You know what I'm saying? But we got some movie news, lots of movie news, actually. We got a little pro wrestling. We're going to bring another segment of the Lost Cartel with Brandon in here tonight as well. We got some gaming stuff tonight, as well as a little NFL. And, of course, we always end the show with politics. So without any further ado, let's get into the first topic of conversation, shall we? Let's do it.
What?
All right. So, obviously, we've been doing wrestling for a while here, but there's a little bit new format on the show tonight. I've noticed that the wrestling segment in particular at times can run like an hour long. I'd rather it not do that. So I've come up with this idea to where certain topics I'm going to make, if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to put maybe a 10-minute timer on certain topics. So that way, you know, we can keep the show rolling a little bit and you guys will see it here on the screen. Without any further ado, let's do WWE, and let's do 10 minutes on that. So this week on Monday Night Raw, Gunther destroyed Jimmy Uso in front of his brother Jay. Yes. And of course, this was a violent beatdown. If I ever saw one, it was a very bloody affair as Jay Uso was zip tied to the middle rope of the ring. Now, it's not going, or it's going too far when AEW does it. Should we also have the same energy here for WWE when they do it here? What are your thoughts on that real quick?
No, see, when blood is warranted, it's warranted. It makes sense from certain situations, okay? This situation, to push Jay over the edge, to bring a new side of Jay, the way this was done was because he's with like fingers length away from his brother, and he can't help him.
No. And
it's like, it made all the sense in the world to have this image right here, the bottom one, is what this was all for.
Yeah.
And oh my God.
Well, and to be honest, I really felt that this World Championship match needed it heading into WrestleMania 41. It was kind of lacking in the storyline department. This gives it a boost.
Yeah, it needed to get serious. And like, this made it serious. He beat the shit out of Jimmy.
Like, holy crap out of him. Yeah. And like I said, the image and just the visual of a helpless Jay Uso over a bloody twin brother will definitely add to this feud and give it a little bit more relevancy heading into the main big show.
His older brother too. This is like the baby brother's got to, you know what I mean?
So this has now become personal.
Yeah.
It's not just for the title anymore. And the fact that Gunther was wiping the blood and tasting it with his fingertips. And
look, how menacing that is? Like him standing there covering Jimmy's blood. Like, that's crazy work.
Definitely crazy. But like I said, I'm okay with I'm personally okay with Little Crimson when the story calls for it. And when AEW, WWE, or anybody does it. So I'm totally down with this. I'm not going to lie to you. So yeah, good to see this feud get a little extra going into WrestleMania. Rey Fenix of AEW and of course Mexico fame debuted on SmackDown last night as well, defeating NXT's Nathan Frazier of Axiom. Interesting, they put Phoenix on SmackDown and Penta on Raw though, which is interesting.
It's not interesting. It makes all the sense in the world because you want them to stand on their own 2 feet first. Before you put them back together.
Okay.
Pentagon came in, all the
that way you don't end up with another Jimmy and Jay situation.
Yeah,
that's true too. Yeah, so, and then they can split again when the time calls for it. Yeah, you're right. I totally get that. So, I thought it was a pretty successful debut for Phoenix, even though there was a few moves that he was doing, like his running kick off the top rope. Because they called it, what was it, like a adios amigo kick or something like that. It's like kind of racially stereotypical, but
I don't know why
they called his finisher the Mexican muscle buster. It's like, you know, all right, maybe you don't have to do that, but other than that, I thought it was a pretty successful debut, and I'm very happy to see both these guys at WWE. I think they'll both do well. I liked them at AEW too, but good to see them here in the WWE.
Told you I was a huge fan of those two long before they made it to AEW or WWE. So like I'm super glad to see both of them still doing what they love and enjoy to do.
Exactly.
This
Also on
was
SmackDown,
crazy.
Charlotte Flair and Tiffany Stratton segment was totally awful. This feud is not working at all for me. The crowd would not let Charlotte even speak, and the boos seemed to really fluster the queen. It felt overly scripted at first. Then it's like they both went off script due to the crowd reaction. I don't know what happened exactly.
Oh
Especially
no,
at the
that's
point,
exactly what happened.
yeah. Especially at the point where Stratton said Charlotte may be 4-3 at WrestleMania, but she'll always be alone. Basically referencing her 3 failed marriages. She said she would always be 0-3 in that department. Stratton quickly rolled out of the ring on that one, leading me to wonder if that last bit was a shoot. And Charlotte then spouted off rather awkwardly, is that why Kaiser keeps sliding into my DMs? Obviously, Ludwig Kaiser, the WWE wrestler, of course, being Tiffany Stratton's real life boyfriend. Am I wrong? There's no chemistry here, in my opinion.
No,
right?
I think this is just a bad situation.
Yeah.
She assumed it. The Rumble is what did it. If she wouldn't have won the Rumble and had a different route to get to Tiffany, I think this would have been better received. But because everybody knew that she was winning that Rumble, it just soured the whole fucking situation. And then presenting her as a
turned on it.
Yeah, and then presenting her as a babyface also did not work. Like, and I get it. She was coming back from a long injury, and people were cheerleading for her and cheering her on through her injury recovery. But that's not the Charlotte that they wanted to come back. Not everybody gets that happy welcome back when you come back from an injury. So where did he go? Eric, did you disappear?
I'm here. I don't know what happened there. That wasn't cool.
I was like, what happened?
I'm back. Talk about that faux pas again.
Yeah.
So that stuff.
It sucks, but yeah, you're right though. This has no real weight to it.
Yeah, not right now. Absolutely not. Let's see if I can try to get this reset up here. Hopefully that clock isn't giving it trouble. If it keeps doing it, we'll stop the clock. But I don't know if that was the issue there per se. But yeah, we'll see if that ends up causing a bit of a problem.
Yeah, but yeah, this is lackluster, and I think it's because of Charlotte, and it sucks, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree with that. So let's go ahead and restart this. I got a couple other big things I want to talk about here, so hopefully we don't go too far over. But hey, we'll try to keep this as much as possible. But apparently now the big stories of the week: Kevin Owens needs neck surgery and will miss WrestleMania and a lot more. As he stated, he's been dealing with a severe neck issue for the last 4 months. These are the type of injuries that could lead to the end of his career. Initially, there was actually speculation that this could be a work, but after a fan shouted, "You're still shit," at Kevin Owens when he left after this announcement, a visibly angry KO took offense to these words and confronted the fan. This fan is lucky he still has teeth, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So this appears to be 100% legit. So best wishes and thoughts and prayers go out to Kevin Owens. Now, Kevin Owens has known about this for 4 months, according to him, and still went out and put his body on the line in these 2 brutal matches since the beginning of the year at the Royal Rumble and Elimination Chamber. Pure love of the game for Kevin Owens here. Quick thoughts on
this spot right here was crazy.
Yeah.
And if you have a neck injury and you did this spot, that's insanity.
Well, even the muscle buster or off the top that Kevin actually delivered. This is not that picture, but there was one where his head hit the ladder on that too. Then of course Sami Zayn at Elimination Chamber. Kevin's a trooper, dude. You got to give the man credit. He's tough as nails, no doubt about it.
I feel bad. And I told Miranda about it, you've seen the recognition, especially when Randy came out and they had that little, stare down or whatever. It was just like, I feel for you, brother. You know, it sucks because Randy dealt with that.
Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson, Paige or Saraya, they've dealt with the same sort of thing.
Hell, Edge.
Yeah, Edge is another, and Adam Copeland. So, you can come back from it, but it's not going to be an easy road. And we may not see Kevin Owens for a long time, a good solid year or more.
Tyson Kidd, and he doesn't even wrestle anymore.
Yeah, it's just a shame. But hopes everything goes well for him. Now, this does lead to Randy Orton no longer having a match at WrestleMania 41. And reacting to this news on SmackDown, Randy Orton, out of nowhere, gave an RKO to SmackDown General Manager Nick Aldis. Now, ironically, back in 2023, Randy Orton paid Nick Aldis extra money after being fined for giving him an RKO back then. Randy told Aldis at the time the extra was for the next time he does it, and now he has fulfilled that promise. So that now begs the question, who will be Randy Orton's WrestleMania opponent? Quick
Nick Aldis.
You think it's Nick Aldis? You think that's going to happen?
Nick wanted to be a wrestler when he signed. That's what he wanted to do. I don't know why he didn't, or I don't know what the whole thing was. But in my opinion, I told Miranda about this too. In my opinion, what I think is going to happen is he will become a full-time wrestler. Whether we get Nick Aldis or we get Magnus, I don't know whichever one we're going to get. But I think at that point, what's The Rock's daughter's name? She's the GM on NXT. I can't remember her name.
Ava.
I
think it's Ava.
I think she'll end up becoming the new GM for SmackDown. It's only fitting. It's her dad's namesake show. So I think she'll be the new GM for SmackDown. Or maybe they bring back Sonya Deville and she can do the GM. She was the GM before.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't fire her too long ago, but never say never in the world of pro wrestling, no doubt about it. I don't know who else the opponent could be unless, like, maybe they slide Randy Orton in like a multi-man U.S. title situation, although Jacob Fatu just won the #1 contendership for that on SmackDown last night, too. He'll face LA Knight at WrestleMania. Like I said, there's a lot of guys in the Intercontinental title picture, too, but it doesn't seem like they're really focusing on the multi-man matches in either situation. So maybe that won't be the case, and maybe it'll just be straight up one-on-one matches for the men's mid-card titles. But yeah, it sucks for Randy Orton, too, in this regard. But obviously, the most important thing is Kevin Owens' health and his family and things like that. So good on him for stepping away. Of course, assuming this is all a real life thing and not a shoot. Even I was questioning it, but then once I saw that fan kind of do that remark, I'm like, no, there's no way that this is fake. I wouldn't think, but never say never. I mean, they did the whole retirement angle with Mark Henry that one year, and they both were wearing pink. Kevin Owens was wearing that Bret Hart thing, so you never know. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. But yeah, and since we're going to be getting into the bigger, meatier topic of WWE, we'll reset the clock here. But the biggest story in WWE this week, outside of yet another great promo battle between Cody Rhodes and John Cena, was of course CM Punk revealed the favor that Paul Heyman owes him in the final segment of SmackDown.
That's wild.
Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins were also there, as Punk said the favor is Paul Heyman will be in his corner at WrestleMania, not in Roman Reigns' corner. For weeks now, Paul Heyman has suddenly been giving these clues that he's disenfranchised with being Roman Reigns' wise man now, much like he has when he was with Solo Sikoa. Because, to Brandon's point, that he's been saying week after week, Roman Reigns is still a heel. And the way he treats everyone around him, Roman hasn't changed. In fact, Roman demanded that Paul Heyman tell CM Punk no, and Heyman could not do it on this SmackDown broadcast when this reveal happened. And Seth has been telling Roman Reigns the truth about Punk this entire time. And Punk cannot be trusted, and that he'd eventually screw Roman over is what Seth's been telling him. And because of this, Seth Rollins was in the ring during this announcement, and he was loving this reveal as he watched it unfold in the ring. Now, Roman Reigns will go into WrestleMania alone for the first time in what feels like forever. I just don't know who I'm supposed to be rooting for here, though. Roman is a jerk. Roman himself's a jerk, which is why Heyman no longer wants to be his wise man. CM Punk's a jerk because he's essentially stealing Heyman from Roman. Seth is a manipulative person as well, but I'm more inclined to root for Rollins because he's the only one who's been telling the truth this whole time.
I told you.
Yeah, exactly. The bunch of jerks just standing in the ring looking at each other here. But it looks like the final remnants of the OG bloodline has been swept away. And while I don't think Heyman is breaking away from Roman just yet, he appeared at least conflicted on this show. But at WrestleMania, I could see Paul Heyman fully turning on Roman Reigns, siding with CM Punk and helping him win to get his big WrestleMania main event moment. Great storytelling, though, in my opinion. Your thoughts?
Yeah. But I was right this whole fucking time. Roman has not changed. And like it's so subtle. That's the thing. Roman is so good at these subtle. It's a lot of micro facial expressions, and the way he looks at people when they talk to him, and like it's the way he carries himself. Yeah, like he has not changed from the person he was at WrestleMania 41.
Yeah, no 40.
Or 40. Yeah. Till now. Like he has not changed. And like I'm like, How can nobody not see this? And Seth has been saying it from the jump.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to listen to him. And then
Well, it's funny. It was more subtle over the last 6 months or so, but
Mhm.
last night on SmackDown, he brought it like all the way back. Like looking at Paul, like tell him no.
Yeah.
You know, do as I demand. And
Yeah.
so it's like, yeah, he's definitely not changed. He showed his true colors last night. Which and it was the funny thing too. There's a video going around. If you go find it, you can see it. But during the contract signing for this triple threat match last week, when Roman was demanding that Punk thank him for allowing him to be in the main event, Paul Heyman's looking at Punk and he doesn't
shaking his
say it
head.
out loud. He says, "Don't."
Mhm.
He just he said, "Don't thank him." So even then, he was telegraphing this whole favor.
Yep.
So this is great storytelling. The subtleties of it is what make it entertaining to watch. So yeah, I'm definitely more intrigued with this now
And you
heading
got-
into WrestleMania.
And Paul has every reason to turn on Roman. Where
Mhm.
was Roman when Paul got put through a fucking table?
Yeah, gone.
Now, granted, real life, his dad passed away. There was a lot of shit going on.
Oh yeah, for
Right.
sure.
But storyline wise, it was so messed up that like Paul Heyman got beat down.
Yeah.
By the new bloodline at the time and put through a fucking table, and Roman was nowhere to be found.
Yeah. It's just great stuff. I mean, Roman Reigns' bloodline stuff has been absolutely outstanding. Seth Rollins being thrown into this mix, and CM Punk now. CM Punk's starting to show more of his punkish nature, I guess you could say, his heel side. Like I said, they're all just a bunch of jerks. So I don't know. Like,
Seth
there's really
Rollins is
no
like-
true baby face here.
And Seth,
know?
yeah, there is Seth.
Well,
has
but
been
Seth
saying-
turned on Roman in the past, and him and
That was
Punk
in
definitely
the
hate
past.
each other.
But see, that's the thing. He owned up to that. He
True.
admits that's what he did.
Mhm.
He admits the fact that yes, he helped create that monster right there, Roman. He even says that the week prior when he was like, it's not about CM Punk. It's about them two. They're destined to do this dance to the end of fucking time.
Yep.
He
Yep.
goes, you would be nothing without me, and I would be nothing without you. Like, this centers around these two. And that WrestleMania moment, like that WrestleMania between that knockdown drag out fight between him and Roman, that
Mhm.
one-on-one, that's going to be fucking major.
Yeah, and that was been building even last year with the chair shot where Seth turned on him when he broke up the Shield. Roman hitting him with the chair last year. There's probably going to be some sort of chair spot.
Oh,
this,
for
just to
sure.
Just to kind of go back with on. Yeah, so but yeah, I could totally see like Paul Heyman like being conflicted, and then by at the end of this match, Paul Heyman like takes out like I don't know some mace or something, and sprays Roman Reigns with it, or just finally turning
Or he
his
hits
back on
Roman
Roman.
with the chair.
Yeah, there could be something like that. So, I mean, he had, you can barely see it here on a small graphic, but Paul Heyman was welling up tears in his eyes during this, showing his confliction.
That's because he's so good, though.
He's so great at this. Yeah, I mean, he's not a wrestler, but his emotions that he portrays just as a manager or a wise man are far
You're right.
none the best.
He's not a wrestler, but Paul Heyman knows wrestling.
Oh,
Paul
yeah.
knows how to captivate an audience with his words. That's his wrestling moves. You know what I'm saying? That's what he brings to a wrestling organization and a person. Now, granted, like I said before, this whole bloodline story was all concocted by Roman. Paul just helped him put it on the rails and steered it away and like added his flavor to it. Like, but that story kept this company at the top of its game for 4 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go Seth Rollins.
Yeah.
Roman was champion for 4 fucking years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, that's in today's day and age just does not happen. Happened back in the 80s and things quite often, or even before that. But in today's day and age, it's insane. So yeah, this adds a whole new element of intrigue with the favor being, at least we finally now know what it is. So hopefully I'm assuming it'll lead to a Punk victory, but we'll have to wait and see how that ends up going. I don't see them putting him in that spot and then just taking it away from him, the victory part of it. So yeah, even though I don't still consider it the actual main event of the WWE WrestleMania event, but it is main event of night one. So he's at least going to get that. Last bit of news for WWE this week. Rusev has officially re-signed with the company, and he will be returning soon. Now, we're also still awaiting the return of Aleister Black. WWE's roster, with the addition of Penta and Rey Fenix, just continues to get bigger and bigger. So we're starting to see now sometimes where WWE, all of their talent isn't featured on every single week of television. Like this week, they had like the Street Profits in the crowd watching the tag team division, wrestle and stuff. So there's going to be times where you're going to see certain wrestlers may not be at every single show, and that's fine. Every other company in the world does that. But for a lot of years, WWE fans got so conditioned to expect to see every single star on every single week's programming, and I'm kind of glad to see that's not going to be the case. Gives these guys some much needed time off too.
That too, but it also lets the other stars be highlighted.
Yeah,
when you have a tag team main event, a Raw or a SmackDown, like I feel like that's a bonus. Or you have the women, close out the show. I feel like again that's a good thing. Hell, think about this whole feud right now. Right now, if let's say Naomi was champion, say Naomi was a Trish Stratton and Jade Cargill was Charlotte.
Oh, that feud's way better than the title picture, by the way. yeah, absolutely. So I'm glad that they're adding to that as well. So definitely can't wait to see the Jade Cargill and Naomi match. That may be the best women's feud on the whole roster right now.
Yeah, right as of right now, yeah.
And don't get me wrong, the Bianca Rhea stuff, which we still don't know what the format of that match is going to be at WrestleMania. But so I don't know, Matt. I'm hearing somebody's window in the background, or I don't know what it is. But anyway, it's no big deal. But next week,
how could it be me? My window's shut.
I don't know. It almost sounds like someone's getting messages on something. But anyway, it's no big deal, I guess. But just to let you all know, on WrestleMania weekend, Easter weekend, we will not have a show. So tune in next week on the podcast. We'll be going over our WrestleMania 41 predictions. So our official predictions portion of the show will be next week. So you got that to look forward to as well. So any other quick thoughts in 56 seconds on WrestleMania?
No, other than there's a bunch of matches I'm looking forward to.
Go Cody Rhodes.
Go Cody Rhodes. Yeah, and I would talk more about Cody and Cena this week. We've kind of seen the same thing out of him a little bit this week. I mean, Cody did give Cena a what's he call his finishing maneuver?
Crossroads.
Crossroads. Thank you. So he did give him that after a good verbal battle that included multiple references from Vince McMahon to Tony Khan and AEW to Dusty Rhodes. There was a bunch of good verbal jabs being thrown back and forth. But we'll talk about more about what they do, and hopefully. I don't know if we'll see Cena again before WrestleMania. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
We may see him. Probably won't see him again until April 20th. I'm guessing when the whole thing happens. So yeah, there's that. All right. So with that being down, let's get into the other wrestling portion of this show, and that is of course AEW. AEW, the other big company, has a pay-per-view coming up this week. Let's see here if I can get all this ready to roll here. All right. So Athena officially debuted, I guess you could say, or returned to AEW last week on Collision. And to be fully transparent here, I'm a bit behind on AEW. I haven't watched last week's Dynamite, or last week's Collision, or tonight's for sure. But so hopefully by the pay-per-view tomorrow night, I'll be a little more up to speed here. But it's just kind of nice to see Athena come back in here. We've been talking about her potentially being the one to dethrone or at least finally put a loss on Mercedes Moné. Now, at least for now, it appears like they're holding off on putting Athena over Mercedes right away. We were concerned that maybe they would have her go up against Mercedes at AEW Dynasty, but because Mercedes Moné is locked into an Owen Hart Cup tournament matchup with Julia Hart tomorrow night at AEW Dynasty, it appears, at least for now, they're holding off on the Athena match. So if they're smart, they'll hold off on the Athena match till AEW All In, their biggest show of the year. So yeah, in my opinion, I think that is the right call if they do so. But
because it wouldn't make no sense for her to wrestle and beat her, and then what's the point now?
Yeah, and I don't know if Athena is in the Owen Hart Cup tournament bracket on the women's side or not. That may end up being your finals. If that's the case, okay. And the winner, if they go by last year, will have a title match at All In. So at least then there'd be some more stakes to it. But I just think the title match, it would almost make more sense. Of course, it would be for a world title. Athena would probably go for that if she won a tournament. But either way, I think Athena and Mercedes is the best match to hold off on, in my opinion. Make it count, Yep. But as for the rest of the show, you got Jon Moxley defending the AEW World Championship against Swerve Strickland, an AEW International Championship three-way match with Ricochet, Kenny Omega, and Speedball Mike Bailey. Toni Storm defending her AEW Women's World Championship against Megan Bayne. Daniel Garcia putting up his TNT Championship against Adam Cole in a no time limit, no outside interference match. We got Will Ospreay facing off against Kevin Wright in an Owen Hart Cup tournament quarterfinal. We mentioned Mercedes Monet and Julia Hart. We got Kyle Fletcher versus Mark Briscoe in a tournament quarterfinal. We got the Hurt Syndicate versus Big Bill and Brian Keith for the AEW World Tag Team Championship. Chris Jericho, I think, will be facing Bandito. I don't think that match is official just yet for the Ring of Honor World Championship. It'll be title versus mask, according to this anyway. And, of course, we got the AEW Trios titles, Death Riders versus Rated FTR with Copeland and FTR there. So, decent card on paper. Some people probably complain about maybe the storylines going into it. But at the same time, I'm sure these matches are going to deliver at least. So your thoughts on this? Who do you think is going to win?
Strickland should win.
Yes. Adam Cole, too, in my opinion. I love Daniel Garcia, but Adam Cole needs this right now. Yeah.
Strickland should win. Ricochet should win. Obviously, what's her name? Toni Storm's going to win. You're right. Cole should win. There's no way that Will Ospreay is losing to this guy.
Yeah, he debuted. I don't know much about Kevin Knight.
Nobody does. That's why I don't understand why Kevin Knight's there, but it is what
Maybe
it is.
they explained it on the broadcast. We'll have to go back and watch. But either way, I'm sure it'll be a fun match.
Julia Hart loses.
Mm-hmm. You would think so? Unless, what if Athena screws Mercedes in this match? Take her out of the tournament.
Maybe.
I mean, that's just a theory.
Yeah. Briscoe should win, but there's no way he's winning against Kyle Fletcher. The Hurt Syndicate is not losing, and it'd be dumb if they
lost. You're right on that one. It's not the time, especially against
I hope to God that Chris Jericho is not beating Bandito.
To take off his mask?
Yeah, don't do that.
Well, it'd be a good time, I think, for Jericho to relinquish the Ring of Honor World title.
Yeah.
It's not like he really needs it. I know it helps the brand a bit, but it's not necessary.
Look, the Death Riders, it is what it is.
Now, the thing with the Rated FTR thing, though, against the Death Riders, though, is Rated FTR's got this dissension in the ranks right now, with Dash Harwood and Copeland especially. So that may be their falling or undoing there, as it were. Yeah. So, I can see the Death Riders retaining. But, after Moxley, if he loses the title here, the Death Riders probably, I don't know if it's they're long for this company right now. Well, I mean, they'll be in the company, but not in the storyline as a group, probably, because that storyline's kind of sailed. So, I mean, as always, I think AEW, they deliver the most when it comes to their pay-per-views. So no doubt this show will be entertaining and fun to watch, no doubt. I was definitely curious to see where they may be going heading into their bigger shows of the year, especially All In. Swerve maybe obviously will probably be facing the winner of the Owen Hart Cup tournament on the men's side. And a lot of people feel like it may be Ospreay versus Swerve for the world title. Obviously Kenny Omega and Kazuchika Okada has been teased for All In as well. And obviously if they do Athena and Mercedes and Toni Storm, I don't know who her opponent would be. Maybe she'll get the winner of the women's tournament brackets here for the Owen Hart Cup. So there's a lot of possibilities there. I guess going forward, they got some long-term booking plans from the looks of it. Megan Bayne, I mean, they've been booking her like they did Jade Cargill when she first got there, like totally dominant. I just don't know if I see her winning the world title off of Toni Storm right now, personally. You got a theory on that one, or you think that Toni retains?
Yeah, Toni's gonna retain. She is one of the best women right now and has the most solid storyline in the whole company. Like, her storyline with her character is the best thing going. Like, it's hilarious also, but it has so many ups and downs in that one. This whole thing with Megan Bayne, but no, I don't think they're going to put that title on her.
It just feels too early for it,
Yeah, but
winning one of Monet's.
Now she did pin Toni Storm in a tag match a couple weeks ago to kind of build the relevancy of this, I think. I think Toni will overcome the odds in the end of this, and she'll retain as well.
This whole Chris Jericho thing, though, like
a lot of people are over Jericho right now, but I agree with our buddy Nate at work. Everybody was chanting at Jericho, retire, give it up. I think Jericho, after his 30-plus year career, has earned the right to call it quits when he wants to call it quits.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? But I understand. I do.
Ric Flair things either. Or, hell, even with Sting, he got later on, a lot of his, like the big high-end matches he had, they were, what was it, those cinematic matches? I was not a fan of those. Mm-hmm. And I get why, because Sting's in his 60s. Like, you can't, but when he did bump, he bumped. You know what I mean?
True, too.
But it's just like with this Jericho thing, I'm glad that Bill is finally getting some traction, because I think Big Bill, Big Cass, whatever you want to call him, I enjoyed him, and he's a hell of a wrestler, especially for a guy his size. So working with Chris was a good thing for him, but I think it's time to separate that shit and let them go off on their own. But like this whole thing with the luchadors and their mask shit right now is
which they've been doing a lot of, especially with Jericho. He even unmasked his brother, Bandito's brother, a couple weeks ago. So
like that, like
Now, don't to be fair, WWE's been doing a little bit of that as well with some of their luchadors. There was a guy who got unmasked last week, I believe, and he covered it up. I can't remember who it was on SmackDown.
You're right.
Somebody did do it, but I mean, again, that's kind of a typical luchador trope. You know, you take the mask off, they cover up real quick, you get the quick win, whatever it might be.
Whose mask was it? Ray's. It fell off. It didn't get it came undone in a match, and like it just
was it Dragon Lee's? I think it was Dragon Lee's.
Dragon Lee's,
yeah, maybe possibly. So there's rumors going around this week that he might have got fired too, which I think was fake, and things like that. But speaking of that too, I mean, there's also rumors that Mariah May end up in WWE too at some point because because she's been posting a lot of things. I mean, she's been doing it for a long time about her deep appreciation and love for Triple H. So I don't know. I mean, obviously she's taking time off now because that storyline with Tony Storm was wrapped up. So we could see her in WWE as well.
Baker got released too.
Did she really? I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I gotta pull it up.
Okay, yeah. If you find that, by all means, send it to me. I had not heard that one. Well. Actually, now that you mention it, maybe they did. So yeah, I'm not sure how. I saw it somewhere. So yeah, you might be right. So I'm not sure, but either way, like I said, Dynasty will be a fun show as always. AEW does a pretty good job with their pay-per-views as always. So yeah, so that'll do it for wrestling this week for sure. So yeah. Any luck on the Britt Baker thing? No,
I'm looking. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Just kind of killing a little time there, but trying to figure out what's up next here. Yeah, well, before we move into movies, that'll be the next topic.
AEW definitely. This is just my opinion. They need to step up their storytelling. There's a lot of people
would agree with you on that.
It's a lot less than WWE.
Well, here's the thing.
Before you talk. For a non-wrestling fan like myself, I am more interested in watching WWE storyline than I am watching AEW.
Well, see, that's the dichotomy between the two companies. Yeah. One is more story drama related. And don't get me wrong, WWE's doing a much better job of focusing on the pro wrestling side of it too. Yeah. But AEW is definitely more upon the athleticism, pro wrestling side of it. They could definitely step up their storyline game to make it a more well-rounded, complete company. But right now, WWE's got the edge there.
And that's the double-edged sword there because AEW is so reliant on the wrestling, and that's why you have all these damn high spots. But that also comes with the downfall. Because that's injures your injury rate and all that other shit. But then it also puts you in a situation where you do spots again, like the bat and the spike situation, because you have to keep one upping it. If that's your motivation, if that's your driving force, is your entertainment value as far as your shock value or your quick pops. That's the type of shit you got to do to maintain that shit. And it's like if you had the story foundation behind it, the wrestling doesn't necessarily take a back seat, but it's not always has to be this over the top thing. You can build in these stories with slow burns and big payoffs to have these big crazy spots in, and then it feels more impactful and weighty. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. So like you're right. In the wrestling aspect of it, these guys go out there no matter what. Listen, if you can't do a fucking suplex, don't criticize somebody when they do one. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But the storytelling would also help carry on further those crazy spots and those big moments. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I hear you. All right, well, let's move on from pro wrestling this week, and let's get into the movie news. We've got a crap ton of movie news, and I usually talk, I don't normally bury the lead on that one. I usually say we got a lot of news. We got a crap ton because CinemaCon this week, so let's get into it. All right, so as I mentioned, CinemaCon took place this week, and it's a yearly convention where movie studios present their upcoming movies and plans to theater chains and distributors. And we got a ton of news that came out of this convention. And off the top, as I reset the timer here, we got the official title for the next Tom Holland Spider-Man film in the MCU, and the new title is officially called Brand New Day, Spider-Man Brand New Day, and that film will release on July 31st, 2026, next year. And of course, we got the official logo for the new title as well. And if you compare that to the other 3 logos that were in the MCU when they first were announced as well, it's a little bit of a different design, but at the same time, kind of the same when it comes to the font at the bottom. So yeah, a little bit of the same, a little bit something new there. And Tom Holland himself was asked about the new title, the new film Spider-Man 4, and he said it's, quote, a fresh start. That's all I can say right now, which makes a lot of sense with the way that Spider-Man No Way Home ended, with everybody forgetting who Spider-Man was and his alter ego of Peter Parker. They will remember Spider-Man but not Peter Parker, so it makes sense in story for this to kind of be a new fresh start for the character. And with the announcement of Spider-Man Brand New Day, we now have a 7 project release schedule for 2026 for the MCU. So after this year's 9 projects, we've got 7 next year, with the potential of maybe another movie added come November. They do have a release date right now for an untitled film. We'll have to wait and see. But with Doomsday obviously being the headliner next year with all the Avengers, X-Men, and Wakandans and everything and all that in that movie, Spider-Man will take place in between that and Secret Wars, and we may even get another movie or 2 to kind of tie the 2 Avengers films together. So with that being said, what are your thoughts on the new title for Spider-Man Brand New Day with Tom Holland?
I'm excited to see it. I'm glad to see, excited to see where we're going from where we left off in the last one.
Right.
I'm interested to see if we're going to bring in, Miles, even if it's at the end, for one of those, after credit scenes.
Right.
But yeah, I'm stoked for it. And I like Tom Holland as Spider-Man.
I actually heard a very interesting theory. If this happens, it's going to blow everybody's mind. You remember that big reveal in Spider-Man Homecoming where he ended up dating this girl and the father was Vulture? And everybody was, when he opened that door, was like, oh my God, it's it's him. He's the dad, right? I heard a theory that since, obviously his friends no longer remember that Spider-Man is Peter Parker, and he didn't tell his friends at the end of No Way Home that who he was and all that stuff, didn't tell them the truth. There's rumors going around that they are actually looking to recast Harry Osborn for the MCU. And if that ends up being the case, maybe he becomes like his best friend in college. And they end up hanging out and having a great time, becoming real close friends. And then at one point, Harry Osborn looks at Peter and says, hey, man, I want to introduce you to this girl I've been seeing. And then in walks MJ. And Harry's dating MJ. Kind of a little bit of a throwback to the Spider-Man 1 with Tobey Maguire, but in this case, a little bit different wrinkle in it, because obviously she doesn't remember Peter Parker. So what would that do to his psyche if that ends up being the case?
Man.
So that would, but again, this movie does take place, and as far as we know, there's rumors out there that it may take place during Doomsday, and Tom Holland may not make an appearance in Doomsday, so it might happen at the same time. If that's the case, you don't have to worry about all this multiversal stuff and just do a grounded story like that. But if it takes place after Doomsday, there may be more multiverse stuff, worlds colliding things that maybe they don't actually focus on the Spider-Man aspect. We'll have to wait and see what they do. But I don't know.
I'm interested to see what, in that theory you just said, I'm interested to see what Harry Osborn you get.
Well, that'd be interesting too.
I mean, because there's 2 versions of Harry Osborn that I have seen.
Okay.
3 counting the game.
I don't like the Amazing Spider-Man 2's version. I thought that was rushed and overly convoluted.
I'm not giving my opinion. I'm just saying I've seen multiple versions.
Right.
So we'll see.
Well, in the Spider-Verse, there's multiple versions of a lot of characters. Let's be honest at this point.
I guarantee you it's not Andrew Garfield's version of Harry Osborn.
If the Doomsday, if this movie doesn't take place after Doomsday, I don't think you see Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield in this. Maybe you will in Secret Wars, but in this, probably not. Now, obviously, if it's
I'm
not
talking about the Harry Osborn villain style.
Actually, I think
you're probably not going to get the Green Goblin out of him.
Oh, well, the Goblin stuff I think is actually going to be Ned, because remember, they don't remember Peter, and Ned was even teasing in No Way Home, "Yo, man, I'll never become a villain against you, man." The other 2 Peter Parkers, right? And then of course he started to learn to do the portal, the magic stuff, right? So they've already laid the seeds for Ned becoming Hobgoblin potentially in this. And if he don't remember who Spider-Man is, he don't remember Peter, and then maybe he finds out that Peter lied to him this whole time. I mean, it's right there. You know what I mean? So this is very intriguing to me, and I think it's got a lot of storyline potential. So, any other thoughts?
No, other than I want to see it. So,
and the fact that he said it's a fresh start for the character, brand new day sounds apropos for a and apparently it is a comic book storyline. A lot of people feel like it's the worst comic book storyline, but they may not be adapting that. It just may be a title they picked from the comics and putting it here, and they're going to put their own spin on it. So I wouldn't worry too much about that just yet. But yeah, the things I mentioned here could very well make for a good movie. So I'm looking forward to that. This movie may actually get, they did not push it back to maybe later in 2026 because obviously Doomsday comes out like 3 months before that. So I can see them maybe doing that. But
don't rush it.
Well, yeah, I don't want them to rush it, but at the same time too, they want to get this out as fast as possible before Secret Wars 2. So they want to get it out, and they've been working on it longer than a lot of people think. So yeah, so there's that. So that'll be pretty fun to watch come next year. So yeah, we also got a few other movie news items I thought we'd talk about quite a bit actually. Like I said, let's see here if I can pull this up. Take a second here. So yeah, we got a bunch of movie trailers. So let's watch a few of these here. The first one I thought we'd talk about is, of course, we got Karate Kid Legends released a trailer at CinemaCon this week. So let's take a look at that real quick and let you guys know what we think about it. Here we go. Karate Kid Legends.
You want to talk about it?
My mom wants us to leave everything behind.
Sometimes it is the only way to move forward.
You come to America. New rules. New school. No fighting. You make any friends?
Yeah, I did. One.
What's his name?
Mia?
You study karate or something?
Kung Fu. Used to. I don't do any of that anymore.
Yeah, you're clearly over it.
Who's your friend?
Connor, don't start.
You really want to do this?
You can't step to guys like him. He wins the 5 boroughs every year. Biggest tournament in the city.
In life, you have only one decision. Is it worth fighting for it or not?
So we're just supposed to let him fight. So that he can end up like
Rochelle Yeoh's a badass.
So that he
I'm
does
sorry,
not
Ming Na Wen.
end up
I always
like
get those
his brother.
confused.
Lee means to me what you meant to Sensei Miyagi. I want Lee to learn Miyagi karate.
I'm sorry, Mr. Han. I wish I could help you.
You will.
I'm not coming to New York.
I will see you in the Big Apple. Sensei LaRusso.
Let's make a Karate Kid.
You have a foundation of Kung Fu.
We're going to build upon that with karate.
Ancient way.
Miyagi way. There's 2 of them.
Focus!
This represents the
Oh,
history between the 2 families. 2 branches, 1 tree. This is why I came to train you. Remember what you're fighting for.
When you understand that, you'll be ready.
I was born in the struggle, born to survive.
All right, so I kind of wish Mike was on the show tonight because he's big into the whole Cobra Kai series and stuff too, and he says it feels like the movie's going to pick up after that series, so I need to get caught up on that before May 16th, I believe. Yeah, so quick thoughts on this. I miss Jackie Chan movies from back in the day. I don't know about you.
Yeah, man, it's weird seeing him old. Like I watched this man get run over by a hovercraft, broke his leg, and fight.
That's probably the least of his injuries, to be honest.
Rumble in the Bronx when he jumped from one fire escape to the other, he broke his leg. Finished the movie, by the way.
Yeah.
Like I miss Jackie Chan movies. So yeah, it's like, man, he's old. Jesus.
Part of me wonders if they kind of make it up his hair to make him look a little older here, like a Mr. Miyagi.
Maybe,
So I'm not sure.
maybe.
I'm not sure, but either way, yeah, good reference to Mr. Miyagi too, which I hear they referenced at the end of Cobra Kai as well. So and I heard that was very well done.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I like how they're taking what I thought was like two universes, but they almost sound like it's the same universe, but two different families or something coming together here, kind of bridging the universes together. So yeah, what's up, man?
I was skeptical as all get out when I heard this was coming. I thought this movie was going to suck. I mean, I really thought I really wasn't even going to give it a fighting chance. And then this trailer comes out, and I'm like, okay, maybe it might be pretty good.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I think it's got potential. Like I said, I got to get caught up on some of the other stuff. But
this is another movie that I'm putting in the category of I will probably go see this year.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I don't know if it'll be one I check out in theaters right now, but at the same time, it's definitely something I would like to check out once I see the series.
I would love to go see it at the drive-in. That would be an awesome.
Hey, by the way, our local drive-in's been doing a lot of renovations over there. So, what I understand, they're at top notch right now as it goes for drive-ins that are still in existence.
Yeah,
so, which again, we got to do sometime. We've not done that. I don't know if we've ever done that together. It'd be something to do as a group or something.
Not a movie, but didn't we go to that concert?
Yeah, we went to a concert there, or it's like during COVID. It was like a screen concert that they put on the big screen. So yeah,
who was that? Kane Brown.
It was a country thing.
Yeah, it was Kane Brown and something else.
Did you guys go to Florida Georgia Line?
No, not
okay.
No.
I went to Florida Georgia Line there, and they still owe me $40.
Why do they owe you $40?
Because they said that there was a concert there, and it was on the TV.
Oh, was it not? It was just like on the radio or something.
It's a virtual concert, and I wanted my money back.
Oh, you thought it was a real concert? It ended up being on the big screen. That's what drive-ins do, man.
I still on the drive-in screen. Shut up.
Come on, man.
Wait, Miranda, which one did we go to? Was that
we the only one that's in town here.
Yeah.
But that's the one that they've done a bunch of, and we haven't been there since they've done the renovations. They got a whole new screen, whole new projector system, like a marquee on the outside where they put the names of the movies and stuff. So yeah, they've been putting some money into it. I don't know if it's under new ownership or what. So yeah, I definitely recommend the Holiday Drive-In if you're ever in the Bloomington area here in Indiana, for certain, no doubt about it. Keep them going because they offer a good service over there, no doubt about it. So yeah, any final thoughts on Karate Kid?
It looks good.
It makes me nostalgic to want to go see old Jackie Chan movies, no doubt about that. For certain. So yeah, Matt, before we move on, what was you gesturing to your watch for?
The clock was running while the video was playing.
I wanted it to.
Yeah. I didn't know that you were planning on doing that. It's okay.
10 minutes for the topic of Karate Kid.
I didn't know that you were doing 10 minutes during the video. I'm sorry.
Oh, you thought I'd wait till after? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
If the trailer's not overly long, like I don't think I will here in a minute. But if there's like 2 minutes, it'll give us 8 minutes to talk about it. That's plenty of time.
Right,
so yeah,
cool.
No doubt about that.
Next topic.
Next topic. All right. So we also got some more trailers. Like I said, it was a busy week for movies, so I apologize for all the movie news. But some people like that sort of thing. Matt might be interested in this more than everybody else on the panel right now. But Star Wars has released a trailer for their upcoming short videos coming to Disney Plus. So let's take a look at the trailer for Tales of the Underworld.
Just do as I say. Never can be too cautious with strangers out here. Then again, you're no stranger, Lady Ventress.
We got a problem here. Just saw him right in.
And I'm full with you. I love this character. Cad Bane's outstanding.
What's the situation?
He was your best friend.
Things have changed. You took everything from me.
Who are you?
I was Count Dooku's lead assassin. I don't want that life anymore.
Ooh. Nice little standoff.
Bane, no one needs to die.
get them.
You're gonna pay for what you did. This revenge, I hope it was worth it. It will be.
So pretty much every year for the last few years, we've got these Star Wars animated shorts on Disney Plus. The first season was Tales of the Jedi. Then we got Tales of the Empire last season, and this year we're getting Tales of the Underworld, more along the bounty hunter aspect of things. And if you're not a fan of the Clone Wars cartoons, you may not know much about who these two characters are, because Asajj Ventress obviously was a big staple as kind of an apprentice type figure under Count Dooku, and then of course Cad Bane kind of helped raise up Boba Fett a little bit as well. For you Star Wars nerds out there, may know those references. But yeah, I'm interested to see this, mostly because we're going to find out more about Asajj Ventress, maybe what's happening with her after she returned to the Bad Batch, which we still kind of got no explanation how she survived following her death at the hands of Count Dooku in the novel Dark Disciple, so which we still not got an explanation on that yet. And this series is going to explore the origins of Cad Bane a little bit here. This will be the beginning of his story. So again, they kind of take place a little bit all over the timeline, but they do make a little sense, kind of adding some context to certain characters in the Star Wars universe. So Matt, thoughts on this? I know you're a big Clone Wars guy.
Yes, I am.
Some of the best Star Wars content is animated nowadays. I wish the live action lived up to the animated stuff. I'm not gonna lie.
I think it will. This is what I think Disney's doing. I think Disney's kind of trolling us along a little bit with Star Wars, because I think Andor in this series, what they're trying to give you, I think they're trying to give their fan base a false impression that Star Wars is dead. And I don't think it is.
I hope not. As I mentioned on one of my Facebook posts, I said it's been 7 years since their last film. So yeah.
But I commented on it just being a troll. I'm saying you mentioned the other day that they need to increase what they're doing. I don't think they need to, because the MCU is doing so well. And
it's been a bit of a down moment for the MCU at the moment.
It's been a down.
They're hopefully getting that turned around.
But they're doing it. They're going in the right direction. And I think what they're going to do is they're slowly ramping up Star Wars stuff.
I hope.
And you know what? I really want to see this so bad. And I really hope we get this. If they make another Star Wars film,
which they are, Mandalorian and Grogu's next.
Okay. In the chronological order, the main
you're talking like another trilogy type thing?
In the Skywalker trilogy.
Okay, as in where?
You could so easily make Rey a Sith.
Well, you could. I mean, they kind of hinted at it a little bit. But then that totally negates the whole episode 9 thing about how you didn't give in to your Palpatine name.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I mean, you could do an arc on that, I guess, if you wanted to.
You also, if you watch the 7th film, you can get everything that happened in the 6th film.
Not really.
Most.
Some people thought the 8th film did, but I wouldn't say that. But anyway.
But that has nothing to do with what that trailer was about.
No.
That trailer, I thought Ventress was cool. I love Cad Bane. Anything with Bane in it, they need to keep doing. Because
I hope he survived Book of Boba Fett too, personally. But
I was very upset. But
there's a little blinky light that maybe gave hope that maybe he's still alive in that. So
yeah.
We'll see.
Let me tell you something. Cad Bane is one of those characters that he just doesn't care.
No.
About anything. And Ventress is kind of the same way.
Well, a little bit. She's more not good or bad. She's kind of in the middle there, doing her own thing as a bounty hunter and stuff like that. After all,
and that's kind of how Boba Fett was too.
Kind of,
really,
a little bit.
Really?
Whoever could pay him.
Boba Fett and Han Solo's story are kind of.
Yeah, Boba Fett was a mercenary or a bounty hunter by all means of the word, bounty hunter.
Yeah,
it was the highest.
Mandalorian.
If he worked for somebody, but he would see the end of the contract because once he takes the contract, he takes the contract.
Yeah, he got labeled a bad guy because he worked for the Empire. They paid him the bounty. So, I mean, but that doesn't necessarily make him a bad character.
The difference between Cad Bane and Boba Fett is that Boba Fett would just take the bounty. Cad Bane does it because he's good at it.
Right,
and
right.
he enjoys the killing that comes along with the process.
Right. Now, I want to move on a little bit here to the schedule here. You mentioned Star Wars that need to ramp up. Now, Star Wars Celebration takes place in Japan on April 19th, or I'm sorry, 18th through the 20th. It's Easter weekend. So we are going to hopefully get more Star Wars news coming out of that celebration.
I hope so.
Now, right now, all we have on the slate is Andor Season 2, which is good. Don't get me wrong. Coming out at the end of April. Then we've got some shorts from Tales of the Underworld on May 4th. We got a video game DLC, some more shorts at the end sometime this year. And then next year, we get the first movie in 7 years, as I mentioned, since Rise of Skywalker. It shouldn't take you 7 years to figure out your next movie plan. And the reason why I say they should probably do more, obviously, Ahsoka's filming too. We'll get that maybe into 2026. We'll have to wait and see. But after that, 2026 with the series and a movie, I'd like to get more announcements and celebration about what is the future of this franchise. Because yeah, some shorts are great, but they don't last long. And 6 months or more in between productions or, new series or films feels like, you're not really trying hard as a studio. Part of that I put at the feet of Kathleen Kennedy. Part of it is the backlash they've gotten over some of the woke nonsense they put in, especially in Tales of the Empire last year, had to do the they, them pronouns, things like that. So that stuff needs to stop. Marvel's kind of putting a kibosh on that. Hopefully Star Wars will get that memo as well. And again, just kind of ramp. You don't have to do a whole lot of stuff every year, like maybe a series or a couple movies or a movie and a couple series. But 7 years between films, and maybe you're getting a series once every 18 months. It's kind of like, or in this case, and then it'd be about 18 months with Ahsoka. So it's like, I just want a little bit more. That's just my personal opinion. Any thoughts on that?
Eric, I do want to know your opinion on Tales of the Empire. I was very disappointed in Tales of the Empire. First
Tales of the Jedi was better. Yes.
I was really hoping that it would be like, they would show you like, well, I thought I was going to get an Andor.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like this messed up story with Barriss Offee.
Well, I like the fact that they at least gave us answers about where Barriss Offee is going or what happened to her, but kind of the end point wasn't the greatest for sure. I like that she became an Inquisitor.
Yeah, that's the other thing that I really enjoyed, the tales that surround the Inquisitors.
Mm-hmm.
Because nobody shows you that. They don't talk about that stuff.
Well, it's supposed to be kind of shrouded a bit in mystery, too. They've given more information than you might think. It's just kind of sporadic here and there. You got to put the pieces together a little bit. So I'll give them a little credit there. But yeah, some of the stuff they've been trying to do, trying to push certain agendas and things in some of the series, and that stuff needs to stop. And I hope they ended up doing that, because that is kind of what ruined it for me personally. Brandon, any thoughts? I know you're not a big Star Wars guy, but in 19 seconds. But
I mean, I watch it. That looked cool.
Oh, those are short too, because they're only like 10 minutes a piece tops, and they're gonna be like cool, 6 of them. So that's not bad. You can watch it in an hour, binge them, little things. But other than that, So hey, look at that. Oop, got to the end there. So yeah, I got a chance to use my buzzer. All right. So let's move on to the next topic here. We're sorry, I didn't mean to keep Miranda down there. I didn't see her come back. But anyway, good to have you back, Miranda. Let's get into the next trailer. This one I won't put the timer on just because it's a little longer than a couple minutes. But we got an official 5-minute sneak peek at the upcoming Superman film, giving us a 5-minute scene. Our first look at the upcoming film directed by James Gunn. So I thought we'd take a look at that real quick. And I want to get your guys' thoughts on the new upcoming DC project. Ice. Boom.
That was a rough ass landing.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of this in the first trailer.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
But they're going to expand on the scene, I think.
This begs the question: what whooped Superman's ass?
That's a good point. Yeah, I want to know who did this.
There's only 2 things I know of that could have fucked him up.
Kryptonite being involved.
No, one of them, Kryptonite's not involved.
Yeah,
well,
maybe
2
not.
of them. Kryptonite.
Okay.
You got Zod and you got Doomsday.
Yeah, and I don't think either one's in this film.
So what the fuck beat his ass?
A lot of rumors going around that maybe Lex Luthor is like creating kaijus and potentially cloning Superman. Maybe that's a potential possibility. We'll have to wait and see. Crypto
hauling ass. That's crazy work. That's crazy. That's some shit Loki would do.
Exactly. It's a real dog reaction, right? Seeing its master. He wants to play. And now he realizes something's wrong. I'll kiss you. It'll make it better. Come on, get there. You chaos dog. There you go, buddy.
Jesus.
And I like how he's not like just flying with him. He's gentle with him as best he can.
Fortress of Solitude.
I like how it puts in front of the crowd like that, though. So it's kind of hidden. Hey, Brendan, you can enter.
Superman!
A lot of people are saying the robots are straight out of the comics.
Yeah, I believe so.
They've never really done that in the movies before that I'm aware of. And Kelex a little bit.
No need to thank us, sir, as we will not appreciate it. We have no consciousness whatsoever. Merely automatons here to serve. Meet 12. She's new.
He looked at me.
14 fractured bones.
Bad girl.
Damage to bladder, kidney, large intestine, lungs.
Someone
healthy
whooped his
dose of
butt.
yellow sun will have you up and at him in no time.
Oh, cool. Rotates even.
Level 4? 292 times Saharan Prime, please, one.
Oh, I like the music too.
He's back.
There's a kaiju. Yeah, I think a lot of this is the footage from the first trailer, but still worth rewatching. I like it.
Superman.
I like that revolver. There you go, Brandon.
Guy Garden.
Nice new logo. That's cool. So yeah, so thoughts on the crypto stuff, and obviously the stuff there, you know, the scene part of it. That's not as big as I thought it would be. That's what she said. Anyway, so yeah, but yeah, so Superman. Yeah, so I'm liking what I'm seeing so far because this is not nearly as dark and dour as nothing against the Henry Cavill stuff. I liked Henry Cavill's Superman. I even liked the DCEU for the most part. It obviously had its storyline issues, no doubt about it. And obviously fans weren't enjoyed it. They thought it was a little too dark and brooding for their taste in some aspects, especially with a character like Superman. This is clearly not that. This is going to be more bright, joyful, hopeful. And obviously you add a character like Crypto to the mix, which is going to be kind of a little bit where some of the comedy comes from that James Gunn likes to introduce, like in his Guardians film. So quick thoughts on this as a DC fan?
Yeah, I mean, I see it. It looks cool. It really does. And it does look like, you know, a more lighter not so dark and dreary. Which again, that was the distinct contrast between in the DC world was Metropolis is always this bright, colorful city, and then you have the juxtaposition of that is Gotham, this dark, miserable place. So
I can't wait to see what his Metropolis looks like. Because he's talked about that, exactly what you're saying, about how they want to be able to create these different places, like, you know, Star City and things like that. They're all different, he said. So he said it'll be fun to explore that as a character on its own in this new universe. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah,
Brandon, what do you think? It comes out on our anniversary.
I know what someone's doing for their date night.
I ain't going to see a movie on our anniversary.
What about the day after? That is a Friday, so maybe go on Saturday or something. Yeah, I think it's a Friday.
But it does look good though.
Yeah, there was reports this week too. Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
I'm not really I never really have been a big DC guy, but I have to admit I like that they're bringing kind of a classic feel to Superman, and I think you should. Brandon, what do you feel about
the crypto the dog scene though? Like Miranda, we know firsthand. Anytime you're feeling bad in this house, if you don't feel good, Loki is the first thing to jump on you.
Yeah.
And shove his way.
It's probably going to be the only thing I like about the movie because Superman, it's kind of like Dallas Cowboys and CM Punk to me. I don't like Superman.
Well, and there's a reason why a lot of people don't like him. They feel like he's so overpowered, it's hard to relate to him as a character. Yes. But that's the thing I love about this trailer, this stuff that they're showing you. They're showing you from the get-go, he could be hurt. He could be vulnerable. And that's something that a lot of people have not portrayed Superman as in previous iterations. So
you're 100% correct. I mean,
I hope they lean into that more. Yeah.
Whoever whooped his ass, they put a beating on him. Like you heard his injuries. He had 14 broken bones, damaged large intestines. Like whatever did that to him beat his ass. And like again, there's not many things in the universe that could really whoop Superman's ass, unless you, like I said before, if you're going to stay true to it in his weaknesses. Guy Gardner could put a beating on him simply because of the ring. How Mr. Terrific, is that his name?
Yes, he's in the movie too. Yep,
he could. I mean,
Hawk Girl might be able to put.
Hawk Girl could do some damage to him because I believe is their weapon magical?
Thought so. I could be wrong.
That's what I was going to say.
And again, I would love for them to be a thing to where they explore that and because that is a legitimate weakness of Superman is magic.
Yeah, and they've never explored it. Now they may have any animated stuff, but not in the live action movie realm. They've never explained Superman being vulnerable to magic. It's like kryptonite is not the only thing that could hurt him.
Why again, Shazam and Black Adam, like Black Adam could be a real problem for Superman.
Real problem. Yeah.
Because his whole power set legitimately is the magic. It comes from him saying a magical word to get his power. There are literal wizards involved with Shazam.
Yeah.
So and
of course you had the Green Lantern stuff. I'm sure the rings, I guess you consider that magic. That would make him vulnerable to those, I think. But we're talking about the heroes mostly. We don't know exactly outside of Lex Luthor if there's a bigger threat here or if Luthor's created this thing. It's attacking, like I said, there's obviously kaijus and stuff, which again is straight out of the comics. But again, in the DC world, I'm not sure outside of the animated stuff. I don't think there's really been like monsters, like Godzilla type creatures.
No,
but they were in the comics. But that's why I'm excited about this iteration James guys are bringing, because it's places that they've never gone with DC that is straight out of the comics. But most people who've seen the movies and television shows outside of the animated stuff are like, well, that's not DC. They ain't got like kaijus and robots and stuff. Yes, they do. You've not seen it before. Yeah. So I'm hoping we get all that. Hopefully it'll bring DC up to greater heights that like Marvel is. But DC's just not tapped into that. It's Batman and a little bit of Superman without diving further into it. That's all they've really had success with. I'd like to see this become more.
I like that they're implementing other superheroes.
Lesser known ones too.
Because a lot of people think, oh, Superman, he's just going to be the main focus of this. No, you could put anything in there.
They've already got three other lesser known characters in there.
The fact that they went with Guy Gardner is also pretty dope.
Who they by the way confirmed this week will return in the Lanterns television show too, on top of the Hal Jordan and John Stewart. So the Lantern Corps is kind of forming a little bit there. So that's awesome. But
moving on.
Any other thoughts on Superman? Excited for the DCU?
I mean, like I said, I wouldn't mind seeing it. Obviously, we're not going to go see it on our anniversary. That's absurd.
I'll be going for you. Maybe not. It's not my anniversary. So just say it. That even got a smile on my head. I was like, so yeah, I'll be going. Maybe even the night before. I might go see it twice before you see it once.
Wow, that's crazy.
Because this movie to me, as much as I'm excited for the Marvel stuff and some other stuff coming out like Mission Impossible this year, this movie to me is the most anticipated movie of the year for me because there's so much writing on this movie, not just for DC, but Warner Brothers as a studio. Plus, just I want to see DC succeed so well that it becomes as popular as the Marvel Studios. I really think it has an opportunity.
Needs to hit on this movie.
Yeah, this is a make or break for DC. And from what I understand, there's some people who are criticizing, the big Henry Cavill fans who've already, or Snyder fans who've already determined they're going to hate this movie before they even go watch it. But there's also a lot of fans out there who are looking at this, loving the crypto stuff, saying this is more lighthearted like I wanted. So hopefully those people will show out and make this a success, and we can actually get some more fun DC. It doesn't all have to be fun. James Gunn is good at implementing serious stakes as well as the humor. I mean, just watch the Guardians for that. There were some dark moments, especially in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. So everybody who wants a little bit of that just needs to calm down. There'll be a good balance there. I have no doubt about it. So yeah. But last thing I thought we'd talk about, I wouldn't say last thing. I guess I lie. I full cap. But another trailer came out today to kind of wrap up CinemaCon, I guess. I'm not sure if it was actually at CinemaCon. But we got the first full trailer for Tron Ares coming out in October, the third film in the Tron series from Disney. So let's take a look at that real quick and let you guys know what we think about it. Here we go.
120 miles per hour, last seen heading northbound. Unit 12, acknowledging dispatch. Already in pursuit.
Okay, so we're going into the real world now. Okay.
Oh my God.
F the police. No, sorry.
That's wild.
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
That would be freaky.
Fuck yeah, it would be.
A lot of red.
Ready?
They're going to re-digitize Jeff Bridges, huh?
Because there's no going back.
Okay, little teaser. A lot of times, music done by 9 Inch Nails. Interesting.
Damn, 9 Inch Nails.
Yeah. A lot of times, Jared Leto's a bit of box office poison as of late.
Yeah, he's a lot of hit or miss.
Especially his Joker stuff. Not a big fan of it.
Yeah.
But then again, the other Joker with Joaquin Phoenix didn't do so well either. But
Tron is different.
Seeing this movie,
man.
What, Matt?
I will not be seeing this movie.
No, not really, huh? You were the one asking me about it before the show.
Yeah.
I figured you liked it.
I might. I mean, I don't know, because I liked the first Tron movie.
Mm-hmm. Man, that was a trip. I need to go back and watch both. I don't know if I've ever seen the first one all the way through. I like the second one at times. It had some story elements I didn't care for, but the visuals were cool.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea of at least this one bringing the third film. They're kind of merging the digital world with the real world.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little something different at least. And obviously, I know the Tron Cycle ride at Disney is a big hit with a lot of people who go to the park. But I don't know, maybe, like I said, it's worth checking out. I like to see more before I make a final judgment on it, I think. But I've always liked the cycles, and if they do some cycle fights and stuff, that was the best part of the second film, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
The light cycle battle. But so I don't know.
The first film was good enough for me.
I say
it's not for everyone.
It's not till October, so I'm sure we'll get more trailer then. But
I did not mind the second film.
I don't think
the music was great in the second film
until it got halfway through it.
It
Like,
kind of
was
slowed
like-
down after the light cycle battle. I'm
And
not gonna
then
lie
I
to you,
was
it did.
like, okay.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you on that. I really don't. It had its good and its bad. So much so it took them so long to make this third film. This has been a while since the last one. I think this first commenter said it took 15 years for the sequel to come out. I didn't realize it's been that long ago, but dang.
It's like all the hype that was around Fantastic Beasts, and everybody's like, "Oh yeah, Fantastic Beasts 2, it's the movie of the year. You better go see it." And I went and watched it, and I was like, "Man, I'm falling asleep through this movie."
And no disrespect to my sister, who was a big Harry Potter fan. You're welcome, by the way, sis. She was a big fan of the Fantastic Beasts stuff too, and I'm kind of with you, man. It wasn't my cup of tea. Harry Potter was great, but those three Fantastic Beasts movies just really.
The first one,
Johnny
was
Depp
good.
was pretty decent because I thought he did a good job.
The first one was good, and then the second one was like,
Yeah, I don't think I've seen the second one.
Well, then I know I never did watch the third one, but I know in the book Dumbledore ends up being gay. So again, they were kind of pushing this thing.
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of one of those things. I don't know how much the movies actually explored it. They kind of had little hints of it, but the third film may have brought it to fruition. I don't know.
Ends up being gay, and Snape ends up being black somehow. So
yeah, that's kind of the way it's going. I'm not gonna lie to you, but we digress on that one. But yeah, Tron, we'll see what happens with it. We'll hopefully see another trailer, see how that goes.
I'm rubbing my eyes.
Brandon's just Brandon. I just what? First of all, Harry thinks Snape's a suspicious character from the beginning. So I'm just saying, like, maybe
it's kind of fucked up.
Maybe making him black is not the best move.
Yeah, we talked about that. I believe it was last week. Yeah, they might want to rethink that with Warner Brothers. I mean, they literally hang Harry's father literally hangs Snape from a tree, and if you make Snape black, I'm just saying that's not a good look.
Not look well for
the only way, like we said, that may work is if Harry and his father are also black. I don't know. But
yes.
Let's calm down.
Maybe like you said, they probably need to rewrite that scene though. So
yeah,
we'll see what they do on that one. But that's a whole nother.
They're gonna rewrite a lot.
Leave that out of there.
We'll leave that out of that too. Another big piece of movie news before we get into the rapid fire. Miranda may actually like this one. We got some news this week from CinemaCon as well about the future of the John Wick franchise. John Wick is now a full-blown universe, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got on top of the ballerina, who already apparently has tentative plans for a sequel if that movie is successful, coming out, I believe, this June. We also now have official confirmation of John Wick 5. Keanu Reeves will return to the role, with Chad Stahelski returning to direct as well. A story has been decided upon, and it's unclear at this point, but that film may take place before John Wick 4. For those of you who've seen John Wick 4 know why. I don't want any spoilers here. Be quiet in case Miranda did not hear that spoiler that Matt put out last week. We also got a confirmation of a Kane spinoff starring Donnie Yen, the blind assassin. What did I say, Danny?
You said Donnie
Yen. The blind assassin, basically, from John Wick 4 is getting his own spinoff film, and he is also going to star and direct that movie. So it'll be good to see that. We're also going to be getting a Chad Stahelski, I believe, I don't know if he's directing it or what, but it's a television series called Under the Table. It will not feature John Wick, and it will take place after Chapter 4, but it will follow new characters. And a John Wick prequel animated film that John Wick will star in, with Keanu Reeves returning to voice the character. That will follow him during his time before the first film, killing all of his rivals in one night and winning his freedom. So that could be cool to see, kind of how everything started with John Wick. And then we're also looking at getting possibly a big budget AAA game for John Wick as well.
If we get a Hitman type for John Wick game.
Oh, dude.
I'm going to be a gamer.
Yes, movies.
As long as I can have the damn dog in the game too.
Oh, but you know it's going to. Well, I don't know. It depends on what it's taking.
It doesn't really go well for dogs.
Yeah, not in this universe. Yeah, so you may not want that part of it, but maybe it's during the time the dog's still alive, even though it wasn't very long.
Maybe it's the pit bull you got this time.
Yeah, maybe that's pretty possible. But when as we said before, John Wick started out as a new original idea, something fresh in Hollywood, and now it's become what everybody hates a lot of times. It's a full-blown franchise. It's good. It's good though.
But I look from 1 to 4 to me. I don't know what everybody else's opinion was, but from 1 to 4, I enjoyed all of those.
Yeah.
And the spinoffs in this sense makes sense. Ballerina is a perfect spinoff for what we saw in 3.
Yeah, 3. Yep.
It makes sense. Even Donnie Yen, Kane's character, I was way intrigued, especially what happens after 4. With him.
And not to spoil it, but the post-credit scene of 4 actually shows Kane and kind of where his story could go.
Yeah.
So they set that up even then.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And but Kane seemed like such a throwaway character. Like I assumed that scene they had where they was squabbling, it was going to be raps for Kane.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Great stuff, by the way.
And then it did the thing with the stairs, and I was like, oh, so this motherfucker's sticking around. And then how it ended, you were like, oh, so he's sticking around. But like I genuinely felt for him and his predicament. You know what I mean? Like the situation he was in. And it was kind of, if you think about it, it was like him and John were destined to pass at some fucking point. Because they're both fighting for freedom in a sense. One for,
a little bit different way, but yeah.
Other for freedom for, you know what I mean? So, yeah.
Now, the one thing that has not hit with a lot of moviegoer and televisions in the series yet so far, they did do a series called The Continental, which I think was only like 3 episodes.
Yeah,
a lot of people didn't care for that necessarily, but
we watched like 2 episodes.
I haven't seen it.
It was cool, but it wasn't the same because he really wasn't in it. Like he wasn't.
Well, that's the thing. Some of this he's not going to be in, but yeah,
but he's not supposed to be. But at the same time, like if you think about where
it's more about Winston, wasn't it?
Yes, but if you think about where 3 was with the whole Continental.
Well, and then some people wanted to crap on it anyway because Mel Gibson's also in it, which I actually liked.
He did fine, and
I heard he was just fine. So, but that may be part of the reason why some people didn't want to like it. But
why is everyone crapping?
And like
because he supports Trump.
Yeah, that and there's a lot of things. But yeah,
plus the guy who played the receptionist, I forget his freaking name, the actor.
Oh yeah, and we've already seen him in trailers for the Ballerina as well.
But he died. So
I don't know how much of this is reused footage or they shot it prior. I don't know, but obviously that's probably going to have to change eventually. But yeah, all this stuff does make sense from a storytelling aspect, which is the best part. So if they can continue to, I ain't gonna lie, when I walked out of John Wick 3, I believe, before 4, even I was like, how much farther can they take this?
Yeah.
But they've so far have proven me wrong and has done a good job of continuing this and having it all make sense.
Because John Wick movies are awesome.
Yeah, so far they are. And I
hope the action is top notch.
Yeah, as long as they keep that that momentum from that moving forward, I got no problem with that.
Eric, have you noticed you mentioned the Jay Leto cancer in box offices. Have you noticed the success in the Keanu Reeves box office?
He's been doing.
I mean, Reeves is doing great.
In
Yeah, he has. But I mean, this is kind of been his main focus as late. But even he's kind of said, "Well, I may be done a little bit here, whatnot. I may come back." He's kind of. I think a lot of it is because there's a lot of secrecy about what's going on right now without any spoilers. So they're trying to keep that mystery around it. Yeah. So I think that's a lot of it, really.
Yeah.
But he's done. But my point is when he's in those movies, they sell.
Yeah. And they obviously made a point to show him in the trailer for the Ballerina as well.
Man, that scene was crazy.
I don't expect him to be in the film a great deal, but it may be a substantial part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Probably towards the end when they run out of bodies and they're like, okay, fine.
We got to send him after her because no one else will get her. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, that's a good point. So
because that scene when he shows up on the train and he gets it's like, all right, well, shit just got real. Like,
and I'm not gonna lie to you. I think one of the most, and I'm looking forward to Kane and John Wick 5 clearly, and Ballerina. That animated prequel showing about how he broke away from at first and got out. I would like to see how that went down because it's been alluded to.
Affair. It's gonna be a bloody affair.
It's gonna be outstanding. So, and that's possibly why it's an animated form.
Yeah,
there's certain things you could do in animation you can't do in live action.
I'm gonna take these 10 seconds to let everybody know that my bracket no longer sucks. Okay, proceed.
Jesus Christ. Anyway.
I just seen a video of LeBron crying on the floor and nobody giving a shit.
Yeah,
exactly.
Was he wearing a maid's outfit?
Oh
no, not this time.
Too soon.
What I missed? What'd you just say? I missed something.
He
I was
wore
like,
the maid outfit.
Who was?
LeBron.
Oh, what? Oh, yeah. What was that about?
This is Halloween, dude.
Nitty party.
Was it? Oh, so we're off topic now. Well, it's fine. I'm done with this topic anyway. But
We're
yeah.
done with John Wick.
Wow, that's crazy. So yeah. So Aaron, since you jumped in, welcome, Aaron. Good to see you, by the way. With the Wilson stuff, which by the way, great joke, by the way. Love that you're sticking with it. There he is. The timer that you're seeing at the bottom of the screen. I thought we'd try something tonight to where we like. I've noticed like some topics we do, like wrestling in particular, will go on for an hour. So I thought with certain topics we'll do like a 10-minute timer to kind of move the show along, kind of keep it, moving along. That way it doesn't like stay on one thing for way too long. So yeah, so I thought with especially the movie topics, each one, it'll kind of help us kind of go a little further here. So yeah, hopefully that clears it up for you if you're able to hear me. Hopefully no response, so you'll see if you heard me or not. Yeah.
I hear you.
All right, sweet. So that's kind of what's going on with that. All right, so now let's move into the next portion here. Make sure I got the shut off. All right, so let's get into the rapid fire movie news. Let's do that. We'll get a bunch of them at one time here real quick. Okay, so like I said, CinemaCon gave us all sorts of news, so I wanted to at least touch on some of these real quickly here. We'll see if we can get these done in 10 minutes time. We may or may not. Let's see if that happens here. But let's start off here with this one. We'll start the timer right now. All right, so Acme versus Coyote versus Acme. It's a Warner Brothers animated live action hybrid Looney Tunes film, has officially been saved by Ketchup Entertainment for $50 million. They plan to release the film in theaters in 2026. Warner Brothers scrapped this film and used it as a tax write-off, which angered many fans online. That set the stage for petitions and protests to release the film to occur. The fans won this round, so just like with Sonic the Hedgehog, when the studio fixed that ugly CGI Sonic design, fans better show up for and buy tickets to this film to say thanks to Ketchup Entertainment in 2026. So yeah, any thoughts on that one real quick?
Hey, I like Wile E. Coyote. All right, yeah, he got shit on by the Roadrunner all the time. All right, but you know what the Coyote had? Persistence. Okay, he had dedication. All right, he would be damned if he was not going to catch this Roadrunner. And the only reason he was catch him because he wanted to eat him. All right. And I promise you, when he does catch him and eat him, he's gonna find out he doesn't like it, and it's gonna be all for nothing. But
same with Tom and Jerry, same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, he is very persistent. You know what I mean?
He just wants it because he can't have it
every time.
Yeah, pretty much.
Time. I used to love the Roadrunner cartoon.
I did too, Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
And like
these are great.
Just because of all of the shenanigans the Coyote would get up to trying to catch it.
Mm-hmm. Now, the thing that worries me about this film is obviously it is a live-action animated hybrid, which Sonic is kind of too, if you really think about it. It's an animated character in a live-action world.
More realistic. This is a straight.
This is
cartoon.
Like a Space Jam type thing, which was Looney Tunes as well. So I mean, it might work. I don't know. I'm not saying it won't, but it's just
Coyote doesn't talk.
No, so yeah, and it's a Acme v or Coyote v Acme. It's almost like he's in a court case, maybe for trying to murder Rover. I don't know. I don't know what the
he spends all this money.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
He spends all this money on all these Acme products just for them to blow up literally in his face every time. I'd be suing too. Like, I'm giving you bitches money and your product ain't working. I'm trying to catch this fucking Roadrunner. Okay.
Fair enough. Moving on though, to keep up with time here. Spider-Man Beyond the Spider-Verse, the Miles Morales animated finale, finally has a release date. Sadly, it's not for another 2 years though. It will be released on June 4th, 2027. According to Sony, the reason the film has taken so long is because they want to make sure they get it right. In that regard, I agree with them. It will be bigger and bolder than the first two, according to them. This movie picks up the second they leave off in the second film. No time has passed between movies, and Miles is a fugitive on the run from the other spiders. Quick thoughts on that?
The way that movie ended was a twist that nobody fucking saw.
Yeah. Miles, obviously, Miles Morales of a different universe being the villain of that universe.
But technically,
no Spider-Man. Yeah,
he's not even from. Wait, who else saw that movie? Did everybody in here see that movie? Right?
I think most of us did. Yeah.
Aaron, did
I did not.
Right,
oh, okay. Aaron's maybe the only one. Matt, did you see it?
I don't care. He can spoil it for me.
Okay.
I'm not spoiling anything.
Because those movies are outstanding. You really don't want them to be spoiled. So
the way it ended And the reason it ended the way it ended,
even though I kind of ruined it already, I don't know if y'all were listening. But anyway, go on.
Nobody saw coming.
Okay, yeah.
Because of where he ended up
Mhm.
is where he should have been from the jump.
This is official artwork from the film, by the way.
And so that means that Miles that's there is supposed to be where this Miles was.
Okay. I don't have to follow there. That universe didn't get a Spider-Man because the spider bit Miles instead.
Yes,
So,
but that Miles shouldn't have been there. He was the you remember the thing
because he should have been taken care of already. Yeah.
The thing takes him back to the world he was supposed to be in. And it wasn't the world that he came from. So like he was the glitch, so to speak.
You're right.
So, but the Miles that was there is the one that's supposed to be where he is.
Okay. I'll have to think about that a little more. I'm not.
I'll explain it to you offline.
All right, cool. Maybe I'm just not understanding.
He hasn't seen it, so I don't want to spoil it for him. But
okay, yeah. See me text or something. But I only bring up this next one too because it's an ambitious idea. Apparently, there's a Beatles movie coming. Actually, 4 films. Okay. Each film from the perspective of each member of the band, releasing all 4 films in the same month of April 2028. Sony is billing it as the first bingeable theatrical experience. So every Friday in April 2028, a new movie will be released from each perspective of the Beatles band. I don't know. I'm not a big Beatles guy. So
I'm not a big Beatles guy, so I couldn't tell you.
But it is intriguing, at least. 4 films in 4 weeks?
It's interesting way to do it.
Okay, well, maybe Matt.
How long are the movies going to be?
I'm assuming full length. Probably filming all 4 at the same time, each from the different perspectives, with the same events, possibly, or whatever, when they meet up. So that could be interesting. Very ambitious. So at least it's something they're new that they're trying, no doubt about it. On a sad bit of news, we got the passing of Val Kilmer this week at the age of 65. Most known for his roles in Top Gun and its sequel, Top Gun Maverick, which was very emotional, and it ended up being his last on-screen role. He was also known for playing the Cape Crusader in Batman Forever, as well as other films, including Tombstone and Heat. He suffered from throat cancer for many years and died of pneumonia, according to reports. So definitely rest in peace, Val Kilmer. Thank you so much for the memories, and definitely a shame here.
I've seen him in Top Gun, I've seen him in Batman, and I've seen him in Tombstone. Yes, I watched Tombstone.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Yeah.
Love that movie. Good movie. So yeah, very, very, very sad, no doubt about it. But thank you for everything you've done for us, Val. That's he had a rough go of it too the last quite a few years too. But I'm glad we got to see him one last time in an incredible film of Top Gun Maverick, no doubt about it. High recommend, by the way.
Banger, by the way.
Also, we got confirmation that the Vision series is officially begun filming. Probably expect that next year, as we kind of talked a little bit about earlier. We also got apparently another Friday film officially in the works.
Listen, hold on.
Last Friday is in the works with Ice Cube returning.
The Last Friday?
That's what it's going to be called, Last Friday, I think.
Listen, I think it's going to be super hard to capture the magic that was Friday, and then the hilarity that ensued in next Friday, and then the Friday after next. Like, I don't know if you can go, because the first Friday to me is probably one of my all-time favorite movies. Literally,
it's the best one in my opinion.
I can quote from beginning to end,
right?
Word for word.
And there's not many images that you see online that literally you can hear it when you look at it. This is one. So no doubt about it. So I'm looking forward to that. I know Brandon's a big fan of it too. A couple more things.
Wait, hold on, Brandon. What were you about to say?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to move on.
Didn't we buy the 3-pack DVD?
Yep.
I need to rewatch those, by the way. So yeah,
we need to make the kids watch them. Like I was their age when I watched them.
Yeah, so was I.
And I hope Chris Tucker comes back for the final. That would be great too. Smokey. I'll round off the rest of these real quick, and then I'll get your opinions on them too to round out the 10 minutes here. Scarlett Johansson commented on Jurassic World Rebirth film coming out this July. The film's focus is on bringing the horror and scares back to the franchise. So good. That's exactly what the Jurassic Park franchise needs to do. Be terrifying again. Go back to its roots. This one may not be suitable for young children. So just so you guys are aware of that. So I'm glad to hear that bit of news. We also got the official announcement that on June 11th, 2027, prior to the release of the live action How to Train Your Dragon film, we're going to be getting How to Train Your Dragon 2. The live action film will get the sequel already before the first film is released. So that actually instills confidence in the first film. We also got confirmation from Kevin Feige of the MCU and Marvel Studios. He says that Avengers Doomsday will focus on the Avengers, Wakandans, Fantastic Four, Thunderbolts, and the original X-Men all fighting Doom together. 5 factions versus one God Emperor and his followers. Hopefully there'll be some X-Men versus Avengers stuff included in there. Otherwise, I believe it is a little bit of a missed opportunity.
They say the original
X-Men, the older, that we've already got some confirmation on. We also got confirmation that on Fox, apparently The Simpsons, Family Guy, American Dad, and Bob's Burgers have all been renewed for 4 more years on Fox, which means The Simpsons will officially reach their 40th season. And at this point, that show will be making new episodes long after we're all gone. And side note, another American long-standing animated staple, South Park, will return for season 27 on July 9th with storylines including Diddy, the violent war against Canada, and air traffic controller chaos. So definitely talking about current day events as well. So thoughts on those last 4 all together there? Jurassic World, South Park, Simpsons, Avengers, How to Train Your Dragon 2?
Here's the thing. The movies, like, I'm good. Jurassic Park is going back to what it should be. I'm excited for How to Train Your Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they're getting a sequel is also a plus. Doomsday is going to be fucking amazing. I can't wait for that one. Those TV shows, though, like I grew up on The Simpsons and South Park. You know, when I was a teenager.
Keep going. A little
South
bit.
Park was always that show. Like, you watched it and it was like, I can't believe they let you put this on TV type shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But The Simpsons was the original, I can't believe this shit's on TV. And then American Dad came along. And that brought like this other aspect of like, this shit's on TV.
Yeah.
And then you had Family Guy, and that was like, that's just wild. Right? Bob's Burgers just a good time. Okay.
My bad, Matt. Didn't see you down there. But he came back.
Bob's Burgers is just a good time. Like, it does.
I've never seen Bob's Burgers or American Dad. To be honest with you, it's just between Simpsons and Family Guy, which I've seen some of, which even that's a little shaky, and Futurama, which I never really got into. There's just a lot of Fox animated stuff I just didn't have time for. Even Simpsons, I fell off on years ago.
That were real tongue in cheek about a lot of shit that people didn't want to say, and as long as it was animated, they said it.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that they're getting.
It's just crazy. They're still going 40 years later. The Simpsons.
Yeah, The Simpsons is crazy.
Great. I mean, when I was I'm 43. So since I was 3, essentially. I mean, come on. Well, no, you got to take off about 4 years. So since I was 7, basically. Yeah. So my math wasn't mathing.
Yeah, it was not. It was not math.
It's but crazy stuff.
That's cool. But
South Park, I've been watching since it debuted in high school.
Yeah.
God, I've been out of high school almost 27 years now. 25 years this year.
One of my favorite episodes of South Park is Make Love and Not Warcraft.
Yes. You're about to get pwned.
You're about to get pwned.
You're pwned.
That's when they play Warcraft.
Oh, yeah. You got to play Warcraft like Lord of the Rings, or no. You got to play like, that was a different episode. We got to play like Lord of the Rings.
Episode.
Totally different thing. But anyway, yeah, Warcraft, the one with throwing the shooting star through the eye, the anime that they did.
That was great too.
There's hell, the original episode, aliens and kitties being a thing I don't want to mention.
They had Starvin' Marvin was a character.
Yeah, I mean they definitely have never shied away from controversial topics. And this
Mr. Hanky was a thing.
Yeah.
I love Mr. Hanky though.
They made
a whole CD where he sang and everything.
Yeah, they made Cartman's mom a literal whore. She got caught. You remember the episode with the priest and the nun, or no? Who was it in the confession?
You might be more specific.
Yeah.
South Park has had a bunch of those. But yeah.
South Park has been out of pocket.
Now the only reason when you say season 27 with them though, it's not quite as impressive because season 27 and the last few years they've like done 6 episodes at a time. It's like go back to like doing at least 10, 15 episodes a season, not
Yeah.
6. All right, you know what I mean?
But like
they're busy. I get it.
It's a lot of work too.
I think a lot of it is too. They kind of moved on, but I
Mhm.
think I think they're not on Comedy Central now. They might be on Comedy Central still. But either way, I think they've been wanting them to continue, and they're just kind of like, all right, we'll do it for the paycheck. Sometimes
I mean,
kind
they
of feels
do
like that
other
sometimes.
stuff, yeah.
But they have a golden one every now and then. It's actually really great. But yeah,
There
sometimes
really
it's
is
not
some
so.
classic episodes. You know?
I'll keep this short.
Yeah,
So,
I hear the bathroom.
Jurassic World.
Mm-hmm.
I'm obsessed with that thing. I still am obsessed with it. It has to kill more than 2 people.
Did you hear what I said about what the storyline is basically going? Oh, that does not look good at all. Oh, Brandon's back. But what they said that the scares will be back in this one. That's what they're going to.
Yeah. This thing has to kill more. I mean, because the only thing that thing killed was a dead deer. Than the previous film. This monster has to be hideous.
Oh, from what it looks like the only one to survive this movie may be Scarlett Johansson, because she'll don't want her for sequels. But other than that, yeah, I think there'll be a lot of people that'll be.
How to Train Your Dragon looks great. South Park and controversial topics, amazing. Surprising, Simpsons and Everett Fox resigned.
As long as they want to keep doing them, they'll keep making them. Simple as that.
I'm talking about like American Dad and those those shows are like I don't know how they're still, But anyways, I love South Park. I've always loved South Park. I'm a big fan of how Stan's dad opens his own weed farm in Colorado.
Yeah, but I didn't mind that at first, but that became overplayed after like 3 seasons of it.
Because they have to. You have to overplay that.
No, you don't. You can move on to something else. I mean, I'm sorry.
If you don't overuse that, then that's stupid. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
But as far as the quick movies that you ran down, I think the movies are great. I think it's going to be a good couple of years for movies.
I hope, because right now things are not good for the movie industry.
I think it'll make a comeback. I think it'll make a comeback.
And they've even the theater owners and stuff were even expressing it at CinemaCon, saying we've got to find ways to bring people back to the cinemas again. Good way of starting is maybe dropping your prices a little bit. That would help.
That would be great.
Right now. Plus, you got to have good movies that don't push certain things and are actually entertaining.
And you're gonna get less to that highway.
Yes, things like that. So, if they work on that, and in my opinion, again, add the leather recliners here where I live, and add, like assigned seating where you can get your tickets ahead of time, that would be great too. For whatever reason, AMC's being very cheap about it. But I understand at the same time, you ain't making a ton of money. You can't really do a whole lot either. But
gave her reclining leather chairs in a movie theater. You think she falls asleep at home watching?
Good point. Yeah, good point. But but then at the same time, she's spending money. Maybe she'll be like, I'm staying awake through this no matter what. No, that's an expensive nap. You know what I'm saying? Like, just a comfortable one. You get a little popcorn in you. You're like, I like a light.
I like a moment.
Even with all the surround sound, still sleep right through. Huh?
Yeah, she'll go to sleep.
Looks like Brandon eat popcorn now.
If she wouldn't have been awake when those sirens were going off, she'd have slept through that shit.
Yeah.
My dad used to do that. He used to sleep through tornado sirens. Like, I don't know if he still does it or not, but yeah, that's great. See me, I'm like, oh, it's an explosion. I can't. Yeah. Anyway, not only that, I don't know. I go to bed. It takes a lot for a movie to make me fall asleep during it. It's got to be pretty dang bad, or I've got to be on very little sleep to do so.
Is that Wilson?
Yeah, it's.
I just now noticed that.
Did you not? Was you not here for? I don't think you were here for that episode.
I was here, but I never noticed.
Our commenter who is not here tonight, unfortunately. Hopefully, she'll be back at some point. But we kind of like having her comments here, her and Mike. But Slaughter the Assassin said that he was the Faceless Dragons Den member. And we got to talking about like how eventually maybe once his kids are growing up and stuff, he could be on camera more. So it'll be like when Wilson was revealed at the end of Home Improvement from behind the fence, and he came out with his face. But so Aaron heard that and he put up a picture of Wilson. So
that's perfect, Aaron.
I actually thought it was Aaron because this picture here actually looks like Aaron's top of his head.
Similar.
It really does. So
okay, so I'm not crazy then, right?
No,
you're not nuts.
I think that's actually the Wilson actor, but
yeah.
But
it does look like Aaron.
It looks like Aaron's head. It's uncanny actually. So yeah, so that's a little fun fact. But yeah, so hopefully we'll see Slaughter and
like
Mike
I said, Look up the generic Fallout character,
Mhm.
and that's what Aaron looks like. Just
Brandon will get that reference. I won't get that.
Just the generic blonde one with the thumbs up for Vault 10.
That's messed up, bro.
There you go.
So yeah. All right. Well, let's move on to our next portion of the show, and that is, of course, the returning segment of the Lost Cartel. Let's check that out. Brandon's segment. Here we go. All right, Brandon.
Okay.
Set this video up, brother. What's this video all about?
I have, like I go through these phases, and it's not really a phase. It's like it's something I used to watch a long time ago. And I stopped watching for whatever fucking reason. But like the other day, I was watching a bunch of videos, and like I came across Dude Perfect. Do you know who Dude Perfect is?
Yes.
No.
I do.
You don't know who Dude Perfect is?
Yes.
So they do trick shots and shit. Like they
okay.
literally built a company. I mean, a company. They employ people, a lot of people, off of one day in the backyard of one of their houses, right after college or something. One of the guys had a broken leg, and they did a trick shot. They threw a basketball over the roof of the house. It bounced, came down, and landed in the fucking hoop. Like that was it. That was the start of their whole thing.
Enterprise.
Yeah, their whole enterprise.
It's amazing how certain things can just, propel you to stratosphere.
Dude, to where like they're being indie, doing a whole show in indie, and it's not just trick shots. They have different segments now that they do and stuff like that. Well, this is from one of their segments, and they went to this place to play airsoft. Right, they're from Texas. So that guy right there, you see right there.
Oh, in the blue.
Stop right there, right here. So that guy right there, that is Garrett. He is the leader of the Purple Hosers. Like I love Garrett. Garrett is probably my favorite out of all the guys. Like I like them all, but like Garrett is that's my guy. You know what I'm saying? He's him, and there's two twins. There's a set of twins. I don't know if that's Kobe or Corey. There's the other twin right there. He's with Tyler. Tyler is the one he bought the Burnley soccer team with JJ Watt. He's like a co-owner.
Oh, okay.
With JJ Watt for the Burnley soccer team.
Mm-hmm.
He's also one of so I seen this, and then I got to thinking to myself that Sparks, the short guy is Sparky. He's hilarious, by the way. That guy right there next to him, that is Cody. He is also one of the original members of Dude Perfect. Sparky he might as well be at this fucking point. He's in every video. He's been a judge for them. They do all kind of crazy shit. One of these days, I'll just have to send you a video, and you can just watch their overtime show that they do. And then you can see their trick shots from there. But like, they had Tom Brady when they they have a new office that they have now.
Yeah.
They're walking through, and he's like, Tyler's giving a tour, and Tom Brady's the secretary. Hilarious. It was fucking hilarious. They also did a trick shot thing with Tom Brady too. It was dope. Like, but
I want to see them actually shoot each other here. Where's that?
Oh yeah. But there is a place. There's two places that I found in horses and shit. This shit looks like fun. Okay,
it's like Red Dead Redemption, but real life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah.
So
where do they do this?
Oh, you're going to Tom Brady?
Yeah. Okay.
So I was going to two places in Indiana.
Okay.
We can do something like this at. Go ahead, babe.
No, I was just going to mention the Army base one.
Yeah, there's this whole Army base that they use for airsoft and paintball.
Oh wow.
That we can go to. There's another place too. I'll send you links to both of them. And I want to go. Like I want to, like, especially to a big area like that, like where it's a whole good town. Like that shit was dope, dude.
Man, wearing all that cowboy gear might get a little warm, and then
it'd be fun.
Be hilarious,
so much fucking fun.
Yeah, I mean it's no different than going paintballing. I mean you got to wear all that protective gear. This isn't so much protective, but yeah, don't worry, Matt. I swear we'll only shoot you once, and then we'll laugh, we'll get over it. And then
I'll get my choppers in, and it'll be over.
You'll do it right back to us. Don't act like you won't.
And Jaden and Jackson both are more into airsoft than they are paintball, which is
That's what makes me worried.
And
You'll live.
those little plastic bees don't hurt that bad. You'll be fine.
You bring the wife, you know.
Hell, the one place I said you only had to be 8 years old, so Anaya can get your ass too.
Ooh, sweet.
That makes me feel a lot better. Thank you.
But yeah, we'll have to recruit a whole crew, unfortunately.
Yeah,
That'll be the hard
we got
part.
a bunch of people to go up there, man, to play. Like, I want to go play paintball for sure.
Paintball is a whole other ball game, but yeah, it's still be
But
fun. You don't
something
need
like
you don't need as many people for that. There are probably other groups and teams you can play with against too.
They also did this murder mystery thing,
Mhm.
and I would love to do one of those. Also, we should still do another escape room. Those
are fun too. Those ain't uber expensive. We're just too slow to get them done. We've never won any yet.
No, that's what I'm saying. We got to go back to do one.
Yeah. Well, now with that, we've done different ones every time. And even if we did the same ones, I've heard
It would be
they
different,
change it
yeah.
up. I heard they change it up anyway if you do the same one over
You
again.
can go do the same one and it'll be a different result. So
yeah, so that's crazy to me, but
so yeah,
a lot of fun regardless.
When you get the chance, and anybody, they're Dude Perfect, right? That's their YouTube channel. Go check them out. Like, legitimately, I enjoy watching their videos, and we watched them go from this small ass.
I didn't know you liked Perfect.
That they had to now. Literally, there's this huge enterprise that they started. Like, the new HQ that they're building is massive, but then right next door to that, they're going to have this big interactive store, to where there'll be a section where you could come in and you could be a part of their next new trick shot compilation, to where you can help them with their ideas for certain things that people want to see. So
yeah,
like,
that's gonna be a road trip someday. Going down there.
Go down to Frisco, Texas is where they are.
Nice.
But we should I would love
that definitely looks like Texas, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, dude, that shit looked like fun.
Hell,
I agree.
Tell them about the one we were watching earlier that they were
Oh
doing.
my god, they were on a mountain, and I don't know, it was cold. I know that. I'm telling you that right now. Fucking cold. And they had to survive a day on the mountain, but there was a bunch of challenges they had to do, and like the one challenge, if the first place you won a snowmobile, so you get to keep the snowmobile for like 2 hours it was, which obviously helps you going down the mountain, because there's a bunch of caches they had hidden to where you could get to have supplies, you know, like blankets and all this other shit. And then the next challenge, if you won that one, they won a Bronco that they could stay in and drive it up and down the mountain, and it had, like, obviously the one was a hot meal, which you got to think about it. It's freezing cold.
Yeah.
As you got hot meal.
That may be a little too extreme.
It's.
I imagine if you don't get there, they'll help you out.
Oh no, there was prizes for each 1, 2, and 3. Like,
but then you can steal each other's shit. So
nice,
dude. Again, watch if you get a chance to watch it. Dude Perfect is the name. Please go check them out. Even the trick shots. The trick shot compilations are pretty good. Now, Miranda, she used to shit on the trick shots back in the day.
I did. Because it takes them weeks, and they admit it. It takes them weeks sometimes.
Not even weeks, months. There are literal months between.
Well, yeah, imagine that can't be easy.
No, no, and like, we got to see the other side of that. You know, the leading up to that one that you get to see on TV that they do make. You know what I mean? And it is. I didn't realize how frustrating it was for them.
No.
Like, it is.
Well, it's like you ever see those people online who like to throw like cards and stuff, or like at polls, and like, can you imagine how much time that takes? Long to work, and then to get all these compilations, and how much long time that must have taken. So yeah. Hey, good to see Slara in the chat, by the way. What's up, Dragon? She said, good to see you. Been missing you tonight and last week. Hope everything's going your way. So hope love to see your comments for certain. So keep them coming, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
So.
if you get a chance to watch Dude Perfect on YouTube, they also have an app. It's totally free. You can watch newer episodes before they go live on YouTube, stuff like that. They have a huge partnership with a lot of things. Like, but right now, one of their
body armor.
Oh yeah. Gotta get them sponsors.
Yeah.
Not about it for sure.
But it legitimately is super dope to watch. And a lot of their stuff that they're doing is dope to see. I
like what they do with the basketballs.
Footballs. They did this Olympic thing we watched them do, where they were trying to do a high jump into a pool. It was hilarious. Like a lot of it is shenanigans. Like the one we watched.
Of course. Yeah.
This wood carving competition. None of them know how to do it. None of them.
No.
Tyler
No.
somehow seems to be winning all of these things. Tyler is the one guy that everybody's like, you expect Tyler to win because like he wins. You know what I mean?
It's just what he do.
It's what he does. And Garrett is my favorite because Garrett will go, I know I'm not going to win this. So he'll just go, I'm going to half-ass it and walk up. And like he pieces out. And it's fucking hilarious.
Nice. Well, thank you, Brandon, for sharing that with us. That's a great segment there. We're going to do more of these, hopefully, every single week. I'd like to get more Brandon
session by next week.
Yeah, of course. And that's what we love about you. Slar said, yeah, sorry, Saturdays are busy for a while. Yeah, I understand totally. Unfortunately, it's kind of the only time we got this week or during the week right now to do it. But who knows? Never know. Maybe we'll go back to Fridays at some point. It all depends on how things go at work for the most part, for the sounds of things. So, but we appreciate you being here nonetheless. No doubt about it. All right, let's move on to the next segment here. We got a little bit of gaming news this week, as a matter of fact. So let's check that out real quick. Here we go. All right, so the big news in gaming this week is obviously some big console news, as Nintendo has officially announced the release date of the Switch 2. It is going to release on June 5th, 2025 here, just a few months away from now. And so we're going to be getting the Nintendo Switch 2. And of course, the price point for the Switch right now is $450 or $499,500 with the Mario Kart bundle. So we're going to get a new Mario Kart game, Mario Kart World, as well. So it is a little pricey, no doubt about it. But let me explain a little bit, though. A lot of people are obviously taking the opportunity here to use the higher prices to place blame on Trump and his tariffs. But tariffs have nothing to do with the price of the console or the price of the games as they stand right now. You know how I know that? If the higher price was due to the tariffs to start with, why did Nintendo just pause pre-orders to assess the impact tariffs will have on the pricing? So don't buy that lie. The truth of the matter is standard console games already cost $70 on current gen systems. So the $80 price point for Mario Kart World is a special thing for that game, which we'll discuss here in just a second. All other games for the Switch 2 will be $70, which is actually market standard, like it or not. Quite simply, Nintendo thinks they can charge more for their products, and now they are. $70 games are the same that price point that PS5 and the Xbox Series X also have at this point. So the overall price of the console for the Switch 2, though, while everyone is complaining how it's the most expensive Nintendo system to date, actually it is the third most expensive Nintendo console when adjusted for inflation. So it's on par with some of Nintendo's earliest consoles at the height of their popularity. Not to mention, Nintendo is a Japanese brand, but it is largely manufactured in Vietnam. Both Japan and Vietnam have already announced that they will stop tariffing the United States if we don't tariff them. So if it happens, it'll have zero impact on the price, and it will likely stay the same as it was announced this week. In reality, Nintendo got massive backlash for the pricing, and now they are using Trump's tariffs as a scapegoat for their greed. So more on the tariffs part of it later, though, as a matter of fact. So we also got a trailer for Mario Kart World, and everything we know about that game so far, obviously, is it's going to have an interconnected map. So it's kind of like GTA and Mario Kart. So you're going to be able to explore this entire world. So that's partially why it's a little more expensive. A little bit more of an expansion compared to the old Mario Kart games. Also, we'll have free roam, obviously, in regards to that. It's going to have new characters. And, of course, it's going to have different outfits that you can be able to change for your characters as well. The customization. It's going to have weather this time around as well. And it's going to have a photo mode. On top of that, we're also going to be having a wall riding and rail riding aspect to it. So you'll be able to bounce off certain obstacles throughout the tracks. And we're also, like I said, it's going to cost $80, but it will be $30 cheaper if you buy it as part of the Nintendo Switch bundle. So that's why it's going to be $500, only $50 in that regard. As well as we're going to have jet skis as well in the game. It'll be a first for the franchise. So on top of that, like I said, the $80 price point, the Nintendo Switch 2 will also have a camera, a built-in chat feature, and it looks a little bit like Discord. That was the first thing I saw when I saw this photograph here. And it's going to have a camera function to it as well, like I stated, where you'll be able to chat with your friends online as well with the online chat function. And we're going to have the Nintendo GameCube will be a part of the online membership that you can buy on the current Switch. You can buy right now. You get games from the regular Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, and some of the old consoles like Sega. But GameCube was missing from that bundle, and now you'll get it on the Switch too as well for the price of the yearly subscription. On top of that, we're also going to be getting Donkey Kong Bonanza, a new Donkey Kong game as well, 3D version of it. And so on top of that, a bunch of other games were announced that you can kind of see here as we talk about it. But what are your guys' thoughts on the Nintendo Switch 2 coming out in just a few months' time? What do you think on the pricing of it and all that sort of stuff?
Like, I'm not going to sit here and bitch about it. I just literally, well, we got that one for free. But I own 3 PS5s that we paid for. Which were $600. It's a little over $600. $500.
Yeah, you won that one recently.
One free one, but then I also have 3 MetaQuest VRs in my house, and those damn things aren't cheap. So I can't sit here and be like, "Oh, it is what it is." Like,
it's the demand in the market raises the price. Simple as that. If Nintendo feels like they can sell it for that price and people will pay it, they're going to put it there. Now, people were obviously upset about the price point. Especially in regards to the game, because obviously Nintendo, as of late, has been cheaper, monetarily. Obviously, if you adjust,
but think about it, they've been cheaper. Yes, you're right. But also, those games that you want on the Switch that are on the PS4 and the PS5s and the Xbox Ones, the Series X's or whatever, the reason why you can't get them is because they don't process the same. They look like shit. They don't port over well because they look like shit because these are higher intensive graphical games. So now you want a system that can run those games, you're going to get one, but you're going to have to fucking pay for it.
Yeah. Yeah, if the system's going to be more capable of running bigger things, like Mario Kart expanding, things like that. Obviously, some of these games here are obviously from other consoles that have already been released, and now Nintendo can also support them. That means the price is going to go up. That is just the reality of the situation. So putting all this blame on tariffs,
that game right there, to run on the Switch,
yeah,
you're going to pay for that. Like,
yeah,
my thing was taxing on my PS5.
Yeah. So, and this is and you got to remember too, this is also a console that can be used in handheld form. So it's not just a console that can just run off a television. It's also got to be able to run. So if it could run these sort of games on a handheld device, yeah, what do you expect? I mean, so
I expect it to be less than $400.
Well, it's
$450. That's gonna burn up your Switch for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're getting a new James Bond game. A lot of the sports games, WWE 2K is also coming to this console.
They don't need a James Bond game.
Yes, they do. Shut up, bitch.
GoldenEye was great for the regular Nintendo 64.
Yeah.
This is always going to be newer.
That's where you're going to get those games.
Is it like the James Bond game where it's like that the ping pong ball in the background and they just...
Well, it'll be updated. It'll be newer. Star Wars Outlaws coming on here. There you go, Matt. I know that's also available on other consoles right now, but...
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, not just these games here that they're listing, but the release games, like the lineup just from the start. I mean,
look, all I know is that Mario Kart looks like it'll be a good time.
Yeah, and there was a trailer for it, but for the interest of time, we may skip the trailers for the two games. Unless you guys just want to watch them, we can watch them.
If they bring back like the Mario Party games, and
because one of the Mario Parties is getting like an updated version here. What is it? Mario Party Jamboree and Jamboree TV coming out July 24th. So they have roller coasters and all sorts of stuff in it.
About the Switch consoles, like they're literally the one console that you designed for a group and a family to play at home. Like that's what a lot of their games are designed for, that purpose. Like,
yeah.
And I keep telling this, like, yeah, I get it. I understand. Like, I understand. Like, it is. What it is.
Times are tough, and I understand things are tough to come by right now. I get it.
That Mario Kart looks sweet as hell.
Yeah, it does. And I want to get it, obviously, even though I do live by myself. But I've been trying to get into more gaming, especially with the WWE 2K. I've been trying to work on that a bit. And obviously, there's a lot of games on Nintendo. I kind of hope that maybe if you bought some games on this, I'm not sure how this will work, but if you bought some games on the Switch digitally, I hope that maybe you'd be able to download those to the Switch too, because you've already paid for them. Yeah. I don't know if that's the case or not. I have to look more into that. But the Nintendo Online stuff, like I said, with the GameCube, that would be great. GameCube had some great Mario Party games for sure. And stuff like that. So it's got a lot of potential to it. I think it'd be a lot of fun to have. But yes, the price point is a little pricey right now. But again, like we said, there's reasons for it, and it sounds like they're justifiable in doing it. So
I just need Sega to come out with a new Dreamcast.
I don't know if that's happening. I'm not even sure if
I
Sega
know.
even has a console right now. Do they?
No, they
I
don't.
don't think they do. I'm not sure.
They should.
Yeah.
There should be another Dreamcast. Do you have a Dreamcast? Like I love my Dreamcast.
I don't think I ever had one. No.
My Dreamcast, I used to love that fucking thing.
The most I have for Sega is the Sega Online membership on Nintendo, which has about the only game I remember playing on Sega that I really liked was Sonic 2 and Mortal Kombat. Those are the only ones I really cared for.
And like,
to be quite
that's the
honest
thing,
with you.
because like Miranda, she wants to game more, and she really likes the games like like the party style games. Like she's huge into the Rayman games. We used to play the shit out of those together. But before that, me and her, we played the Mario games together. I bought that one of the last copies at the GameStop was the 35th anniversary or 150th anniversary or 150th, whatever anniversary of the Wii. And I went in for Mario Bros. For the Wii, and I was a guy I knew who worked there. I called him and was like, "Do you have this?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I went and got it for her. It was the last one. As I'm going in the store, there's another person in right behind me. And I go up to the counter because I told him to hold it for me and I'll just get it when I get there. And he was like, I'll hold it, but if somebody comes in asking for it, I'm going to have to sell it. And I was like, all right, bet. But I got there right before, and the guy right behind me came in, and as I was buying the last copy, and he tried to buy it off me, and I was like, I can't even do it, boss. This is a birthday gift for my wife. I was like, I can't do it. And we played the shit out of it. And like, she loves to play the Mario games. And so the Switch, I want to start playing more games like this because we play with her. Like, she loves it. We play the Rabbids games together.
Oh, Rayman.
Rabbids, not
Rabbids.
Rayman.
We do play Rayman too, though. We do play Rayman.
Gotcha.
But Raving Rapids.
We the Wii Sports, we played the shit out of Wii Sports.
Oh yeah, Wii Sports is always popular.
Played
no matter what.
Wii Sports.
The thing I couldn't understand about with this was like they finally added a chat function. It's
Yeah,
like
they added everything.
that's probably another reason why the price point went up, because every other console has had a chat function for I don't know how long, or online, and Nintendo's really never had it. So again, there's a reason for the price.
But you can't pick up your PlayStation and walk outside with it. You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly. That too.
That's not the same, and you fucking know it. You don't have the same features on a PS. Don't even get me started with you, boy. The PSP wasn't shit but a glorified Game Gear. Did you ever have one of those?
Yeah, and it's not the PlayStation
about
either.
like the graphical features? Is that what you mean?
Graphics, power supply, fucking.
Yeah. I have heard the battery supply may be a little lower on this one than the original Switch.
Probably.
But again, you keep it charged, you're fine. But
But anyway, yeah.
I mean, it might just be one of those. It might just be one of those things where people just have to limit how much gaming they do.
That's also true.
Which is actually a good thing. Yeah. I'm sorry, some of you people out there. My nephew. It's okay.
I live in a house where there are now 4 PS5s, a Nintendo Switch, 3 gaming laptops, 2 gaming laptops, 1 gaming PC, 3 VR headsets. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Am I going to rush out and get it? No. But will I?
It's a lot with you doing all that. Yeah.
Yeah. But do I want to get one? For sure. And when I can afford,
especially when you got 3 kids as well, and you want one for yourself too.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to buy 4 of them or 5 of them or however you need.
So no, see, that's the one thing too with the Switch is that is the family's console. It will always be in the living room. That is something
that's fair.
You know what I mean? Like that.
If you both want to play it, you can play it together.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good rule.
That's a family console. Like we have family game nights and shit. That's what we're gonna do. You know what I mean? Like that's what that Switch is. And again, if you think about it, the Switch, that's what the Switch is kind of designed around, is like, you know how difficult it is to play just a split screen game on my PS5, like, because there's not that many, like my PS5 is multiplayer games, whatever. Like, but the Switch, because you're so used to Mario Kart, you're playing that at home with people, so you're used to the screen being what it was. I used to love the Olympic games on the Switch because like we just get a party of people and we could play Mario versus Sonic Olympics. That shit is mad fun. You know what I'm saying? Watching Jackson and Anaya try to surf, just doing this shit the whole time, and then like the skiing.
Just don't throw one through the television. Make sure you wear that wrist strap for sure. Not about it.
Will I get one? I probably will at some point.
Yeah,
for sure.
eventually. It may not be right when they come out, which
yeah.
But like we'll see what happens with the pre-order situation too. Time will tell on that one. But as of right now, it's on hold here in the United States for sure. But you can still, I think the release date's still the same though, June 5th. So
I got to get my get back in bowling against my wife. Like I can't. When she got that golden ball, she thought she was the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Look at her like, yeah.
I got to get my get back.
She doing that Tamatanga.
I can't fuck with her in darts. I learned that. I played darts with her and her mom. Never again. Never like virtual darts or real darts. I ain't doing it.
I suck at real darts. Maybe virtual darts I'd be okay with, but real darts no.
Real darts and virtual darts.
Right on.
That was ended. She was him. I was like, all right.
Oh,
Randy, you're muted.
Yep. There you go.
You're still muted.
Oh, you wasn't. There you go.
There you go.
There we go. I said I'll just start practicing the real dartboard.
All right.
Just throw darts at his head. That's a perfect target. It's all good.
That'll
improve your aim. Oh, I thought they were just like the plastic ones. You know what? They're real. What? Why not?
Just commit murder. Yeah.
I'm not saying throwing it out hard enough to pierce his skull.
I mean, you just threw it out there. I mean, might as well.
What do you think it's gonna do? Prick my skin?
Yeah.
You know how heavy a real dart is?
Yeah. At least they ain't lawn darts. It could be worse.
I mean, we did throw those literally up in the air and
I don't know what we were thinking. Well, not what me, it was before my age. It was more my parents. I don't know what they were thinking back in those days.
But yeah,
child safety at all.
Is something like I would seriously, get. And like I said, but that's for us. That's a family gaming console where we can all play and have fun and enjoy it.
Right. Well, we're looking forward to that. Hopefully, it'll be a good console, and everybody will enjoy it despite the price. All right. So let's move on to the next topic. We got a little bit of NFL news real fast.
Next topic,
but it's something I thought we need to talk about. So here we go.
Is it what Aaron Rodgers is doing?
Go ahead. I haven't heard this. Go on. Maybe I have.
No, I don't know. I'm asking.
Oh,
do we know?
You mean it where he's going? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Miranda's extremely worried that he's going to be in this.
I am.
I don't blame her.
I like Aaron. I don't want him to go to Pittsburgh and then me be mad at Aaron.
I like you too, Miranda.
You ain't as rich as that one, are you?
So me and
stay out of my business, Eric.
Well, listen, I don't think Tomlin is going to be for the ayahuasca tripping, so he's probably not going to put up with his shit.
I don't blame you. That's funny. So the thing I want to talk about tonight, the NFL has approved and denied a few rule changes for the upcoming season. Rule change that has been approved. Both offenses will now touch the ball in overtime during the regular season, same as the playoffs in a 10-minute overtime period. This rule has now passed. So unlike in the regular season before, where the coin toss would sometimes determine the winner, now both teams will have an opportunity to touch the ball on offense during a tie game going into the fourth quarter or the overtime rule. So
I kind of agree with that.
No, if you, I believe, I'm not positive. I think it'll be if you score a touchdown, your opponent has to score a touchdown or the game ends.
Okay.
I think it may be a touchdown. The game's over. No, it can't be because two guys touch the ball.
Yeah.
So if they score a touchdown, you can match it. Then it's probably sudden death.
Okay.
Because right now it's if they score a touchdown,
game over.
They win.
Yeah.
Field goal, they get another chance.
Yeah,
yep.
You're right.
You're right.
So so if both teams will be able to touch you have to match. So in a way, that's a good thing because if you got shootouts like with the Bills and the Chiefs, especially 40 points on each side, you don't want one offense never to be able to have an opportunity.
Yeah.
So I agree with this rule change. I think it's a good one. It was proposed by the Philadelphia Eagles actually, and not one of the other two teams. So that was interesting. So good.
They
on the
won the
Philadelphia
Super
Eagles.
Bowl, so you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. So
well, let's see. If it wasn't Green Bay, it probably would have been Philadelphia who would bitch about this rule.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of teams wanted to bitch about
the Packers are bitching about another rule. We'll talk about in a second.
A rule that they're mad about.
Yeah, we'll talk about that just a second. But the rule to now I know it says 15-minute overtime period here. By the way, I think they amended that to 10. So this was the proposal, but they amended it to 10. The other rule that's people are mad about right now, or at least the Detroit Lions are. The Detroit Lions proposed a rule to get rid of the automatic first downs after defensive holding or illegal contact downfield. That rule will not be implemented. It failed because the Lions were the team that got burned by this rule more than any other team last season. So maybe the Lions just need to stop doing defensive pass interference and things like that. How about that? Maybe that's what
stop holding.
So that's not going to change. That's going to stay the same. There needs to be some consequences if a defender absolutely completely destroys a receiver or whatever before the ball gets there and things like that. So rule that did change though, touchbacks on kickoffs will now be moved to the 35-yard line after being approved. Last year the ball came out to the 30-yard line following a touchback, a ball that goes into the end zone or out of bounds. The end zone, I think you have to return unless you kneel down. But the league states they hope that they will discourage teams from kicking so many balls out of the end zone and lead to more returns. So the NFL changed the rules to encourage less injuries on returns, and now you want to encourage more returns because it's too boring of a play. So make it make sense, Scooter.
So here's why. Because of the couple of times that you did get those crazy ass returns off the kickoffs. But then again, teams were like, all right, well, it's only 30 yards. We could take a 30-yard.
Now
but
it's
now
35.
35, you don't want to give up a 35-yarder.
So I see the logic there.
This now encourages you to actually kick the fucking ball to where it can be returnable.
Hopefully it'll become a nice medium. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you don't and you just give them 35, you know how long 35 fucking yards is out of the end zone?
Well, that's the thing. It used to be the 20-yard line on a normal kickoff back in the day. Thoughts on them moving it all the way to the 35. How long before it's the 50? I mean,
let's start actually kicking the ball to where it can be. They want those crazy returns, and we got a couple of them. That's a couple, and they were electrifying. Like Turpin had one. Who's that? Who's the Austin dude from Pittsburgh? Like those are exciting. You want to see those. You want to see those returns that get caught, right there on the 10 or the 5 or whatever, and then him just haul ass out of there and bust out either to the crib or fucking 50 yard. You know what I mean? Like that's what you want to see when you see a kickoff. But to circumvent it, they were just taking the 30-yard hit because it's like, all right, fuck it, just 30 yards, and they were just punting them out of the end zone.
It still will not help Daniel Jones get down the field better, Eric. I'm sorry.
Listen to me. Listen to me, Matt. Like I am trying to really just live with the fact that I got this whole Daniel Jones and fucking Anthony Richardson thing going on. I'm gonna need you to shut up.
Yeah. Table that for a later date, fellas. We got more rules to talk about. I hear you. One rule that was tabled for later, though, and has not been ruled upon just yet, is the tush push rule.
It's football. Let it be football.
The proposal to ban the tush push rule came from the Green Bay Packers, who lost to the team who does the tush push the most in the playoffs.
Here's the thing. So, they did it too.
I know. Well, then it's not as effectively, clearly.
It doesn't matter. That's your whole sole purpose of not wanting to get this because you can't. You can't do it
this still could get banned though. In May is when they're expected to vote on this and some other rule.
If that gets banned, I'm gonna be furious.
Well, we'll find out in a couple of months' time. About a month's time.
Whiny bitches.
Yeah. So I understand. If you
how
don't
do
like
you
it, stop them.
How do you stop it?
That is, you got to plug the middle.
You're all going to be going that direction.
Look,
it's going to be called for no reason a lot.
If you, all you got to do is get lower than their center. That's what they're banking on. It's a pile up, right? Yeah. So they're just banking on the fact. So swing one of your fast ass defenders off the side to go right in the back. There is no protection back there. Yeah. So all he has to do is swing out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you swung out to the side, you could stop that from happening in the backfield. But everybody panics and tries to create this dog pile. And if you don't get lower than the other team's center, it's not gonna fucking happen for you.
Yeah. I don't know.
The big rugby scrum.
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. Yeah.
I feel like a lot of these rules that they're proposing is just them whining.
Well, some of the teams, yes, but yeah, like the Lions and now the Packers on this one. Yeah.
I agree with Brandon on that. If you're not good enough to stop it, that's on you.
It's the same thing can be said for people like the Super Bowl wasn't entertaining because it was one-sided. Yeah, but they had the same amount of downs to stop them from fucking doing it and they couldn't. Exactly. So it is what it is. If you don't like it, stop them from doing it.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. The last rule I want to talk about here before we wrap this up, the Eagles keep coming up with more rule change ideas, and I like this one personally. The onside kick amendment. They propose to permit a team to maintain possession of the ball after a score by substituting the onside kick for one offensive play that will take place with a 4th and 20 from the kicking team's 20-yard line. If they get the first down, that team gets to keep the ball with the opportunity to catch up in the score. If they fail, the opposing team gets possession inside the opponent's 40. So the onside kick amendment, along with the tush-push proposal, will be voted on later in May. I think they're also going to look at whether or not an onside kick or a one-play adjacent like this proposal here should be allowed when trailing at any time during the game and not just during the fourth quarter. So do you like this idea of doing a 4th and 20, one snap down? If you can get the fourth down or the first down on the 4th and 20, you get a maintained possession instead of the onside kick?
Instead of the onside kick, yeah. Because
I like that
9
rule.
times out of 10, the onside kick is always recovered by the receiving team. It's just,
no more because it's so hard to get out of bounds.
Yeah. So to have it on your 4th and 20, and you
and if you don't get it, the opponent gets the ball probably where the
on
where
your
the ball,
40.
Well, if they don't get the 20-yard lines, that puts it at the 40. So I'm guessing you could even get it at the 20 of the opposing team. I'm assuming. So then you're in red zone already.
So it's that right there is
that's a gamble.
Reward. Yeah, that's a risk reward situation.
So I like the proposal. It puts a definite new element. I would like to see them to where you don't have to. Well, I guess if you were going for an onside play instead of a kick, you'd have to announce it. But the onside kick, if they're going to keep that as at least an option, if you prefer that over with a regular play as well,
you don't have to announce the onside.
Yeah, don't make it a surprise, and make it to where if you want to do it when a team's only trailing, but maybe you should do it for the entire game, not just the fourth quarter, in my opinion. So, thoughts on all these rule changes and the ones that
I
failed?
would like that last one. I would really.
Yeah,
like
I do
that.
too. I think it adds a new element of excitement.
Shit, if you don't like it, stop it. Like I don't know what to tell you. Because you can't. That's the same thing if you have a guy who can just rocket the ball down the field and has a receiver that can catch it every fucking time. You can't bitch about him throwing the ball 60 fucking yards every. Stop him from doing it.
And a 4th and 20 is not easy on the onside kick amendment. I mean, that ain't easy at all. I mean, it's not. It's probably. It might be a little easier than the onside kick recovery, which rarely works, especially when it's announced.
And
but
also,
4th and 20 is no slouch.
The chances of you getting 4th and 20 and converting it is very slim.
Yeah.
And also, you know when the tush push is coming. Because
normally
4th and 1,
you can see
know, or 4th.
Yeah,
and
don't
goal.
let them get 4th or 3rd and short or just any down and short like inches. You know, I know that's easier said than done. You're trying to make the stop, but
Miranda, this is the one time that I'm actually going to defend the Steelers. I know we're running out of time.
No, you're fine. You can go a little more. It's kind of just the 10 minutes isn't a hard set. It's just like I like to move on.
Well, I really think. I mean, do you see the Steelers whining about all these rules? Do you see the Colts whining about rule changes?
Because the Colts have other things to worry about right now.
Well, that was a while back for the Colts.
But they're not.
And Pittsburgh needs a fucking quarterback. So
yeah, I don't know what they're going to do if they don't get Aaron Rodgers.
They got Mason Rudolph. What you talking about?
Shut up, Brandon.
Hey, don't knock the Steelers quarterback situation. Ours ain't no better.
All the teams that proposed those rule changes, they were all playoff teams.
Yeah.
Because I promise you right now, if Mason Rudolph goes out there and has a better outing than Daniel fucking Jones and Anthony Richardson, I promise you I'm getting a Mason.
It's not out of the realm of possibility.
I think Daniel Jones will win that job.
You think so?
Probably.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who think that.
He'll win the job and then he will fail miserably. And then
I like Daniel Jones, and I know you don't, Brandon, but I do.
He'll win the job.
He's young enough to be our quarterback for the next 10 years if he's good.
So is Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, exactly. Richardson for maybe 15 if he showed up being good.
And then because Pittsburgh doesn't have a quarterback, they'll trade him for a fucking pick in the draft to Pittsburgh. And then Anthony Richardson will go there and be the next fucking Ben Roethlisberger. And then I'll be like, I'm fucking done with this shit.
Richardson does not.
Then he will be a Steelers fan. He'll become on that point.
I promise.
Richardson will not.
Thank you, Jesus.
Richardson will not go to another team and be successful because he's tapping his helmet in Indianapolis.
Well, let's wait and see what Richardson could do. He needs to prove it this year. If he don't, then all bets are off. The Colts could just cut him or whatever may happen. They'll try to trade him, I'm sure. But this is a make or break year for him. He's got to show with that Buffalo Bills coach over
to a fucking playoff win or a Super Bowl. I'm gonna smack the shit out of you.
Oh, that's gonna suck. I hope we don't cut him. Just don't cut him, Indianapolis, until you know he's not good. Don't cut him before you know.
He just may not be good in Indianapolis.
Yeah, that's true too. You might be right about that. I mean, we've seen a lot of franchises
about that either.
Yeah, you may not be wrong. All right, well, let's move on from the NFL. Definitely a heated subject.
This shit pissed me off so bad.
But yeah, we're about to talk about politics. That doesn't make you mad?
No,
no,
not nearly as much.
Well, right now it actually makes us happy. But it doesn't make a lot of folks happy for certain. All right, well, let's get into the most fun part of the show every single week, and that's of course news and politics. Let's do that.
Make America great again.
Every single time that comes on,
I love that.
It cracks me up every time. I will say this real quick. One more football thing.
You're
you
fine.
notice the only person in this fucking chat that did not say anything about their quarterback situation because he is perfectly fine with his fucking quarterback, still hasn't fucking said anything. All right. We were talking about this shit the other night at work on the way to work.
Why wouldn't you be happy with Lamar Jackson? Of course,
I was like, who are you gonna keep? And it was down to Bijan and Lamar. I think is on his. One of the two of them was his last year with him, so he's got to drop one of them. And I said, who are you gonna keep? And he goes, Lamar. Like, what kind of fuck question is that?
Don't blame him, not whatsoever. It's a great pick, and I don't blame him. I think he gets to keep it for. I have to look. I think he gets to keep it. Yeah.
You're just mad.
I don't want to talk to you. Shut up.
I got second place on my first year. That's all
You shouldn't have had second.
You know what? You getting last this year, okay? On baby.
Aaron, you won't get the full experience this time.
Aaron, I got first place on my first year.
Don't worry, Aaron. It's a different experience every time you play.
She got the title her
The
first year.
shade it's been thrown there.
Like
Yeah.
that? How you like them apples,
All right.
But,
So
okay, here's another thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I actually know sports. I don't.
That's the beauty of fantasy football. Anybody can win unless your name is Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100% on that.
Well, except for
Football in general,
we
I
don't count
suck
that
at.
year.
We don't talk about that year. It was a down year for everybody.
2020. That's that asterisk in the rule book. I'm looking.
Oh my Jesus!
Hey, you win another one. Win another one. You can shut us up. Everything was upside down that year, no doubt
Yeah, it
about
was a wild time. It was a wild time.
Except for Josh Allen.
it. What's also upside down, and that is, of course, the Democratic Party right now. See what I did there? Hey, all right.
They are in all kind of sorts right now.
That's not bad. Remember when Democrat House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said this?
Yes.
In the courts, Donald Trump is not winning. He's losing.
Why are you lying, Hakeem Jeffries? Why are you lying, man? Real cap right now. I mean,
He didn't
seriously.
even believe that shit.
I mean,
Why does
back
he
in
look so
March.
high?
Yeah, back in March, Donald Trump won a major court case against USAID contractors that allows him to dismantle USAID. But then activist judges stepped in and tried to halt it, just like they're trying to halt everything Donald Trump is doing. But this week, another two huge victories occurred. First, the Fourth Circuit courts just halted an activist judge's order that we just talked about, which required Doge to suspend its access to much of USAID. That's now been overturned, meaning that Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Doge have the constitutional authority to do exactly what they have been doing, despite what the leftist media might be telling you out there. Also, secondly, the Supreme Court delivered Trump a huge win, voting 5-4 to allow him to block $65 million in Department of Education grants to Democrat NGOs to promote DEI in schools. So stop lying, Hakeem. This is a picture of when he went to MSNBC last month here, where he claimed that inflation was actually going up under Donald Trump, when in fact it's been dropping dramatically since January 20th. So yeah, if you look at the chart there, obviously since January, it has come down drastically, inflation has. So lying's not a good look on you there, Hakeem. But, you know, keep on doing it because it helps the Republican Party with Trump right now. So thoughts on Hakeem Jeffries and his lying, no doubt about it.
He
Just
looks
another
like a liar. He looks like he looked like he bit people when he was a kid.
You guys,
bite people?
No, yeah,
Oh.
you know, he's like a biter. Like,
Oh.
see, that's some cultural differences, shit like that. Like, there was always this mixed kid, like he's bad as fuck in school, and he was a biter, and he looks like a fucking biter.
Brandon.
Well, ankle biter.
Brandon, You remember the Dark Knight meeting when Joker's in there with the table?
Yeah.
And he sees the TV.
What's
and
your magic trick?
You know the squealers when you see them.
Yeah.
That right there is a squealer.
He's a biter.
Right there. Batman has no jurisdiction. He'll find him and make him squeal.
Make him squeal. Yes. It's the same concept with King Jeffrey.
First of all, I don't trust nobody who has dead eyes when they look at you.
Yeah, he's always in a constant state of looking stoned. This guy.
King Jeffrey's just like that, though. They've got him by the throat, and he has to do whatever they tell him to do.
He's reading that prompter is what he's doing. You can tell for the way his face looks and his.
Well, this is probably an interview, but I don't know if they got prompters for that. But either way,
you don't think so?
Biden did.
Biden did.
Yeah, well,
Biden fell asleep.
Yeah,
and they have a script no matter what.
That's for sure. I mean, he's sitting here saying inflation's going up under Trump. We're looking at it right now. Everything past this point is Donald Trump, and it's on the way down.
I don't
know what you're
understand that
talking
part
about.
either. Like, I don't understand that part either. You see the same shit that we see, and yet you go out there and say dumb shit like this.
Yeah, they did it when Biden was in office too. Inflation's actually down, and prices are going down, and wages are going up. No, they weren't. And we'll see how this one goes.
Well,
so good.
You have the graph in front of you. You're showing us the graph. So why would you then say the shit?
Well, they didn't show this. This was put together. MSNBC didn't put the graph up.
But what I'm saying is you can see there's a fucking
you can look
graph.
it up.
Like that's what I'm saying. So like
Brandon just points out the fucking
well, because it's the truth. This is what the media does. They say this stuff expecting you not to look into it further. And if you do, you find out they're full of crap. But most people don't, or they just take them at their word. No, we're not like that here on this channel. We're going to show you the receipts.
Like, I don't understand that shit. Like, why would
I don't either.
Bro, I lie to y'all motherfuckers.
We got a lot of that before this show's over. Trust me.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a good one.
You hear what I said, Eric?
Yeah.
I said I lie to you motherfuckers a lot. Like I do. But the difference is, unless you call Miranda, you take me for my word, bitch.
Now I'm not.
You lying?
Yeah, full cap. Yeah,
all the way.
Unbelievable. But apparently, let's see. Make sure I get that. Yeah, okay. This next story: extreme leftist Don King lookalike Eli Mistel.
I'm done.
When he wasn't promoting his new book on podcasts like The Breakfast Club with Charlemagne, literally saying our U.S. Constitution was, quote, a piece of crap. Yeah, marinate on that one for a second.
Where in the world did you dig up this yes mass ass? What?
What? He went on The View after saying the Constitution was a piece of crap, and he said we should not respect any law passed before 1965. Let's listen to this.
The law passed before the 1965 Voting Rights Act should be presumptively unconstitutional, right? Because before the 1965 Voting Rights Act, we were functionally an apartheid country. Not everybody who lived here could vote here. So why should I give about some law that some old white man passed in the 1920s, like the Immigration and Nationality Act, when they passed our fundamental immigration?
So the hags on The View here, and this old nutty professor looking dude. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Man, don't do Eddie like that. That's crazy work.
That's Eddie with a body fat suit on him or whatever. But
damn, that's accurate as fuck though. That's great.
Don't they realize that most laws in this country were passed before 1965? And these people, are they seriously suggesting old laws shouldn't be adhered to? Like, I don't know, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, things like that, or not to mention all the murder laws that were laws before 1965. This man,
these guys, they wouldn't survive in 1965.
No, of course not.
But here's the thing, also, real quick.
Yeah.
Why wasn't this a talking point 4 years ago then?
Yeah.
Why does it matter now?
Oh, I can't wait to hear what this guy
because now our government's racist,
That's what I'm saying. So you wasn't saying this shit then.
It was even more racist under Biden, by the way, in my opinion. Sorry.
More racist under Obama. You know what? I'm not about to get into this fucking discussion again.
If you look at some of the stuff Biden implemented, like the DEI stuff, which is a lot of racism, affirmative action, things like that.
A lot of shit that they did was race based.
But Trump's the one now, right? But this guy here has some more examples of things that before 1965 that this guy's basically essentially saying we should throw out, and the women on The View are saying the same thing. So, or nodding along with him. Here you go.
There's this black liberal. His name is Eli Mistel. Got a big, puffy grade white afro. He's always on networks where they don't push back and question him. But this idiot, who's a black liberal, said this.
Absolutely. One of my premises for the book is that every law passed before the 1965 Voting Rights Act should be presumptively unconstitutional, right? But because before the 1965 Voting Rights Act, we were functionally an apartheid country. Not everybody who lived here could vote here. So why should I give about some law that some old white man passed?
Did you see that? This man was able to say that on The View and no pushback.
None.
With a bunch of women. You do understand a bunch of old white men voted for women to be able to vote. And none of y'all push back on that. You know, the Women's Suffrage Act, 1920, I believe. Okay, well, what about the 1964 Civil Rights Act? That mean nothing? You said anything before 1965. What about the 1933 Brown versus Mississippi, where old white men ruled that you can't beat a confession out of a suspect, and that suspect was black. They ruled that you cannot beat a confession out of no one. Those old white men did that. Okay, what about the Enforcement Act of 1871? You don't know what the Enforcement Act of 1871 is? Well, let me give you its nickname, the Klan Act, which Ulysses S. Grant said, if you see a Klansman, shoot him. No due process, no habeas corpus, none of that, no rights, shoot them. If you catch them in the sheep and horse, shoot them. When Union troops was down there chasing the Klan, and the Klan disappeared for about 20 years because they were scared. The Enforcement Act don't mean nothing of 1871, the Klan Act. Okay, Mr. Mystical, I got one for you. What about the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment? 13th, it gave black people we are no longer slaves. 14th Amendment that said we are U.S. citizens. 15th Amendment gave us the right to vote. That don't mean nothing either. Old white men voted for that. So what about the old white men who voted for the 1957 Civil Rights Act that Democrats shot down? Okay, Al Gore's daddy did that. What about let's see. What about there's one more that's on the tip of my tongue. Brown versus Topeka Board of Education. Does that matter? You know, Brown versus Topeka Board of Education, that was by old white men. When white liberals get a black person that's going to say the stupid mess they say, they make sure that black person is going to be on areas he cannot be fact checked, or push back. So, explain me this. Does that matter? Does those few acts before 1965 matter? I say they do.
Yeah. What say you? Yeah.
And again,
on point.
Brandon?
I hate when this shit happens and they do shit like this, because you sound so fucking dumb. And yet you're so...
I mean, look at him. Of course he's going to sound dumb.
He was so confident in everything he was saying, too.
And she was, too.
I fucking...
Shaking her head right along with him.
And what, like, ooh, bitch, you was in the color purple. Like, you...
Yeah, Whoopi, yeah. Well, no, and like he said, what about all the, women can vote and stuff like that? All these women are like, yeah, you're right. Everything before 1965 should be...
Do these...
Because you don't know. You can't know. Because if you did know, then you'd have had to say something.
Do these career Democrats, do they not realize that before the 1950s and all that it was Democrats that voted against all this shit?
Especially the Civil Rights Act and things like that, yeah.
They
were so mad when they lost their slaves, man. They still are.
Pro-Southern
Why do you think they're trying to get
Democrats-
immigrants for pennies on the dollar to do all their work for them?
Pro-Southern Democrats were really against it.
Yeah.
They were.
Yeah.
And you can look it up in the history books because it's on printed in every history book that they don't want you to
they're trying to
read.
remove that too if they haven't already.
That's what I'm about to say.
Why do you think they're
It's
so
on-
mad that the Department of Education is going to bye-bye? Because they
it's
can
on-
control that. That's
It's
what they
on
want.
It's on every history book that they don't want you to read.
Yeah. And the ones that are still in, they're trying to remove all that stuff,
That
teaching
won't happen.
critical race theory and things like that instead. I mean, that's what they're trying to do. But
That
just
won't
because a law is old doesn't mean it's out of date or should be irrelevant. In fact, I trust the founders and the lawmakers of yesteryear to govern far better than these corrupt activists and politicians these days. And this guy just proved every single bit of that. So yeah.
And with that mindset in mind, then that would negate the Constitution altogether.
Yeah,
that's what they
which is
want.
what he actually went. That's why he said on the other podcast, the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne. He actually said that. That's why he said the U.S. Constitution is a piece of crap. He said we need to abolish it, get rid of it, and start fresh, start over. He literally said that. So this is the kind of people that The View are having on their channel. This is extreme far left radicalism. It's not American, and they want to say, "Oh, democracy's a stick," but you have people like that on your show. Get out of here. Get out of my face. Speaking of get out of my face, and speaking of lunatic leftists, Jasmine Crockett can't seem to stay out of the news. This week, literally, she admitted that she is a DEI hire, and she doesn't even seem to realize what she just owned up to. So listen to this.
Say because you've been gracious, is this. When I first became a public defender, I had no criminal defense experience. And I walked in and I told my boss, Charlie, I said, listen, you should hire me. He said, why? I said, because I'm black. Charlie looked at me like I was crazy.
So she literally said she did not have any, what was it, defense experience? Is that what she said? Yeah. She had no criminal defense experience, but she walked in and said that you should hire me because I'm black. What does that make you? Let me say it with me, y'all. She's a DEI hire.
Yeah,
That's
like
right.
she's retarded. Like I don't
That
know.
too. Hence the little medal she got here. But
she's been very critical about the Trump tariffs thing, and I know you're going to get into this later
because she knows nothing about economics for one.
Okay, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. These other countries. I'm sorry, Brandon. I'll let you talk. These other countries have been getting away with this for far too long.
We're going to get into tariffs a lot later. We're going to get into
I'll
that.
let you get to that.
Big
Go ahead,
topic
Brandon.
this week, no doubt about it. But
in their fucking pockets. That's why everybody's so mad about the shit.
yeah, that's why they're mad. It's not nothing to do with tariffs. It's the fact that he's getting rid of all their money and all of their kickbacks and crap like that. It's got nothing to do with, he wants to take your Social Security and stuff. Bull. Yeah. That's not happening. Okay. Period.
No. I don't know how many times you need to be told that shit before it sinks in.
It's been told over and over and over again. I'm so sick of hearing it at this point. But they've been running all this fake stuff that everybody just believes all that they hear anyway.
Everybody.
But continue, Brandon. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah.
It's just it pisses me off. Like you didn't have experience, but yeah, you got the job, and now you just qualified to say this dumb shit. And people
just to say whatever you want. You don't sound smart. You sound stupid to people who are educated.
Exactly.
You may sound smart to the imbeciles out there who actually buy this garbage, but
then they want to go turn around and quote Martin Luther King, which this is not what he was talking about.
It wasn't.
Yeah. We went over that.
It's
too.
also sad when Martin Luther King's own family comes out and says that's not what he meant, and then you talk shit about them. Then you start discrediting Martin Luther King because man, whatever. Like that shit.
You know,
That's me with it.
When I was in school when they taught about Martin Luther King, I have always thought that Martin Luther King, when he talked about his "Have a Dream" speech, he meant that. He had a dream that people in America could live like that.
Yeah.
And
we did.
And when those Martin Luther King files come out, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Democrat who killed him.
It was.
But
it was like
one of his own people.
Yeah, because he was preaching about equal.
When people like that go on The View and say stupid just like that,
it's like
what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
It's the same thing for Malcolm X. When Malcolm X was talking about killing all these white people, this, that, and the third, everybody loved it. But the moment he went to Africa, came back, and he started talking about, nah, you my brother, we should come together, this and that, they fucking killed him.
Yeah. Again, you got to think about why,
Because he was preaching unity. Same thing Dr. King was preaching.
Equal rights, which is, again, some Democrats say they want, but then their policies say something completely different if you actually look into them deep enough.
Have you, I know it may sound crazy when I say this, but have you guys noticed that whenever either a politician or borderline famous person in this country talks about a controversial topic,
they're lying about it
on his back?
No, you mean, I know what you mean. You mean by
okay. Well, yeah, that
someone of any fame or celebrity
Yeah,
comes out and starts
famous
talking about
person
unity,
or-
this, that, and
Yeah.
third, seriously, they either die or they're going crazy or some shit. Yeah, they get exiled, or you're going to see a hit piece about them being.
Look at Trump and Elon.
Yeah, they've been
They're
putting hit pieces on
trying
everything.
to fix the country, and they want to kill him over it.
Right. And everybody loved Elon
That's
and
my
Trump.
point. Yeah, that's my point,
Then as soon
Miranda.
as they turned, or as soon as they started doing things against the establishment, that's when all the hit pieces and hatred comes out against them. And most of it is true or untrue, I should say. I mean, there may be a little bit of truth here and there, but not all of it.
This has been going on in this country for a while.
It's propaganda. It's been like, and they want to say Russia's bad. No, we're worse.
Because war makes them money. Sick people make them money. You know, it's they don't want
make some money.
Yeah, and we're going to dive more into the deep state part of this before this is over with. But also this week, the Atlantic. Remember last week how we reported on the Atlantic and their part in the sensationalism of what happened with the whole Signalgate group chat fiasco, as well as all the lies and hoaxes they peddled about Trump over the years. Well, this week they were at it once again as they ran an article stating that the Trump administration, in their disorganized, sloppy ways, mistakenly deported a Maryland man to Salvadoran prison. You know, because the Trump administration is only flying by the seat of their pants, and they aren't planning this out and just deporting anyone and everything they see. Well, to no one, at least, no, they don't. At least to those who are.
I'm saying, what did he do?
Oh, well, what actually happened here, to no one's surprise, at least to those with a working frontal lobe, come to find out, Trump, or the guy who was in fact deported on purpose, was because he was an active member of the criminal gang MS-13, and he was involved with sex trafficking. But of course, the media neglected to tell you that part of the story. So again, stop listening to the news, flat out.
I wonder how bad you have to be to get deported.
Pretty fucking bad.
Like I mean, you have to hit like another level of.
You're already on a list anyway, not to be in this country. That's how they find these fucking people. So
they're going after criminals first anyway.
That's exactly what they're doing. But they're making it seem like, oh, he's ripping a.
He's just throwing away people who are Mexican or whatever because he's racist. No. They're criminals for one, just being in this country without, documentation. Number one.
And I want to address something.
But they're going after violent criminals first. Some of those other ones would go in there as well. But
this is another one that I've been hearing from the Christian church. And I don't know if you've heard this or not, Eric.
Oh,
but
probably.
A lot of people are going out there, and it's very controversial. And they've said that they're deporting Christians. Now, hold on a second. Now that you got to be careful about that. Because these people are criminals. And they're here illegally.
And they may be Christian, but again, if you're breaking the country's laws, it's going to happen. They're not just randomly picking up legal Christians and throwing them out of the country. That's not happening. So if they're out there saying they're taking out Christians,
that's what the left's trying to say.
I know, that's BS.
But the left is guilty. They're bringing them in, giving them social security numbers,
We're going to get
and making sure they get the max social security benefits. If this would have kept going, we would have lost our country completely because they were going to be voting Democrat because they just gave them all this free shit. So
we're going to talk about Elon's
so much
presentation
more. There's so much more behind it that needs to be gone through.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get the answers with some of the stuff Doge is
Hopefully
doing.
Doge will get to
They're cracking it already, as we'll talk about here in just a minute. We're going to get into his presentation on that exact topic, so hang tight. But let's see here. This is just the first of a few stories tonight with the Atlantic, where I want to just rail against the media here, all for the same reason: not caring about or not caring or not waiting for the facts to come out before they report on stuff. But I got to switch over real quick.
It's not that they're not waiting. Let's get that.
They just don't care. They want to lie. Yeah, that's what it is. But if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, that's why I threw in that part of it. But
I don't.
I don't either. I don't give the media one, iota of respect when it comes to that, because they're not trying to do that whatsoever. But NBC News and multiple left-wing news outlets this week, like the New York Times, posted a report on their social media account stating the Trump administration on Tuesday eliminated the entire staff of a federal program that helps low-income households pay utility bills, according to sources. Now, that's red flag number one. If they don't name the source, it's always BS. Let's just keep that number in mind there. The eliminated staff of 10 employees accounted for only a small fraction of 10,000 layoffs, including Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s purge of the Department of Health and Human Resources. But those who work closely with the Low Income Energy Assistance Program, or LIHEAP, now fear for his future. A representative of Homeland Security Health and Human Services didn't respond to a request for comment. LIHEAP is widely seen as a lifeline for millions of low-income households struggling to cover home heating and cooling costs. So that's what they reported, that they were cutting all this entire program that helps low-income families pay for their heating and cooling bills. That's what NBC, New York Times, CNN, all these leftist outlets were reporting. And I've seen this spread around online with people saying how disgusting it is that Elon Musk and Donald Trump would remove assistance from low-income families who can't pay their own utility bills. For the love of all things good and holy, just stop trusting NBC News and the media in general. A lot of what they say Trump and Doge are cutting is actually bureaucratic waste that actually limits this assistance, not the assistance itself, like the media claims. Headlines like these are meant to play on your emotions, assuming you won't research the topic further, as we talked about earlier. They peddled these same lies in regards to cutting waste around cancer research recently as well. The leftist media is trying to peddle these sorts of headlines in regards to Social Security, Medicaid, and other assistance programs that they say Trump is cutting, but that's not the reality of the situation. In reality, the LIHEAP program has been a bureaucratic black hole for decades, with administrative bloat consuming resources meant for struggling families. This restructuring aligns with the People Care Act, which streamlines welfare programs by cutting redundant administrative layers, not eliminating the actual assistance. With 5 million households relying on heating aid, the real scandal is how 37% of the LIHEAP funds historically went to overhead and mismanagement rather than directly to the utility relief. This reform mirrors success that Doge initiatives have recovered $1.9 billion in misplaced funds by axing redundant positions across 14 agencies. This assistance program will continue through state partnerships with tightened oversight, exactly how the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Act should have operated from day one. So what are your thoughts on the lies that they're saying that Trump and Elon are cutting low-income relief, for houses who can't afford their heating bills, which is obviously not happening. They're not cutting that. They're cutting the bureaucrat, programs around it that limits the assistance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how we can combat the lies. Like,
they're all over the place.
Because if you get on Facebook and you look at like the Bloomingtonian posts, they're full of just fucking leftists whining, crying. Like,
and the media have no desire to even tell you that little detail. That, just like the cancer research. Oh, they're cutting cancer research. How dare they? No, they're cutting all the wasted spending around it that prevents the research from actually being done.
But they know that.
Yeah, they know that, but they're lying about it.
Yeah, because it fuels the whole. It's fear. It's still fear mongering. That's what we're doing here.
Yeah, that's
they're trying to still push the whole. He's a Nazi. He's a dictator. Like this is.
It goes back to the Martin Luther King and everybody else.
Yeah, the moment
they're just trying to paint them as a horrible person.
Yep.
That wants to destroy everything. But that's exactly what they are and are doing. So
it's called projection. You ever heard of that?
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
I mean, I just don't get it how you fucking morons don't.
Then they get mad at us for pointing it out. But
yeah, we're just noticing.
Eric, I don't know if you've seen it, but I sent you something on the group chat a couple days ago, and it was a bunch of people picketing with signs that said Nazi on it and all that, like they do. And I commented, like, look how many of them are brainwashed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they don't open your eyes.
There were hands-off protests all over the country today. But good news is, Elon says they know
protesting?
Social Security, all the cuts that they're making.
They don't. You know what? Let me tell you something. They probably don't even know what they're cutting.
No, they don't even know what they're protesting because they're
know.
being paid. They're being paid, and they were busted in.
And let me tell you something. These Department of Education people that got cut, they probably needed to be cut.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mama. Well, you're muted,
frustrates
Eric.
me.
Eric, you're muted.
Eric's muted.
Eric.
My bad. Sorry, I got you. Yeah, I had to cough. And I had to mute myself. But anyway, not to mention local affiliates where the jobs were supposed to have been cut in Maine, according with this LIHEAP thing, say they have not been able to independently confirm that the layoffs have even occurred. So yet NBC News, the New York Times, CNN, and all them are posting this article anyways, claiming all this for the clickbait headline for more emotional manipulation and fear mongering. There's no truth to it. But I can't with these people. And this next one, by the way, is a prime example of the media only caring about the narrative without reporting on the facts. Too often facts are pushed aside to push an agenda first. And 99% of the time, if you look further into it and actually dig, not just look at the next headline you Google, you got to dig further than that. You'll find the real reason, especially when it comes to Donald Trump. So who's ready for story time with Jill? I don't know if some of you have heard this story. This is a doozy. All right. So this week, a Georgia man left his 3 kids at a local McDonald's playground for 2 hours. He left his 10-year-old daughter in charge of 2 younger siblings, a 6-year-old and a 1-year-old, alone at a McDonald's. Authorities were soon notified that the kids were unsupervised. Not long after that, the father showed back up and told police that he and the kids had walked to the restaurant from their apartment complex because he had no car, no money, and was trying to get a job interview to better provide for his family, and felt he had no choice but to leave them at the fast food restaurant because he didn't want them to walk back home while he attended his interview. He, of course, was arrested and charged with contributing to the delinquency, unruliness, or deprivation of a minor. A misdemeanor charge, as he should be, by the way. Probably should have gotten more than just a misdemeanor, if you ask me, because that's child neglect, just flat out. Let's be honest with it.
Man.
So, as you might expect, by the way, I forgot one minor detail. The man was black.
Obviously.
So, as you might expect, what did the media do with this? They ran stories about how systemic racism was keeping him poor and keeping him down, and how he was a good-intentioned father who was only trying to keep his family afloat. And the racist police officers only arrested him because of his race. This story got all the way to former Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver Antonio Brown, who set up a GoFundMe page for the man, and at last check, it was up to $80,000 in donations, far surpassing the $50,000 that Brown had set for it. Come to find out, again, once you do some digging, you might find more truth. Come to find out, after waiting on the facts to come out, something the media never does because they have to be the first ones to break a story, regardless whether it's accurate or not. Turns out the man was lying. Further interviews with the oldest child, the 10-year-old, stated he constantly leaves them at home or alone. According to the police statement, based on security footage and the timeline provided by all parties, they concluded the man didn't actually have a job interview during the hours he left the kids alone. He had filled out an application at a nearby inn 3 hours prior to leaving the kids at the McDonald's, and during the time in question, the oldest child stated he was delivering a backpack to their mother in the apartment complex where he lived. So why could you just leave the kids home? I don't understand that one. A backpack apparently that the mother never got. So the cops called the mother. She came and got the children, but God knows what the man was actually doing. Sounds like some sort of drug deal or something, and he told the child that it was for mom instead. This is Father of the Year material right here, if you ask me. What are your thoughts on this story?
This is the one part. Also, another part that I hate, that this whole. I don't get how, especially Black America, is okay with just being victims of random shit.
Some people like it, man.
Like that's
like they can get away with it, like this guy tried to do.
And then you find out, nah, that shit is mad suspect. But again,
I want to know how AB feels about it now, because I followed the story. And I didn't get this far though. I did not know that he was lying and
people were trying to tell him this, dear, and he said, "Well, I still don't. If you want a refund on your donations, you're allowed to get them. You know, that's fine." He said, "But at the same time, this is providing a roof over some child's head."
Yeah, I get that.
Sounds like they already lived in an apartment anyway.
In the long run, he's still trying to help these kids out.
And that's Admiral Antonio Brown's part. I got no problem with that, but
yeah, that's still a fucked up situation.
He fell for it like a lot of people did, but yeah. But do you see the issue here?
Yeah.
I mean, the media ran a sob story to manipulate the public's emotion and lied.
But they do that all the time. I don't see why that's nothing new. Like they do this all the time.
Yeah, they will not air a retraction or apologize for the inaccuracy of their reporting.
I seen this the other day.
But the damage is already done at this point, and the race-baiting narrative has been pushed, causing further divide in this country. Fake news, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah,
I
mean,
don't understand that shit, man.
We often call the news and the world of propaganda the Matrix because, well, it is. It's true. It's unfathomable to me that we live in a society that constantly falls for these lies. So how about we explore a little bit? How does that actually happen? How do people get so deceived? I mean, it's not really hard when you think about it. Look at this here. How can a population be convinced a lie is the truth? 21% of Americans are illiterate. That's 52 million adults. 54% of Americans can't read beyond the level of an 11-year-old. That's 141 million adults. So they can't fact check anyway because they can't read. If there was ever an endorsement of getting rid of the Department of Education, here you go. 57% of Americans have no education past high school. America ranks 36th in the world for literacy levels, and white U.S.-born adults are the largest group with low literacy. So it's easy to deceive folks when they're uneducated. It's just the simplest of things here, let alone the deception that's out there.
I'm laughing because I was talking to an old coworker the other night and we were talking about another coworker and she was like, she couldn't even read when she started. Oh, it's so funny.
It's crazy how many adults can't.
Yeah.
I mean, and a lot of that is squarely on the Department of Education. It really is. Why do you think Trump wants to get rid of it, ladies and
I don't know how to
gentlemen?
write cursive.
You don't?
That's something that's not a thing.
I don't even know if they teach it anymore.
They didn't. They didn't teach it in my class.
Yeah.
I know how to write cursive too. I hate it.
You know what the conspiracy is on that one? They don't teach it anymore, so that way you can't read the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. You know, that's what they want younger people not to be able to do. Whether or not that's true, you can think about that on your own, but that's an interesting thought when you think about it. Especially when you're trying to
how much shit you gotta sign.
By the way, just letting you guys know this. If you go to the Books app on your phone, you can find the Constitution in English and perfect handwriting.
Oh, there's plenty of places you can get a pocket Constitution and things like that. So yeah, great places for it, sure. But at the end of the day, stop listening to the media and headlines like this one from NBC News that was being peddled by CNN, New York Times, and stuff like that. Question everything you're told and what you read. Those of you who can read, then question it again, and then question it a third time. At this point, you're an idiot if you believe anything coming out of the mainstream media as holy writ. End of the story.
I don't know why people believe the news or these daytime talk shows anymore at all.
Or anything they read on the internet at this point when it comes to like Google.
Well, look, I don't see why anybody trusts a damn doctor anymore either, because they're all in it to make money. If they fix you, they're not making money from you.
Right. They want to keep you coming back for more pills.
Don't even get me started on doctors. We were prescribed prednisone to help with our sickness, and it did nothing but cause other symptoms to pop up.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous, and I was like, never again.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're better off finding holistic ways or whatever it might be, you know, things like that, natural ways. Like I said, I'll go to a doctor if I'm having a heart attack or if I got cancer. Well, even then, cancer, you might be better off looking at other ways too, certain ways. But I don't know. There's certain like little things I'm not going to the doctor for anymore. Because what I go do? Go home, take 2 of these. Okay, great. Go back in 3 months, get another one. Oh, so I got to pay you more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Doc.
I'll start, you know, hopefully living healthier and doing things that way because that will take it. Like Dana White said, that cleared up all his issues. Eat right, exercise, get plenty of sleep, get some sun.
You know the shit they used to teach you in elementary school.
Yeah, but they may not know more, which is why a lot of people don't.
No,
know.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
the shit they used to. Like,
used to. Yeah,
dude, gym class was gym class in elementary school. Like you ran, you you exercised in gym class. I remember going to gym class in elementary school and having to stretch, and before we did anything, we would have to stretch. You go through a whole stretch routine. You do exercises, whether that was jumping jacks or push-ups. You know what I mean, like legit.
Gotta loosen up your muscles and stuff, man. Yeah.
Before you got to run around and play and all this other shit, like.
Yeah, it's crazy how much they've changed things, and not for the better, mind you. But obviously, moving on from that, this week too. Normally, a filibuster is used to stop a vote or a bill from being passed, but this week, Timu Obama, I mean, Democrat Representative Cory Booker.
What? Don't you ever just besmirch Timu like that again?
Sorry, but he wasn't.
Did you just refer to Senator Cory Booker as Timu Obama?
Yes, pick your ears instead of your butt every now and then. But I'm just playing. But anyway,
Wow.
yes, no doubt. But he wasn't filibustering for a vote or to stop a bill from being passed. There wasn't a pressing issue on the floor. There wasn't anything on the agenda. Regardless, Cory Booker spoke about Orange Man bad for 25 hours straight for no
shot,
for no reason. He was about 5 hours in, and he was already sweating. But here's a clip of him from when he was speaking for 25 hours straight without a bathroom break. Listen to this.
Your grocery prices, they're higher. Thomas, I'll be a better steward of the economy. It's worse than we inherited. Over and over, he's breaking
His
promises,
body's
doing outrageous
disproportionate to
things,
his head.
disappearing people off of American streets, violating fundamental principles of this document.
Okay, we don't need to listen more because everything he was saying there was a flat out lie anyway about Trump and stuff.
Yeah,
You know, he's going to take away this, he's going to take away blah, 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 blah.
And like
Yeah.
limiting free speech is not, against the Constitution.
Which is exactly what the Biden administration did on a lot of different levels.
Yeah.
They even tried to implement a Ministry of Truth, which didn't last long due to the backlash, but they tried. Here's also during this entire filibuster, he's probably 24 hours in at this point. Again, straight talking for 24 straight hours, 25 plus hours, no bathroom break.
I'm not sitting there. I promise you.
No, my bladder had to be about to burst, I'm sure.
Brother,
Chuck
2 minutes
Schumer.
I'm out of this conversation.
Here's Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer congratulating him on what exactly I don't know, but here you go.
Would the senator yield for a question?
Chuck Schumer, it's the only time in my life I can tell you no.
I just want to tell you a question. Do you know you have just broken the record? Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
No one.
For what? I mean,
Wasting more time and money.
I'm proud of him for wasting that much air. I mean, that's impressive.
to stand up there for 24 hours without any bathroom is insane.
Doesn't
but
his
yeah.
body look too big for his head?
Oh, absolutely it does. Yeah, I mean, I'm
Like
not
you got
the most proportionate guy in the world either, but yeah.
He's like, you got a fat suit on, and trust me.
Yeah, he looks weird.
That shit is.
I got a question. Can they censor you for just saying bullshit for 24 hours?
Apparently not.
You know what?
I'm just curious.
His body is shaped like, and I don't mean no disrespect. Y'all remember when Al Roker lost all that weight?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. And if you have lost weight, sometimes this does happen. So I'm not going to criticize what he. I really don't care. But
Listen,
that
suit was inflated.
I mean, I get it, but yeah. But the dude just did this for attention. What did this accomplish besides wasting everyone's time?
What was this for?
There was nothing. There was no vote that he was trying to block. Usually that's what a filibuster's for. There's no bill that was trying to be blocked from being passed. He was just up here like, I'm just going to sit up here in 24 hours and just, I don't know, gaslight the country is what he was trying to do here.
So he was just yapping?
Yeah. Orange Man bad. That's 24 hours. And it ended up
sat there?
Yeah. Well,
no, I'm not doing it.
You didn't have to stay, I think, if you were part of the House. But there were some people who did, who had to record the proceedings and things. So yeah.
Dude, I'm going to go to sleep.
Yeah. I mean, but just when you think the modern Democrat Party can't get any more absurd, they outdo themselves. While Cory Booker was busy filibustering absolutely nothing for 24 hours, his own staffer, who also happens to be his bodyguard, was being arrested for illegally carrying a gun inside the Capitol building. And how did this guy get past security? Booker himself personally escorted him around a Capitol Police checkpoint. bypassing all security measures. Apparently, gun crimes only matter when they're politically useful, huh? But when one of their own is involved, Democrats in the Senate don't even pretend to care. Instead, they spent the entire day applauding Booker's meaningless rambling and feeding him scripted questions to stretch out his stupid performance. You know, they started talking about sports at one point, if I'm not mistaken. It's like, come on, guys. But so to summarize here, Cory Booker talked for more than 1 day straight, accomplished absolutely nothing, and in the process helped a staffer commit a crime. And for this, he's being hailed as a hero. You will not find a better snapshot of today's Democrat Party than this. It's all performative theater, all nonsense, all the freaking time. Flat out.
Miranda, this right here, him sneaking guns into the Capitol is exactly how the shit in Pennsylvania and in Florida happened.
Mm-hmm.
This shit cannot happen in this country.
Well, apparently, like I said, it's
I don't mean to
two-tier
cuss,
justice
but
here.
It's serious. These are people's lives.
So
I mean, they did arrest the man. I will say that, but Booker should be held accountable for this too. It's his own staffer who he helped get inside with the gun.
Get inside with the fucking gun. So like,
yeah, like
bodyguard or not, it still shouldn't be there.
So let me get this straight: gun rights. You motherfuckers are so against guns, but you got a guy to protect you with a gun.
Yeah, you got plenty of them. You know, when you need it, right?
Camilla said that she would straight up shoot somebody in the face with a shotgun if they came into her house.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't blame her for that.
But they said they want to take away our guns.
If you're so against guns, why would you say something like that? But then
now you're trying to take people's guns too. Yeah.
Yeah, take people's self-defense weapons that you just said that you would use to defend your home.
Yeah, absolutely. But by the way, their approval ratings are in the gutter, talking about the Democrats, dropping further in recent weeks to a whopping 21%, down from 27% that we talked about a few weeks ago. Meanwhile, even CNN admits Trump's numbers have never been higher. CNN's admitting this. Listen to this.
I think sometimes it's important to do a little bit of reality check and take a little different spin at the numbers. I'm going to do that right here because all we talk about is how unpopular Donald Trump is. But in reality, he's basically more popular than he was at any point in term number one, and more popular than he was when he won election back in November of 2024. What are we talking about? His net favorable rating right now comes in at -4 points. Compare that to where he was when he won in November of 2024, when he was at -7 points, or March of 2017, when he was at -10 points. So when you compare Trump against himself, he's actually closer to the apex than he is to the bottom of the trough. And of course, that's so important because Donald Trump, historically speaking, has had his numbers underestimated. So I think it's very important to compare him to himself to understand he's actually more popular now than he was when he won, or certainly where he was at this point back in his first term. The bottom line is Trump is more towards the ceiling than he is towards the floor.
Interesting that CNN even has to admit it, despite the negative number, which, they're going to say he got a negative approval rating. Fine. But he's higher than he's ever been. It just gets insane to me. Thoughts on that real quick?
You see it again. It's what I said earlier. You can't, if you're going to put the shit on there, you cannot just contradict yourself and say some dumb shit. So you either have to say the truth, whether you like it or not, because you put the information out there.
Yeah.
I believe it's Senator Kennedy from Louisiana says, and this is a quote from him, "You just got to try not to suck."
Yeah, I agree. It seems to be pretty hard at this point for the Democratic Party, for sure. But this week also, potentially the biggest scandal in United States history. Remember when the media and Democrats said that there's only so much a president can do with his pen, and Congress has to be the one to pass a bipartisan border bill to fix the border? Well, here you go.
I think there's limited executive actions the president can take. He does not have the legal authority to shut down the border.
You need a legislative solution. You do.
We need Congress to fix it.
All I can do, just give me the power. I don't have the authority.
No president, President Biden, President Trump can do it alone. Can only be addressed by legislation, not by executive action.
There is no executive action. No executive action. We've been hearing Speaker Johnson talking about how the president does have legal authority. That is not the truth.
We need to give the president of the United States more authority to control.
But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Illegal crossings along the
Yo,
southwest
JD,
border have fallen to their lowest levels in
It
decades.
is quiet here at the U.S.-Mexico. We did not see a single migrant.
Zero gotaways.
The lowest ever monthly total in American history.
The only reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, clearly that's not going well for the Democratic Party. As
November, the American
yeah.
people are going to know that the only reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump.
Which clearly, if you look at the numbers right above his head, how's that going for you, Democrats? I mean, there was no bipartisan border bill, which again was not passed because Donald Trump wanted to kill it because it made him look bad politically. It would have actually helped. No, it would have allowed like 5,000 migrants to continue to pour across the border per day before anything could be done about it. So of course it was going to be opposed by Trump because it was bad. That's why it didn't get passed. But again, Trump was right then, just like he's right now. You did not need border policy to do it. The executive branch and the president could do it on their own. And it took Trump less than 70 days to completely fix the border. Completely.
Wow.
So how's that going for you guys, huh? So this is just further proof that the Biden administration didn't want to fix it. And why would that possibly be? Well, because Doge is now apparently uncovering why, as Miranda kind of alluded to earlier. We have confirmation as to why that may be. We've seen it. We said it for years. Another right-wing conspiracy theory has been proven true. Let's listen to the Doge presentation about why they're letting in some of these illegal immigrants. Listen to this about Social Security numbers too.
Cars. Yeah, just this literally blew us away. Like we went there to find fraud, and we found this by accident. And this isn't political, by the way. My parents are immigrants. Yeah, this country's been great to us. My brother and sister all born in Spain. I'm pro-legal immigration. This is not political. This is not political. This is about America and the future of America. And there are a lot of good people in the system that pointed this in this direction. I want to honor them right now. That work in the government today, who took risks to show us these numbers and tell us what's going on. Yeah. So I want to stop for a minute. I want to honor those people today. Very good people. Very good people. You walk up to a border patrol officer and you tell them you want to come in. They have a couple of choices. They could charge you with a misdemeanor or a felony under 1325, or they can make it an administrative offense, like a parking ticket, basically. They were told to do that, make it an administrative offense under the last administration. And then you go walk across the border. They do what's called a release your own recognizance, and they give you an NTA, a notice to appear, which to appear at a judge. The wait times on judges are like average 6 years. Look at Grok, you'll see it on immigration judges. There's only 700 of them. This is 5.5 million people, okay? So what happens then? Once you're in the country and you got asylum through one of these pathways, and we've mapped the whole thing out, you can apply for a work document. You file a 765, it's the work form. You get this form called the 766, that's the authorization, and then Social Security Administration automatically sends you in the mail your Social Security number. No interview, no ID.
This is worth just reiterating. It's not people sometimes think that under the Biden administration that he was simply asleep at the switch. He wasn't asleep. No. They weren't asleep at the switch. It was a massive, large-scale program to import as many illegals as possible, ultimately to change the entire voting map of the United States and disenfranchise the American people and make it a permanent, deep blue, one-party state from which there would be no escape.
Look, if I hadn't seen this myself, I'm not sure I'd have believed it. I went through it myself and mapped it, and Elon is right. This is true. The defaults in the system from Social Security to all of the benefit programs have been set to max inclusion, max pay for these people, and minimum collection. That's what's happening. We found 1.3 million of them already on Medicaid, as an example. We've gone through on every benefit program we went through, we found groups from this particular group of people, this 5.5 million people in those benefit programs. And then what was really, really disturbing us was why. We're asking ourselves why. Right. And so we actually just took a sample and looked at voter registration records. And we found people here registered to vote in this population, yes.
And who did vote.
And we found some by sampling that actually did vote. And we have referred them to prosecution at the Homeland Security Investigation Service.
Yeah.
Already, that is already happening.
But no, Democrats wouldn't bring in illegals to create a Democratic one-party state to maintain control forever. Nah, they wouldn't do that.
You want to know why you ain't getting your benefits and all that shit?
Yeah, it's going to them.
I can't believe they have that many people on Medicaid. That's ridiculous.
You want to talk about cutting Social Security and Medicaid? Trump's going to do that. The Biden administration literally gave that assistance to illegals.
Sure.
We pay them off for votes.
Paid votes.
Oh yeah, let's get mad at Trump and Elon, though, right?
Yeah.
Are we stupid? Apparently so. But yeah, that
No,
was the
not
other
we.
thing.
Don't do that. Not we.
Yeah, well, not us.
You know, I'm willing to bet almost every liberal Mexican that is here got a paid for Social Security number.
Sure. Miranda, I'd bet my paycheck on it.
I wonder how many of them actually are holding jobs, though, that are going to get
None.
deported.
None.
But people don't want to talk again. The bigger issue here is you've got a party in this country who is bringing in people solely for the goal of having them vote for them and them alone to change the electoral map to where they never lose power again. But they want to say Trump is the dictator.
And they want this power so they can keep their control. They're not going to make anything better for you once they gain power.
They're going to give you the
they're gonna
illusion
let
you
it
have a
fall
choice.
apart.
Yeah.
They're going to let it all look like LA and Chicago and New York City. And
yes.
It's the same thing I said last week. Remember? It's going to eat itself at some point.
Yeah.
I just wish they'd take away the voter IDs. And require, or start record.
Oh, you mean enforcing it? Okay.
Well,
You said take it away. It's like, no, we don't want to take away
No,
voter ID.
no, I'm saying they need the states that are not required voting IDs.
Oh, yeah. Well,
start-
Wisconsin just
start
voted for it, but they
requiring
also voted for other things. But yeah, so hopefully that will happen. You're right, and hopefully
That
Trump wants to push for national voter ID laws, so we'll see what happens.
and then set term limits.
well, then you've also got to think Wisconsin. Okay, they passed the voter ID overwhelmingly.
Yeah,
but yet their Supreme Court.
Yeah, they voted for a Democrat.
Yeah. But that's going to be found out too that there was fraud.
Yeah,
the only thing
Elon alluded to that already.
The only thing I can think of that maybe would have happened there is maybe some people went to the ballot booth and say, "Okay, I only want to vote for the voter ID thing, and I don't care about anything else." And maybe Democrats voted for
because conservatives vote for everything.
A lot of times, yeah.
And a Democrat is just going to do what they were told, so they were probably just go in there and vote for this person, and that's it.
That's it. That's all they do.
Yeah, and I believe
they would have voted no on the.
Yeah.
If they would have voted no on the ID, they might have got that too, but they weren't told to do that. So,
well, I think I saw the electoral, like, you know, how the arches where the votes come in, and the blue one once again kind of dove up a little bit. Well, it kind of makes you go, maybe old Elon wants to take a look over there, like you talked about, and maybe they'll find some of these people who were getting paid like Social Security and stuff. So, yeah,
I love that they loved him for like 10 years and now they hate him.
Oh yeah, it's solely because he's against their interests now. That's
beautiful.
It. Solely.
It's beautiful.
But on top of that, apparently Elon Musk now says that the U.S. government deleted a terabyte of financial data to cover for their crimes, but they, quote, don't understand technology, so they recovered it. So these files also included funding for Hamas and other terrorist organizations. So yeah, your taxpayer dollars were funding terrorism, and they tried to delete the evidence. But Elon says because they don't understand that data can actually be recovered, they thought they got away with it. Well, think again, and arrests need to happen sooner rather than later, Pam Bondi. So yeah, let's get that.
Yeah, Hillary thought her shit was gone too, but it wasn't.
So let's hopefully it start to roll there and accountability does take place. But also this week, Democrats obviously began to celebrate as their hate for billionaires continues, even though their party was funded by more billionaires than Republicans. But no end to their hypocrisy on that matter. By the way, side note, has anyone noticed how Democrats love to say that Trump just wants to give tax breaks to Elon Musk and his billionaire buddies so they don't have to pay as much taxes while screwing over the middle class? But then they speak out of both sides of their mouth in the same breath and say, oh, billionaires don't pay any taxes because they're evil billionaires. Does that come off as weird to anybody else or just me? So
being a hypocrite.
Yeah, 100%. That makes no damn sense. Because how could you charge, less on taxes to billionaires or give them tax breaks when they aren't paying any taxes, according to you? Makes no sense. So if they don't pay any taxes, how can you give them a break? Yeah, I don't get it. But anyway, it's like when you say no person is illegal on stolen land. But if no person is illegal, then technically no land is stolen. Right? I swear, when you think about leftist arguments long enough, you can punch holes in them like it's no tomorrow, no doubt about it here. And this is a list of all the billionaires that support Democrats, by the way, and maybe 3 support Republicans and Trump. Elon, Bezos, I mean, there's not very many you can name, but this is the list of Democrat billionaire supporters. But Democrats hate billionaires, right? Only when they're not buying them, paying them. It's ridiculous if you ask me. So yeah, see a name you like there, Brandon? No, Brandon, you're muted. Oh,
I said Mark Cuban had to eat his fucking words.
Oh yeah,
that shit was funny as hell.
Is this list of billionaires that are supporting them?
Yeah, support Democrats. Yeah.
Let's see here.
But again, billionaires bad. But that's what Democrats preach.
Soros.
But the politicians who say it know that they're being funded by these billionaires, and the voters who repeat it don't understand that they're being, or some of them do and just don't care and want to lie. But most of them just don't understand that it's a bunch of propaganda. That
George Lucas is a crazy shout out.
Yeah, and he's one of my Star Wars is a favorite one of mine. So yeah, but anyway, let's move on this. We're getting kind of late in the show. We got some more stuff to talk about real quick. But anyway, Elon is not leaving Doge, by the way. That's what everybody got so happy about there on the Democratic leftist side of the party here. So anyway, yeah, they claimed he's losing too much money, so he's going to go back and save his companies. And their protests are working, then burning down the Teslas and all that stuff. But J.D. Vance, Caroline Levitt, and Elon Musk himself said on X that is fake news, and even J.D. Vance has said it in multiple interviews, and then Caroline Levitt even said it from the White House press podium. So yeah, that's a bunch of crap. However, the plan has always been for the Doge position to last about 120 days to 130 days or so. So the plan for Musk to leave likely in May of this year is still in effect, but Elon Musk has stated he'll stay until the job is done. So time will tell. Maybe he'll stay longer. But either way, as this tweet states here, the left is already laying the groundwork to claim it was because of their pressure that Elon Musk had to step down when it has nothing to do with that. But go ahead and wave your flags there, Democrats. It's not working to anybody with a brain. Again, just
they have Musk now. They could replace him with someone worse. They don't
in their eyes worse, maybe, I guess. But
yeah,
no, it don't matter who they replace him with. They're going to paint him as Hitler, like they do with every Republican.
That's my point. You get rid of Musk, and then they're just going to find another right guy that's going to make them paint Nazi signs and do all this other stupid shit they're doing.
Yeah. Anyway, it's just a shame because Elon Musk has been taking so much heat as of late when all he's doing is audits and then recommending which federal departments can be cut. The Trump administration is the one actually making the cuts happen. Democrats love to say, but Elon is unelected. No one voted for him. You're right. He was appointed by the president, like every president who appoints people to serve under him. Just like Dr. Anthony Fauci, the left loves him. So what's the issue here? Do Democrats who support Ukraine also know that Elon Musk gave Ukraine a bunch of Starlinks so they could have internet during the war? That's far more internet connections given out than anything under Biden's Build Back Better bill that we discussed last week that Jon Stewart was surprised by. But as this tweet here illustrates, Elon Musk knew what he signed up for way back in 2022. He knew it was coming, unfortunately, but the left is going to burn down cars and buildings and be violent. But no, you got to worry about January 6th now. They're the violent ones. I mean, it's a bunch of crap. But yeah, it's just a shame. So anyway, speaking of Trump and his detractors, supposedly, this tweet here was actually from Trump before the dinner happened. Kid Rock, Bill Maher, and of course Dana White all went to the White House for the dinner with Donald Trump. And as Trump pointed out here, he was a little kind of like, well, what's the old Kid Rock got me into here? A little apprehensive about whether or not this was going to go well and things are going to, go right with Bill Maher. Because obviously Bill Maher and Trump has had their disagreements over the years, no doubt about it. But obviously them, they're not going to be sitting around in teacups at a carnival anytime soon. But yeah, I mean, I love this AI photo. It's a little bit crazy if you ask me. But supposedly, according to multiple accounts, though, Bill Maher brought a list of insults that Donald Trump has said about him over the last few years. And Donald Trump apparently signed it. You can't tell me.
Power move, son.
But here's the thing, though.
I'd put that on my wall.
I don't know what Bill Maher was trying to accomplish here. Hey, here's all the mean things you said about me. But you can't tell me the list of insults that Bill Maher has said about Trump isn't far longer. I've seen his show. Okay, Trump don't have the time.
This was a take your dick out and slap him on the forehead moment.
Yeah,
Like, bitch,
you know.
You got teabagged in that man's house. Fuck out my face.
And I've heard multiple people say that this did in fact take place.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, but here's a video of Kid Rock, who set up this whole dinner meeting between Bill Maher and Donald Trump, talking about how the dinner went. Here you go.
Podcast, and I said, man, you know, nothing happens if people don't break bread together and meet face to face. He's been one of the president's hardest critics, and we came to dinner, me, Bill, Dana White, and it could not have been better. Everyone was so surprised, so pleasant. The most shocking thing to me was, you know, Bill's obviously a very big liberal, been very hard on the president, but he's donated a lot of money to other politicians. You know, you've had Biden, Clinton, Obama, everybody. He had never been to the White House, and the president was so gracious. He took us up to the private residence. We saw the Gettysburg Address in the Lincoln bedroom, and I was like, "You've never been here, Bill?" And I was like, "How about this, President Trump? You know, extending this olive branch," and we talked about things we had in common, you know, ending wokeness, you know, securing the border. You know, the president was asking him what he thought about policy, you know, going on with Iran and Israel and things. It just meant, it blew my mind. It was, I was, you know, very, very proud.
Bob, do you think he walked away liking him? Because, you know, Trump is the type of person that you got to meet him to understand it.
100%. Me and Dana both said there's never been that's ever met the president in any scenario that's walked away without saying like, wow, what a great guy. He's so funny, so engaging. He's so smart. And absolutely, Bill even said to me, you know, after that, he goes, wow, that was, you know, everybody's mind was kind of blown. Even the president's, I think, because the president called me late night last night, and, you know, everyone was a little suspect about going into this. And even the president kind of alerted to me a little bit like, what do you got me doing?
Right.
And I go, man, we're just trying to show people that, you know, even though we've been pretty hard on each other, that when you get face to face, maybe we could have a little more civility in this country and try to bring people together.
So, yeah, I mean, this sounds great. It sounded like it was actually a good, fun meeting. And he even went on to say, I think maybe in some other interview, it might have even been this one, where he said that actually during a part of the whole ordeal here, Dana White and Kid Rock, Donald Trump kind of, you know, let them kind of do their own thing. And Trump kind of focused more with Bill Maher, took time to kind of be one-on-one with him and actually have a conversation. So this is great. And again, it just speaks volumes to me that Bill Maher, even though he's donated to like Obama and Biden and stuff over the years, they never once invited him to the White House, but yet Donald Trump was willing to do that. That speaks volumes to me, and it should to anybody else, because everyone wants to say Donald Trump, oh, he just hates this or that. But if Donald Trump's the one who was actually able to extend the olive branch and Democrats wouldn't do it, tells you how Democrats don't care about their supporters as much as Donald Trump does.
It should have affected Bill Maher more, too.
You would think.
Now, did you see that Bill Maher said all will be revealed about the meeting on the 11th? He's gonna. I don't know if he's gonna put out video of it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm very curious to hear, like you said, what Bill Maher has to say on his thoughts on the dinner. Like I said last week, I don't expect him to be waving a MAGA flag, but if he tones down the hateful rhetoric of Trump as Hitler talk, I'll call that a win. But it's just ironic that this week on the 4th Friday night, which is when his real-time show usually airs on Max, he didn't have an episode this week. So the 11th is his next episode, which would be next Friday night. So I'm eagerly anticipating and waiting to hear what he has to say, because, again, he needs to tone down the Trump is Hitler stuff, because it's ridiculous and absolutely false. And if this meeting doesn't prove that to him, I don't know what will. So I guess I'll have to wait a little longer to hear what he has to say, because he's not said anything about it yet. So I'm curious. But I'm hearing good things from Kid Rock, things like that. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, very interesting to hear that moving forward. Your thoughts on the rest of this?
I think it's the same philosophy applies for everything. Talk to people.
Yeah.
Actually fucking talk to people. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. Me and Aaron were talking about this, and this was just some hypothetical shit. I've had the same conversation with Miranda before, too. Today's climate, think about the dating world, right? Nobody has the same interactions that we used to have before cell phones and the internet and all that shit, right? When you wanted to meet somebody, you had to physically go somewhere to meet somebody.
Yeah.
Now, you meet somebody, it's over text messages or a fucking, I don't care. You don't get to know a person without sitting down, actually having a fucking conversation face to face. It's a different level of meeting somebody. You know what I'm saying? So we were talking, I was like, there's no way that I could do dating or being single in times of now.
Yeah,
it's not possible. Like, because I don't have the patience for it to deal with whether or not your pronouns are correct. And I'm not. First of all, I'm not doing none of that shit.
Right.
But then to have a conversation now with somebody and you don't agree with them on something, it is this world-ending conflict, and I don't understand that.
Yeah.
There has been plenty of people in my life that I don't get along with or agree with on certain aspects, but yet we were still able
The
to
subjects have changed, though. You could have a disagreement and move on, but now it's okay. I'm going to cut my kids' body parts off
Mm-hmm.
because
There has to be a line somewhere.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can't just agree to disagree anymore.
I agree. I mean, for the most part, I think a lot of things you can do that with. But yeah, there's a few certain things there's certain things you can't. There really is. And unfortunately, it's ending relationships and friendships. But at the end of the day, you got to stand on what's right,
Exactly.
And unfortunately, people have different opinions on what that is. I think there's an objective truth, but a lot of people don't see it that way anymore.
No.
But at least in Bill Maher's case, as long as he tones down his Trump derangement syndrome, I agree with Bill Maher on a lot of things. There's a lot of crap where he just dives into his derangement syndrome and just completely throws logic out the window. He loses me on every single time. And Trump is one of those things. So we'll see what happens. Find out next week.
If he could have one of those eye-opening moments that, who was it last week?
Gavin Newsom was on the show last week.
No. What's his name? When he found out about all the money.
Yeah, Jon Stewart.
Yeah, Jon Stewart. If he could have one of those eye-opening moments.
I still haven't heard if he actually come out and just said, yeah, they were wrong. But he basically did. But he needs to own up to the Democrats screwed us over. But he's going to go on his show and be like, yeah, well, the Democrats still great. Republicans suck.
I don't understand that shit. When you found all that shit out, the look on his face
told the story. Yeah.
For those who are interested, Houston beat Duke in overtime to my bracket over. So just let everybody know
you'll be fine, Matt. If you're going to be a sourpuss, just be quiet.
I don't think I'm going to be in a good mood for the rest of the night. So
are you leaving, bro? You take that way too personal, bro.
No, I'll be in a good mood.
You busted? Is your bracket completely trashed now?
It busted with a week to go.
You'll be all right. You'll be fine. Welcome to the world of
all the way down to a week. It didn't matter. I was so far out of it anyway to really matter anyway. But.
Anyway, well, we got a few other things to talk about here. Let's move right along. We're going to go a little over. A lot of movies, though, movie news made it worse. But this week, as Miranda mentioned earlier, apparently, as we talked last week about how Bernie Sanders and AOC were caught lying about their crowd size and having them to show up and busting them in, just like they did during Kamala Harris's campaign and probably the Biden campaign and things like that, even though he ran during COVID. How much, which really worked out for him, by the way, how much you want to bet the same thing is happening here? We showed the numbers earlier. The majority of America is supportive of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and everything the administration is doing. These are the vocal minority with a loud voice. Where they all gathered around the country this weekend to protest Trump, Elon.
Here's a live look at Boston, Massachusetts now. As we
but this is Boston, Massachusetts, and of course it happened through other big leftist cities throughout the country. I think Indianapolis even had one, if I'm not mistaken. But again,
I think they missed an opportunity. They should have just dropped a big net, scooped them all up, and took them to Haiti.
Or put them in California. Just let them escape from the union. I'm good with that.
I agree with Miranda.
Yeah, something.
Big ass dragnet. Just
well, Haiti got all that money from Hillary Clinton. They should be doing great there. So
that was fine there.
But again, yes, these look big, no doubt about it. But this is technically the vocal minority of the country. It is. The majority of the country voted Donald Trump. Yeah, there was some other people who didn't vote at all. But the people who voted, the majority voted for Trump. So those who actually care, this is the minority. I'm sorry. It just is. He has a mandate. It's flat out. Simple as that. But apparently during some of these protests, Matt sent this video to me the other day. He found a way to have some fun with these peaceful protesters. So here you go.
Here you go, Miranda.
They're so. Why do you always go to violence and keen Teslas and throwing Molotov cocktails? Why do you always have to get violent?
That thing is
Peaceful
on fire.
protest. Peaceful protest.
All right, I gotta run that the whole time. But anyway, yeah, I just thought that was funny. Again, having a little fun. He's not doing anything illegal or anything. He's just having a little fun. And of course, the other side of that as well. But yeah,
it's so butt hurt so fast.
Yeah, these protests though, I mean, you're allowed to protest. Knock yourselves out. Just keep peaceful. Stop burning stuff down. That's all I can say. Say what you want, but and then show up and vote later. That's the way you handle it. But anyway, this week, obviously, the big news was the Liberation Day. Reciprocal tariffs kicked in on Wednesday, April 2nd. Basically, this means if a country charges us a tax on our goods, also known as a tariff, we implement a tariff on them in return. During his speech to sign the executive order to make these tariffs official, CNN used the opportunity to make an orange filter to make Donald Trump look more orange. Someone tell me what the point of this is. I mean, here's CNN's feed on the right, making him look orange, and another feed of Fox on the left, making him look less orange. So they did something similar like this with Joe Rogan back during COVID when he had the disease, and he was taking ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine to make him look more ill for taking a different drug despite that wasn't the approved narrative of the clot shot. So that's basically the point of that. But this here, I don't understand outside of just being petty. Any thoughts on that?
That's all it is.
Yeah.
Petty. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Trump is the only one making them pay half in return. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I skipped a little bit there. Trump is only making pay half in return. Oh, okay. So anyway, here's the Trump tariff charts here. They did something similar with Rogan. However, back to the tariffs. Okay, here we go. Trump is only making them pay half in return, considering most countries are so used to paying nothing to the United States. These reciprocal tariffs are not 100% both ways in most cases. This is Trump's attempt at leveling the playing field in regards to trade instead of the United States getting fleeced all the time like they have been for decades. Argentina has also become the first country to negotiate zero tariffs between the two countries, us and them. Israel, India, Canada, and Mexico, the European Union, and as we talked about during the Nintendo segment, Japan and Vietnam, as I mentioned earlier, and Cambodia all plan to drop tariffs if Donald Trump agrees to do the same to their countries. So let's be honest. Some of these tariffs won't even happen because they are a negotiating tactic to get better, fairer trade deals. But even if they are implemented and drive up costs on foreign goods, most of the goods that are going to go up are things you only buy sporadically, like TVs, cars, computer chips, things like that. Your daily costs, your average daily costs, like on things like most groceries and gas, won't be going up at all. But, not to mention, we're $37 trillion in debt. If something bold and drastic is not done, this country is going to go bankrupt. So if it has to get a little rough for a bit in the short term, that's okay if the country survives in the long term. Otherwise, you think paying a bit more for a Nintendo is bad. Wait until there is no money left for Social Security, Medicaid, and other government assistance that you all complain about now. What if you have no money for food? And if it becomes like a Mad Max situation up in here, literally, you'll be hoping then whether or not you have guns and ammo, it'll get that bad. But Trump is only trying to prevent that by taking a defibrillator to the heart of this dying nation, and half of you are too stupid and Trump derangement syndrome filled to see it. So, yeah. Thoughts on the trade tariffs so far?
I would live in
might be an exaggeration.
Yeah, I'm going a little bit extreme there, but you get my point.
Yeah.
If he doesn't step in and do something, though, we're bleeding money as
we're going to be fine. Yeah.
I mean,
would it be bad to say, or just what am I trying to say? Would it be bad to say that Trump is probably the president that's gotten the most hate out of any president?
Yeah.
But they killed JFK, so
fair enough.
And he was doing things, and he knew about the CIA being corrupt all the way back then.
Trump.
And
that's the similarity that I was talking about outside a couple months ago. Is that it seems to all circulate around presidents that hate government.
Presidents who try to expose the corruption.
Yeah.
Not hate the government, but just want to expose the evil in it.
Well, big government's not good, but that's
No, of course not. But it's not just big government; it's what the big government does.
Right, Eric.
So
That's
yeah,
what I'm trying to get to, but
Yeah.
I think you explained it better. Anyways, continue.
Yeah, but according to the media and so-called economic experts out there, quote unquote, tariffs are bad and they don't work, assuming they actually are implemented in this case. But if any other country does it in the United States and us, they are preserving their culture and they're taking care of their own existence. But when Trump does it, it's bad, right? Did you know that in 1996, Nancy Pelosi encouraged all of Congress to back reciprocal tariffs?
How far does China have to go?
Look how young she looks.
How much more repression?
Still
how
old.
big a trade deficit and loss of jobs for the American worker? And how much more dangerous proliferation has to exist before members of this House of Representatives will say, I will not endorse the status quo? As I mentioned, it's about jobs, proliferation, and human rights. And there are those who say we shouldn't link human rights and trade and proliferation and trade. I disagree. But if we just want to take up this issue on the basis of economics alone, indeed, China should not receive most favored nation status for several reasons that I'd like to go into now. I'd like to call the attention of our colleagues to this chart on the status quo that the business community is asking each and every one of you to
Okay, to kind of speed us along a little bit here. If you notice here, the 35%, that's how much tariffs that China was charging the United States. At the time, we charged them 2%. Same down here on exports. Same. So what she's saying here is exactly what Donald Trump is saying now. They charge us, we don't charge them. Why? She was against it then, but now she doesn't want Trump to implement tariffs. What changed since 1996, Nancy? Huh? They wanted reciprocal tariffs. Here's Bernie Sanders wanting tariffs, saying jobs are going overseas.
Further, what they have said is that we need to not worry about manufacturing in America, because what we should establish is a policy of unfettered free trade. We don't need tariffs. What we need is to allow corporate America the freedom to throw American workers out on the street, people who are making 15, 20, 25 bucks an hour, healthcare, pensions, throw them out on the street, because somehow, Madam President, we are going to create wealth in America and good paying jobs in America as we shut down plants. We move to China, corporations there pay workers 20, 30 cents an hour, and we bring the product back into this country. And anyone who goes shopping in a mall knows how difficult it is today to find the product made in America. But that is the philosophy. And I have to say, in that regard, the champion, and he is honest on this one. Senator McCain has been criticized recently for not being the most honest candidate we have seen in terms of his ads and so forth. He has been honest on this one. He is the lead advocate of unfettered free trade. And that's an also important part of this right-wing ideology, that it is good for America that corporations can go to China and bring products back into this country.
So, and not only that, Barack Obama also wanted to have reciprocal tariffs.
When it comes to the international system of commerce and trade, it's legitimate for poorer countries to continue to seek access to wealthier markets. And by the way, wealthier markets, that's not the big problem that you're having. The small African country is sending you tea and flowers. That's not your biggest economic challenge. It's also proper for advanced economies like the United States to insist on reciprocity from nations like China that are no longer solely poor countries.
So he even called for it. So 3 top Democrats back in the day ran on this. And here is Donald Trump in 1988 on the Oprah Winfrey Show saying he would implement tariffs on foreign countries.
What would you do differently, Donald?
I'd make our allies, forgetting about the enemies you can't talk to so easily. I'd make our allies pay their fair share. We're a debtor nation.
Have you heard
Something's going to happen over the next number of years with this country, because you can't keep going on losing $200 billion, and yet we let Japan come in and dump everything right into our markets and everything. It's not free trade. If you ever go to Japan right now and try to sell something, forget about it, Oprah. Just forget about it. It's almost impossible. They don't have laws against it. They just make it impossible. They come over here, they sell their cars, their VCRs, they knock the hell out of our companies. And hey, I have tremendous respect for the Japanese people. I mean, you can respect somebody that's beating the hell out of you, but they are beating the hell out of this country. Kuwait, they live like kings. The poorest person in Kuwait, they live like kings. And yet they're not paying. We make it possible for them to sell their oil. Why aren't they paying us 25% of what they're making? It's a joke.
So only one of those four has not changed their stance, and that's Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen.
One quick thing about Japan. Japan's technology is so far advanced, but nobody is allowed to talk about it outside of the country.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
Yeah.
Like, it is.
We've only seen it through like clips of some of the stuff that we watch. And,
what they want you to see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of shit that they have.
Because they're keeping it to themselves, you know? That's their prerogative, I guess. But as long as you don't do
Good thing they don't have a Hillary Clinton. She would have sold their fucking secrets.
Yeah, no kidding. Did try to smash them with a hammer. Yeah, no doubt. But fun fact: if tariffs don't work, why does every other country use them on us? If tariffs didn't work, other countries wouldn't be tariffing America. So maybe try using critical thinking skills instead of just using anti-Trump rhetoric. You know, maybe that's the best way to go about this. But apparently, we can't do that.
One more quick question:
Yeah.
How many of these countries are getting tariffs, but then launder the money back to the Democrats?
Yeah, probably a lot. That's probably a good point. You know,
That's
you might want to watch them next after you get rid of some of the government agencies they use for that sort of thing. So, I mean, Ukraine's probably a good one. That's definitely putting money back into American politicians' pockets, no doubt about it.
It's like all these bullshit accounts. Where do you think that money's going?
Yeah, it's going somewhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
bullshit charities and
Sesame Street in Iraq, apparently. I mean, shit like that. But the stock market is down 20% under Trump because of fear, because of his tariffs. Everybody in the world's coming to it. First of all, the stock market is only one metric by which we measure the economy, and it always fluctuates. Okay, but consider this: Trump may be bringing the stock market down on purpose. Listen to this video I found that actually explains that very well.
Crashing the stock market by 20% this month, but he's doing it on purpose. And this is why Warren Buffett just said Trump is making the best economic moves he's seen in over 50 years. Now, here's the secret game he's playing, and it could make you rich. So why is he doing this? To push cash into treasuries, which forces the Fed to slash interest rates in May, and those lower rates give the Fed the ability to refinance trillions of debt very inexpensively. It also weakens the dollar and drops mortgage rates. Now, it's a wild chess move, but it's working. Now, you're probably wondering, what about his tariffs? Well, I'll tell you, it's a genius play. It actually forces companies to build here to dodge them. It also forces farmers to sell more of their products here in the US to bring grocery prices way down. We've already seen this with eggs. Now, remember, 94% of all stocks are owned only by 8% of Americans. So Trump, he's taking from the rich short term and handing it to the middle class through lower prices.
Is it taking from the rich and giving to the middle class a Democrat policy that they all complain about all the time?
It always has been.
Hey, lefties, Trump just did exactly what you have been screaming for, but they'll never give him credit for it. He's taking from the rich people and giving to the poor.
By the way, those who thought I was sleeping, there was this heater on my feet, so I was not asleep.
You were nodding your head pretty good, but anyway,
I wasn't asleep.
If you're tired, you go to bed, bro. We're almost done.
Those of you who think I'm tired, it was not because of that.
Anywho, did we learn nothing from Robin Hood, by the way? The children's tale here depicted right here. Robin Hood didn't merely just rob from the rich and give to the poor. He took the money government took from taxation and returned it to the people who were being taxed into poverty. This is what Trump is trying to do, you idiots. I mean, so yeah, the stock market may be down a little bit, but when you put all this together, by lowering the interest burden of our federal budget, you combine that with Elon Musk slashing $1 trillion of spending, plus new revenue being generated from Donald Trump's gold cards for wealthy legal immigrants that'll bring jobs to this country, plus new revenue getting generated from tariffs that will be implemented. It balances out the Trump tax cuts that he's trying to make permanent, which means in the long run, people will keep more of their income, and that will more than offset the slight increase that might occur and be felt by some of the imports getting more expensive due to the tariffs. It's a long game, ladies and gentlemen. But again, what's actually happening with the stock market is not what this little graphic here suggests, that the left and Democrats want to spread around. In fact, if you pull back and look beyond just the last 5 days, like that last one just showed, it shows we are still strong on the economy according to the stock market. Again, Trump is taking a defibrillator to the heart of a dying country, using bold and drastic moves. While the market may be down, it's been taken out of context. The stock market still isn't near as bad as it was during the COVID recovery years under Joe Biden, which was on the rebound and far higher during Biden's first year, which would be the Trump effect, by the way. Then it plummeted under Biden and their disastrous policies. And granted, it jumped up under Biden last year due to the fact he was trying to win an election and he was printing money at a crazy pace, oversaturating the market. And once Donald Trump won the election, the stock market responded even further and got even higher. It would have gone right back down had Biden and Kamala won. But, this little decrease at the top here is where Democrats are panicking from, but they ignored all this during the Biden years here in the middle. But Trump is tanking the stock market, right? That's what they want you to believe here. Miss me with that. A slight drop off, the 20% everyone's talking about, it's still higher than it's been in recent memory. So why are they panicking? Call me when 2002 or 2022 and 2024 during that time frame comes back around. Sorry. So it's the way I see it. Any other thoughts on the stock market and all the?
I wish I understood it more.
I mean,
I wish it would crash so we could get on with the fucking rest of the things.
Yeah, that too. At this point, just bottom out. Fuck.
It's like,
yeah.
I just love how the little dip it's taken here at the top right. Nothing down here. Oh, it was COVID. Well, COVID was over by 2021, 2022. What about the other 2 years there where it was still taken, huh? Oh, we're in recovery. Was it that, or was it Biden's policies just sucked ass? I'm going with the latter because, the economy was rebounding in 2020, hit it into 2021 during COVID under Trump, and it was still going up. So there's that. So yeah. I think that was the last one on that one. I got one more little page and we're done. I promise you. I know it's getting late. I appreciate you all being a trooper here. But yeah, any other thoughts on that before I move on?
Nope.
Democrats suck. Proceed.
Boy, that's hard-hitting analysis there from a half-tired Matthew for sure. Keep in mind.
I'm just
I know it's stupid, but since tariffs are a big thing, we got to hit it. Keep in mind, all the economists that are stating the tariffs are going to destroy the economy and are actually going to be taxes on Americans are stupid, because they are the same economists who told you that inflation was transitory and that printing 40% of the money supply would not have any impact on your life. How'd that last over the last 4 years? How'd that work out for you? They are the same economists who believe in modern monetary theory, where you can pretty much abuse your credit card and pretend like the bill never comes due. That does not work, and we are living proof in this country that those policies suck. The only thing the previous administration did was print a ton of money, which drove up inflation and expand the federal government. All the new jobs that Biden did create were far less than reported, and they went to foreign workers and created new government employees only. And he added $10 trillion to our national debt, but Trump doesn't want to raise your taxes, and now libs are mad about that fact. God forbid Trump doesn't want to raise taxes. I mean, even though you say they do, but they don't. What Biden did, and many before him, is not a sustainable economy for a global superpower. To continue to be a global superpower, we need to first stop allowing every other country in the world to take advantage of us. And then second, we need to incentivize manufacturing back home. And the way to do this is through reciprocal tariffs, deregulation, and lowering taxes. Nobody's reinventing the wheel here. It's just that these same expert class of people who got paid to lie to you about COVID get paid to lie to you now about the economy and how Trump just wants to help billionaires. So stop listening to him. Simple as that. So why is Trump calling this Liberation Day? The reason Trump is calling April 2nd Liberation Day is because if Trump's tariff economic plan is successful, income taxes will be no more, and the American people will no longer be tax slaves to a corrupt system. April 2nd, 2025, aka Liberation Day, will be known as the day that ended our economic slavery. If Trump's plan is successful and tariffs replace income tax, the quality of life for the American people will be significantly better, and we will no longer be indentured servants to a corrupt machine. No longer will our labor be taxed to fund war and destruction around the globe. No longer will our labor be taxed just for the corrupt ruling class to line their pockets off of our suffering. We are currently slaves to the IRS, and Trump's tariff economic plan is trying to end that. Trump this week actually trying to get rid of income tax. You don't believe me? The Trump administration this week is already cutting the IRS by 25%. Eventually, the goal is to get rid of the entire IRS in its entirety and replace the ERS, the External Revenue Service, paid for with tariffs. And once that happens, you'll see narratives and opinions start to shift because it'll really benefit the American people.
Yeah.
And if and when the income tax is eliminated, at the very least, no income tax on anyone making less than $150,000 a year, I expect every single one of you Democrats and leftists to apologize to this man.
Not gonna happen.
And continue to pay your taxes.
Yeah, you can keep paying them. Yeah, you deserve to.
They will never admit they're wrong.
No, they'll never admit it. Oh, but Trump. Okay. But because of what you've put Elon and Trump through, especially, it's disgusting. You want to talk about, oh, well, they're cutting like low-income families. That's disgusting. No, you look into it, you don't know this is disgusting. So if they put more money in your pockets when this is all said and done, I expect you all to give them their flowers.
Nope.
It won't happen. I'm not going to hold my breath. But yeah, I'm no economic expert here. I'm going to end the show here. So I have no idea if his tariff plan is going to go off without a hitch. I don't know that. But based on everything I do know, I do expect it to make America better and wealthier in the long run. Yeah. And if that means struggles in the short term, then so be it. Even bigger than all that, though, what I do know is that Trump is at war with the deep state and is attempting to disrupt the system that they benefit from, and they do not like it. They tried to kill Trump for a reason twice. The reason is Trump is an existential threat to their permanent shadow government and their massive money laundering racketeering schemes. Trump is trying to remove the entire corrupt system from its roots and replace it with the old system before income taxes and before the Federal Reserve. Trump is not just at war with the entrenched U.S. bureaucracy. He is at war with the global central banking cartel. Trump is targeting the source of the deep state's power, their money. So while I might not understand every single lever of Trump's plan, I understand Trump is the opposition to the deep state, and the deep state see him as their greatest threat. That's why they invest all of their time, resources, and effort into trying to stop him by any means necessary. Will Trump succeed? Who knows? I personally, and I think I can speak for everybody else here on this channel, pray that he does. But if he does not succeed, no one else will, and we will forever be tax slaves to a corrupt system. And the bureaucracy and global elites, they win. We have no choice but to wait and see. But the fact that he is at least attempting to uproot the deep state and try to implement a new formula already makes Donald Trump one of the greatest leaders in human history in my book. And I trust that his plan could work. Otherwise, the deep state would have no excuse and no reason to fear him. Food for thought on all of that as we end the show tonight.
Go Republicans.
And I'm tired.
I agree. I know what I'm looking for. I know what. So if you want to bitch about it. I bet you're gonna take that money if it comes to you.
Oh, I guarantee it. Or if Doge sends you a $5,000 rebate check or a refund check, you're gonna go check or sign that too, ain't you?
Talk shit about him, but don't take his money then. Send it back.
Yeah. I want you to send it right back to him.
Mail it to me.
Yeah, I'll take it instead. That's fine. Let somebody do something good with it. If you're going to sit there and bitch and moan and complain about something that they're trying to do for you. So, yeah.
You give people that
I'm hoping you see how they're arresting people for X posts in the UK. Well, I know we got free speech here and these people can say whatever they want to, but I really hope somebody is monitoring them because I really think they need evaluated for mental illness.
Yeah. They do. And if Biden or Kamala would have won, you think they weren't going to throw you in jail for a post that they disagreed with too? They already tried to implement a Ministry of Truth, like I said, based on whose standards? Theirs? Yeah. And they want to say, "Oh, Trump's the one who's getting rid of the press corps." No, he was getting rid of the people who pick who's in the press corps. There's a difference.
You think about it.
He's also allowing left-wing media into the press corps still. So
Laura Loomer has exposed so many people in his very close administration that are not good people.
He had a lot of that in his first term too. Let's hope this time it's less so, and we can root them out.
It doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, so that's not going to be good if that's the case too. Not to mention the Democrats are going to continue to fight him tooth and nail. Hopefully, because he survived 2 assassination attempts, he's got God's divine influence upon him and will be able to overcome however it is the good Lord wants to direct his steps. So I'm fully faithful in that. So yeah. And as Matt's about to fall asleep, I think we're going to end the show tonight. He says he's not, but I ain't buying it, bro. He was over here going.
I'm fighting it. I've had 4 Cokes.
You can go to bed, dude. You can just leave like you always do.
No, I want to try to finish this one today.
Well, we're done now, so you can do what you want to do. But
one thing I did want to talk about before the show ended. Please, for those who do watch this that are left, please do not vandalize people's Teslas.
That's dumb.
Please,
that is so dumb to me.
Please do not vandalize other people's cars.
Anything
just because of your public views.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of them are under the impression that that's the form that falls under peaceful protest. No, it does not. That is not peaceful. That is vandalism. That's a crime.
Vandalism is.
And you should go to jail for it.
Man, do you see the mugshots? You look real tough on that security camera, that Tesla. But them mugshots say otherwise, boy. Y'all, but
they're gonna make some good prison bitches. That's all I'm gonna say.
I saw one woman who keyed a Tesla. She had two little girls with her.
Yeah,
and before she keyed the Tesla, the daughter flipped off the camera, knowing it was there. And apparently the mother must have too, because she freaking keyed it anyway. But great raising of your children there, by the way. Why are you bringing kids into this to begin with?
That's
Seriously.
the problem. That's the problem.
When I was a kid, I knew nothing about politics, and I was better off for it.
They've been using their kids for attention for years. Kids aren't born thinking they're the wrong fucking gender.
And you say that we're not indoctrinating children. That's exactly what you're doing. You're indoctrinating your child. At some point, kids have to learn up and realize that sometimes their parents ain't always right about everything. Simple as that. They're gonna be in for a world of hurt when but my mama said, looking like a water boy. My mama said, nah, I don't mean it true. So anyway, anything else to add before we end the show? I know we're gone long tonight. A lot of stuff. Been a long week. So
Bobby Boucher.
All right. With that being said, I think we're going to end the show tonight, guys. Thank you so much for watching the show. For all you 54 people who are watching this live, and probably a lot more. Seems like Rumble around 140 or 150 after the show ends. So during the show. So that's good. We'd like to see those numbers continue to climb as we continue to grow here on the channel. But we appreciate every single one of you. Please comment below, hit the like, hit the subscribe button, follow us on Rumble, subscribe to me on YouTube, follow us on all of our X accounts here at the bottom of the screen as well. You can find all that stuff in the description box below. And until next week, guys, thank you so much for watching. Until then, take care. And as always, God bless you.
Bye.
Later.
Good night.